This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 804. Song-Chi naturally didn't know the conversation between the four people of Ing-Wang in the outside world. He felt that he was pulled into a strange space. There is no distinction between up and down, left and right here, only a chaotic sea of stars composed of countless flashing light points. Each light point is a memory, a fragment, recording the entire process of Xinhua human civilization from its infancy to its glory. Is this the inner space of the original Xinhua source? Song-Chi's consciousness floated in this sea of stars, passively accepting the flushing of massive information. He saw how the first four old men obtained the fire in their twilight years, how they built the first Xinhua fleet, and how human civilization gradually grew from a first-level civilization to a behemoth that dominated the galaxy. Suddenly, all the light points began to flow in a certain direction, forming a brilliant chaotic river. Song-Chi's consciousness was engulfed in it, and drifted towards the end of the river involuntarily. I don't know how long it took, but when my mind reached the end of the chaotic river, a fire seed fell from the sky and broke through the chaos. The originally chaotic world suddenly emerged with infinite dawn, which was a new world. This is the evolution process of the new universe in the multiverse era. Song-Chi seemed to have some insights, but soon all these thoughts were suppressed. Infinite mysterious characters flowed in the depths of his soul. With the help of this scene of the beginning of the chaotic universe, he tried his best to comprehend the mystery of the origin. So this is it, the origin of a universe. As he muttered in his heart, Song-Chi's eyes became brighter and brighter. The insights that had never appeared in the past 2,000 years were now constantly emerging in his mind. Black Universe, Mysterious Universe, with the help of these insights, this super-secret technique from the Batian clan is being comprehended bit by bit. As a peak clan that was once more powerful than the Chaos Demon Ape clan, the inheritance of the Batian clan is naturally extraordinary, and this Black Universe, Mysterious Universe is the strongest magical power on the Batian Secret Art Inheritance Monument. The starting point for comprehending is the dual laws of time and space, which must reach the level of the law path, and the difficulty of subsequent comprehending is even more terrifying. At least even though Song-Chi has the power of double pupils, he still has no clue after comprehending many times in the past 2,000 years. Originally, he had prepared to spend 10,000 years, or even tens of thousands of years, to slowly comprehend, but he didn't expect that this time, granting the highest authority would save him this unnecessary time. As time went by, Song-Chi could clearly feel that his understanding of the secret art of Black Universe, Mysterious Universe was deepening. On the top of the mountain outside, Song-Chi, who was standing in place, had begun to be surrounded by layers of chaotic power. This was formed by the laws of time and space in his body, plus the power of the strange object origin of the original fire source. These strands of chaotic power continued to merge and condense, and finally gathered into two illusory universes in the sky behind him. Seeing such a strange state on his body, the four human emperors, who were guarding the surroundings, smiled. They understood that this should be the harvest of Song-Chi's sudden enlightenment this time. Two universes, this kid has something. To condense two universes at once, this kind of secret technique is probably higher than the ones we have. This kid is very secretive. The four of them chatted with each other, but they always kept a faint smile on their faces, without any enthusiasm or greed. First of all, they also have a good inheritance in their hands. Although it is not as good as the Black Universe, Mysterious Universe secret technique, the difference is not too big. Secondly, for such a top-secret technique, the four of them are also very clear about its difficulty in understanding. Without the corresponding opportunity, it takes a very long time to understand it. Of course, the most important thing is that Song-Chi's status is not low now, and he also holds several trump cards that can affect the rise and fall of the entire Xinhua civilization. Although his status is still a certain gap with them, he is already an indispensable person in the entire civilization. Song-Chi still doesn't know about these. At this moment, he is fully devoted to the various insights that come one after another, absorbing these hard-won insights as much as possible like a sponge. He knew very well that the original flame source was the foundation of the flame civilization, and it would not be so easy to comprehend it in the future. Moreover, even if he had the opportunity to contact it again in the future, it was still unknown whether he could have the same understanding as today. Time passed by bit, and as he absorbed these insights with all his strength, Song-Chi's understanding of the secret art of Black Universe, Mysterious Universe became deeper and deeper. The most intuitive thing was that the two universes condensed in the sky behind him were being cultivated and condensed over time. Song-Chi suddenly sighed, and his tightly closed eyes opened again, and he had already exited the state of enlightenment. From that state of constant inspiration and deep understanding every moment, he returned to the obscure and difficult to understand state of the past. This feeling of falling from heaven to hell in one step was really hard to accept. This state did not last too long, and his attention soon turned back to the attribute panel of initial fire source in front of him. Chaos Wonder, 10 effects. It can almost be said that any of these 10 effects is enough to serve as the ultimate civilization foundation of those ordinary advanced civilizations, or even top advanced civilizations. His eyes moved, constantly wandering on the specific attributes of these 10 effects. Finally, his sight stopped on the pool of luck. Compared with the effects of infinite seeds, fire soul calming, and fire worship that he had already felt, he was obviously more curious about this pool of luck. As his sight converged, Song-Chi seemed to see the chaotic space at the deepest part of initial fire source through a special dimension. It was a chaotic ocean, but what gathered in the ocean was not water, but strands of chaotic colored fire luck. This chaotic ocean was boundless, but as someone who had obtained the 5th highest authority of original fire source, Song-Chi could easily see the whole picture of this chaotic ocean, or the pool of luck, from a god's perspective. The entire pool of luck was divided into 4 parts in an orderly manner. Well, it should be said to be 5 parts, because there was another very small part that could be overlooked if not carefully checked. These 5 isolated areas belonged to the 4 human emperors, and himself, who had just obtained the 5th highest authority. The largest area, which occupied almost 30% of the entire pool of luck, naturally belonged to the god Xiaojiang Emperor, but at this moment, the fire luck gathered in this area was very limited and almost half of it was consumed. At this moment, although there is still a constant flow of new Xinhua luck in this area, it will take at least 10,000 years to restore the previous level. This is because the Xinhua civilization is in a period of rapid development, and both the territory and the population under its jurisdiction are increasing sharply. Otherwise, it will take at least 100,000 years. The second area is under the jurisdiction of Qiyu Huang, occupying 25% of the entire luck pool. After the previous battle of Human Emperor City, the Xinhua luck in this area has also decreased a little, but overall it is still far more than that of Jiang Wang. The third area belongs to Saint Emperor Pei Dinan, occupying 22.5%, and the situation inside is not much different from that of Ji Huang. The fourth area is occupied by Xianqi Ning Wang, occupying 22%. Now there is still a lot of Xinhua luck in it, which is another confidence for the 3 human emperors to impact the myth later. As for the last one, it is naturally the area just allocated to Song-Chi, which only occupies about 0.5% of the entire luck pool, and there is a blank in it. There was no Xinhua luck before. Of course, as time goes by, a new stream of luck is gradually emerging in this small area. After a period of accumulation, a lot of luck will inevitably be accumulated. Song-Chi knew that these were the captains of the 82 new river systems that were newly assigned to him, who were gathering luck for him. Looking at the slowly accumulating luck, he instinctively felt a strong sense of anticipation. After all, this is a rare item that can be effective for the subsequent Tianxu Saiqiong's impact on the superdimensional mothership, including the mythical immortal ship, and its own guidance breakthrough. However, at this moment, he was thinking more about how to expand the basic base of the derived Xinhua luck under his jurisdiction. Now is the critical moment for the Xinhua civilization to advance by leaps and bounds, and it is also the node with the highest efficiency in condensing the Xinhua luck. If he does not find a way to expand his basic base at this time, it will be more difficult to catch up in the future. Thinking about it, his thoughts instinctively turned to the Corpse Emperor River System community. Now, whether it is the Xinhua Human River System community or the 8-armed Snake Demon River System community, the more than 1,800 river system territories of the 2 river system communities have long been divided up by the 4 major empires. If you want to find a way in these 2 river system communities, the possibility is basically 0. In this way, the Corpse Emperor River System community, which has entered the vision of Xinhua civilization and Emperor Xia has already released the wind of annexation, is undoubtedly the most suitable target. Thinking of this, Song-Chi did not feel too happy in his heart, but rather a little heavy. The heaven-defying effect of Xinhua luck is here, and its value is difficult to describe with specific numbers. The 4 Jiang Huangs might give him some river systems in the future with the attitude of supporting the younger generation, but it is certain that the number will never be too much. It may be a dozen river systems, or it may be dozens, and the possibility of more than 100 river systems is extremely small. And this is obviously not what Song-Chi is willing to accept. Although the Corpse Emperor Clan River System community is only a small and medium-sized river system community, the number of river systems in the entire river system community is close to 800, which is close to the 8-armed snake demon river system community. If possible, Song-chi hopes that he can take over more than 200 of them. In this way, including the current 82, there are nearly 300 river systems. Although it is still far behind the 4 emperors, at least it will not be too far behind. However, it is obviously not possible to achieve this with just one sentence. It is necessary to come up with something that is enough for the 4 emperors to agree with. Market projection order. No, it is not enough. The current market projection is only an ordinary 9th level combat power, which is not very attractive to the emperors. Baekhyun's secret art inheritance monument. It is not good either. Captain Shinhua's main combat power deterrence is actually based on his own Shinhua warship. He does not rely on the inheritance of secret arts, like other alien races in the Star Sea. Miracle Clone Chamber. This thing will be used by Tianshu Sangqiong in the future. Superior Chaos Mirror Stone. For a while, various trump cards emerged in Song-chi's mind. These are the most valuable things he currently has. However, they were quickly rejected one by him. Some of them were not valuable enough, or he would need them in the future, and it was difficult to give them up. Finally, an idea emerged in his heart again. Xianyu Continent ruins. As soon as this thought came to mind, it quickly occupied his entire heart. No matter from which angle, the value of the Xianyu Continent ruins is enough to shake the 4 emperors. After all, it is the ancestral land of the once prosperous hegemony-level civilization. But after careful consideration, Song-chi seemed a little hesitant. It's not that he was reluctant to release this news, but the Xianyu Continent ruins are too dangerous and unknown, and full of weirdness. What was the former Xianyu civilization? It was a super hegemon that had been advancing all the way, and even after entering the hegemony civilization, its upward momentum remained unabated. It once trampled on wizards, angels, and other civilizations. But such a powerful civilization still collapsed overnight. Song-chi did not think that the current Shinhua civilization was really qualified to explore the secrets hidden behind the ruins of the Immortal Realm continent. Of course, the concern about the strength of the civilization itself was only one of the reasons. In addition, there was another very critical point. The location of the Immortal Realm continent ruins was deep in the dark side of the virtual sea. He could enter and exit it freely, relying on the extremely high status of the Jutian market, a chaotic wonder. But it was obviously not that simple for outsiders to enter and exit, and explore the ruins of the Immortal Realm continent. If the news of the Immortal Realm continent ruins was really spread, it would most likely be necessary to use the Jutian transmission platform of the Jutian market as a transfer. In this case, the role played by Song-chi and it would easily arouse suspicion. An ordinary market guest could not have such great power. Thinking of this, Song-chi had actually initially rejected this idea. In comparison, he preferred another method. If you want the 4 emperors to take a step back, maybe the market itself is the biggest bargaining chip. Mumbling, Song-chi's eyes became brighter the more he thought about it. The value of the free cross-star trade in the Jutian market is very clear to him, the master of the Jutian market. Now it happens that the Shinhua civilization and the wizard civilization are in full alliance. If all future exchanges between the two sides can be set up in the Jutian market, it will undoubtedly bring the alliance relationship between the two sides to the extreme, and the trade between the two sides will also be enhanced to the extreme. This is undoubtedly also very good news for the Jutian market. It is no exaggeration to say that it is a win-win situation. As the market was promoted to the 8th level, Song-chi had already felt the difficulty of upgrading the market level. Not to mention anything else, it has been nearly 3,000 years since the market was promoted to the 8th level, but the market level has only been upgraded from LV80 to LV85. This is because the Titan Tyrant tribe has just settled in the market, and has been trading heavily in the market in recent years, adding a lot of turnover to the market. It can be expected that the market itself will become more difficult to upgrade when it is promoted to the 9th level in the future. If it can really promote the two hegemonic civilizations to carry out comprehensive exchanges in the market, it will undoubtedly be a surprising improvement for the turnover of the market. Thinking about it, Song-chi felt that this matter was really feasible. Of course, he was not impulsive and thought about this issue for a long time. In addition, he also set a goal in advance. If he really takes this step in the future, he must wait until the market is promoted to the 9th level. According to the promotion rules of the market, once it is promoted to the 9th level, the market's own dominant position will most likely directly enter the 10th level myth from the 9th level peak. This point is very critical. Even if the myth power can only be maintained within the market, after the projection of the market projection order, it is likely to only be maintained at half a step myth, or even the 9th level limit, but at least within the market, he can have enough power to control everything. The full entry of the two hegemonic civilizations. Xinhua civilization is okay. If something really happens, he can still show his identity and let the four emperors put down their guard. But the wizard civilization is different. Although it has signed a comprehensive cooperation agreement with Xinhua civilization, the two sides are two civilizations after all. What the other party is thinking in their hearts, whether there is any hidden purpose, this no one knows. The key point is that the other party has an 11th level rule wizard. If one day, he really wants to take over the Shutian market, without the blessing of mythical power, Song Qi will not have much confidence to ensure that the Shutian market is foolproof. Only before that, the market was promoted to the 9th level in advance, and the power of blessing of the market was raised to the 10th level mythical level in one fell swoop, and the market itself only allowed 9th level creatures to enter. He would have enough confidence to ensure the safety of the market. Tan Lang, how do you feel? Watching Song Qi's palm leave the original fire source, the four human emperors, who had been waiting for a long time, smiled and asked. They did not ask about the highest authority. The four people who also had the highest authority already knew that Song Qi had successfully obtained the 5th highest authority. Song Qi smiled and nodded. It is indeed a chaos wonder. Just one contact has made me fall into a deep enlightenment. I have not been able to enter the secret art for nearly 3,000 years, but I have achieved a small success today. The few people talked about this matter for a while, and then they talked about the matter of opening the 5th exit of the Tianhua secret realm under their feet. As the 5th person to get the highest authority of the original fire source, he should also have a portal to enter and exit the Tianhua secret realm freely. However, Song Qi took the initiative to refuse this matter. It's not that he doesn't want to, but now he himself, including the strength of the Longji Song family behind him, is too weak. It is too dangerous to open a portal on the Longji continent at this time. In addition, there is the issue of garrison. If it is opened directly, the Song family will inevitably be responsible for the defense of the Tianhua secret realm in the future, and the guarding creatures chosen by the four emperors are all 9th level slave creatures. Although Song Qi now has a 9th rank Ashura king under his command, he is only one of his main combat forces, and it is not easy to send him to guard the Tianhua secret realm in a short period of time. Chapter 805. Prompt. A trace of a 4th level floating land in the star C 800 light years away has been detected. Coordinates XXXX, YYYZZZ. Prompt. A micro-asteroid belt has been detected. Prompt. A group of starry sky ephemera have been detected. The warship is speeding through the starry sky at a speed exceeding the speed of light, leaving a long flame tail behind. This gorgeous flame tail can only be seen by Song Qi himself. With the cover of Tianming Sinan come and go without a shadow, as long as the Tianshu Songqiong does not actively reveal his whereabouts, the outside world will find it difficult to detect his existence. For the prompt sounds that sounded again and again in his ears, the ethereal body never gave any response. The reason for exploring this alien star field this time is that Song Qi himself does not want to waste this retreat time in vain. Hundreds of years have passed since he successfully obtained the original fire source from the Tianhua secret realm. With the promise given by Emperor Jiang, Song Qi naturally entered the market as soon as he returned to the Dragon Ridge continent and started his second retreat. However, if he wanted to improve his guidance technique to the peak of the 8th level, this retreat would obviously not be completed in dozens or hundreds of years, but at least 1,000 years. Song Qi was unwilling to waste this time, so he simply controlled his ethereal body and, with the help of the Sky Intelligence Brain, sent the Tianshu Songqiong to the alien star domain, searching for the whereabouts of the other part of the Light of Judgment that was missing. However, imagination is beautiful, but reality is often unsatisfactory. For hundreds of years, relying on the two good jump components on the Tianshu Songqiong, plus the Heavenly Fate Sinan, with the enhanced level 100, the maximum tracking distance of the Sinan tracing source feature has been increased to 100 billion light years, and the range explored by the Tianshu Songqiong has already included hundreds of billions of light years around the entire Xinhua human galaxy community. However, even in such a large area, there has never been any harvest, and the Light of Judgment has never had any reaction. No, such a random exploration without purpose, the chance of finding another part of the Light of Judgment is too small. At a certain moment, the fragment of Song Qi's soul scattered in the empty body made a decision. The Tianshu Songqiong, which was speeding all the way, soon stopped in the starry sky. After a few breaths, Song Qi's real body appeared in the warship. After recalling the warship, he returned to the Tianshu market again, but this time he did not return to the Dragon Ridge continent, but went to another 8th level floating land of life. Red Star Continent, Holy Light City. After arriving at this 8th level neutral city, Song Chi went directly to the astrology tower in the city. This astrology tower has stood in this holy light city for tens of thousands of years. When he first came here, Song Chi was still a 5th level battleship captain. At that time, he could only start from the lowest floor. Only because of the special nature of the time chess piece, he was fortunate enough to come to the 7th floor and let the 7th level astrologer take action in person. Now it is different. The undisguised pressure of the 8th level life force on his body made the servants in this astrology tower respectfully lead him to the 7th floor at the first time, and the 7th level astrologer, who had made him wait for 7 days, also stood on the 7th floor to greet him in person this time. Although there was no flattery on the other party's face, Song Chi could capture the seriousness and caution in his eyes. As a 7th level astrologer with a special identity, the other party's identity cannot be regarded as an ordinary 7th level master. Even most ordinary 8th level creatures can only communicate with the same tone when they come here. But Song Chi is different. He is indeed at the 8th level, but behind him is the Xinhua human civilization. Since the god Xiaojiang Emperor officially became the mythical immortal captain, the status of the Xinhua civilization has been incomparable. Until now, the title of the overlord civilization of the Xinhua human has long been spread throughout the boundless starry sky. As the astrologist civilization that has already entered the top advanced civilization, it is naturally impossible for it not to know this news. Ordinary 8th level creatures. 8th level creatures from the newly promoted overlord level civilization. The two seem to have no big difference, but the meanings they represent are essentially different. Dear guests from the Xinhua civilization, welcome to the Yueling Astrology Tower. After smiling and nodding at each other, the 7th level astrologer named Yueling took the initiative to speak. Xinhua human civilization, Beidaoxing Hall's greedy wolf hall master. Song Chi, meet Master Yueling. This time I came here, I want to trouble you to tell my fortune for me. It's an honor. With the identity of the overlord civilization, the communication between the two sides was particularly pleasant. After the other party nodded, Song Chi directly took out the light of judgment. However, the moment his eyes touched the colorful light emitted by the light of judgment, the smile on the delicate face of the 7th level astrologer, who was still smiling a moment ago, suddenly stagnated. Although it was quickly concealed by her, Song Chi still captured the scene accurately. However, he did not choose to point it out, but still handed the light of judgment in his hand to the other party. After taking this colorful extreme wonder, just a glance, this woman who had almost reached the limit of the 7th level astrologer stage quickly shook her head. She had an apologetic look on her face. Sir Song Chi, I'm really sorry. This thing is beyond my ability to divine. If I really force divination, I'm afraid that even if I use up all my remaining 20,000 years of life, there may not be any result. Song Chi's expression did not change, and he was obviously not surprised. When he caught the other party's fleeting strangeness before, he had probably guessed it in his heart. After a moment of silence, he followed the other party and said, "The quality of this item is at the color extreme level, and the difficulty of divination is indeed very great. I wonder if Master Yueling has other methods." As early as when he decided to come to this Red Star Super Dimension continent, he was mentally prepared. In fact, strictly speaking, coming to find the 7th level astrologer in front of him is just the first step. Using the other party as a springboard, seeking the middle level and higher level astrologers behind him astrology tower civilization is the ultimate goal. This Master Yueling astrology also knew it well, so he did not beat around the bush and directly turned the topic to the astrology tower civilization behind her. If you want to divine this color extreme level wonder, Mr. Song Chi, I'm afraid that at least an 8th level astrologer will have to take action, and this level of astrologers is extremely noble even in my astrology tower civilization. Song Chi nodded slightly to show his understanding. He pondered for a moment and asked, Master Yueling, can you recommend an 8th level astrologer to me? As a reward, I am willing to give you this life creation pill. A trace of hesitation flashed in Yuling's eyes. Her ethereal eyes swept over the life creation pill that Song Chi took out, and she asked softly about the specific effects of the pill. After hearing that this pill can immediately restore most of the injuries of a seriously injured 7th level creature, and even has a significant effect on an 8th level master, she paused and continued, as the master of the greedy wolf hall of Xinhua civilization, you may try to contact our clan Starlight Elder. He is the person in charge of our astrology tower civilization in the Red Star continent, and is also an 8th level peak astrologer. Song Chi's eyes flashed, and he bowed and said, then I trouble Master Yueling to introduce you. Yueling nodded gently, put away the life creation pill, and then took out a jade slip with bright starlight from her arms. Her fingertips outlined a few mysterious runes on it. After a moment, the jade slip burst into dazzling starlight, and an illusory figure gradually condensed. It was an old man with white hair and beard, wearing a star robe, and his eyes seemed to contain endless galaxies. Although it was just a projection, it gave people a feeling of unfathomable depth. Welling, what alarmed me? The old man's voice was full of vicissitudes, and his eyes were as deep as the starry sky. Yu Ling bowed respectfully. Elder Xinghui, this is Mr. Song Qi, the master of the Tanlang Hall from the Xinhua human civilization. I would like to ask you to predict the whereabouts of a colorful extreme rare object. Elder Xinghui turned his gaze to Song Qi, with a flash of surprise in his eyes. Xinhua humans. Are they the newly promoted overlord civilization? Song Qi bowed without arrogance. That's right, Junior Song Qi, meet Senior Xinghui. Although they are both 8th level creatures of the Star Sea, this Master Xinghui has obviously lived for a long time, and since he has something to ask of him, Song Qi took the initiative to call himself a junior. Elder Xinghui nodded slightly, with a look of satisfaction in his eyes, and then his eyes fell on the light of judgment in Song Qi's hand. When he saw the rare object clearly, a solemn look appeared on his old face. This strange object is extraordinary. Song Qi's heart moved, thinking that this 8th level astrologer was indeed a real talent. He said sincerely, Senior, you have a keen eye. This object is called Light of Judgment, and was obtained by chance. As far as I know, there is another part of it that is lost outside, but I have been searching for it in vain, so I came here to ask for your advice. Elder Xinghui pondered for a moment and suddenly asked, Do you know the true origin of this strange object? Song Qi shook his head. I only know that it is extremely powerful, but I don't know its specific origin. Elder Xinghui's eyes flashed with a trace of reminiscence. This object is related to the legendary Temple of Judgment. It was a superpower that existed at the beginning of the birth of the Broken Star Sea and even before the multiverse era. It is rumored that it is of the same level as the Temple of Time and Temple of Space. Song Qi was shocked. He never expected that this strange object would have such an origin, and he was not unfamiliar with the Temple of Time. Before he could think about it, Elder Xinghui continued, Divination is very important and requires a huge price. Are you sure you want to continue? Song Qi nodded without hesitation. Please help me, Senior. I am willing to bear any price. Elder Xinghui looked at Song Qi deeply and suddenly smiled. Good. You are bold. But I don't want your resources and treasures, as long as you agree to my favor. Please speak, Senior. You should also know that our astrology tower civilization is nominally a top-level advanced civilization, but it is not good at fighting with others. Speaking of this, he paused, reorganized his words, and continued. The Star Moon Astrology Tower Alliance behind me can barely be regarded as a giant force in the Astrology Tower civilization. After 100 years, the peace period of the 9th level floating land of life under the jurisdiction of the Alliance will pass, and then a new period of continental interests will begin, which will last for 100 years. Song Qi thought for a while, and did not rush to give a reply, but asked back, Senior Xinghui, do you want to invite me to participate in the interest competition in the name of the Star Moon Tower Alliance behind you? Elder Xinghui nodded. That floating land is called the Star Turtle Continent. It breeds a special biological group called Star Turtles. High-level Star Turtle shells are sacred objects for divination. Therefore, the distribution of interests in this Star Turtle Continent is extremely important to our Star Moon Tower Alliance. After understanding this, Song Qi continued to ask for specific information about the Star Turtle Continent. So far, which forces have been involved in the interests of the Star Turtle Continent? One of the three-eyed royal family, the Red Spirit family, the Terra Civilization, and one of the Spirit Talisman family. Elder Xinghui mentioned more than 10 civilization forces in bits and pieces, but only the first three-eyed royal family made Song Qi a little afraid. Although the rest, such as the Red Spirit family, the Terra Civilization, the Spirit Talisman family, etc., also have the existence of 9th level masters, they are not afraid of the current strength of the Tianshu Sangqiong. The three-eyed family is different. It is a recognized hegemonic civilization in the Broken Star Sea. It has been passed down for more than 1,000,000 years, and there is even more than one 10th level mythical being in the civilization. The key is that the one who participated in the battle for the Star Turtle Continent was a branch of the three-eyed royal family, and the other party might really summon the three-eyed clan's mythical existence. After hesitating for a while, Song Qi's eyes condensed, and he had made up his mind. I agree to this. This was a decision he made after careful consideration, not a sudden impulse. After all, if the other party really had the ability to summon mythical creatures to participate in the war, the Star Turtle Continent would not have been maintained in a situation where multiple civilizations have been in control for nearly 100,000 years. This alone is enough. Moreover, even if the guess was wrong, he would not participate in the war in his original form. With the mirror battleship, his original form would be in charge of the remote control in the Shutian market. Even if the situation really developed to the most undesirable situation, there would be no real threat to his life. Seeing that he agreed, Elder Xinghui nodded with satisfaction. In that case, let's get started. Elder Xinghui, you won't sign a contract with me? Haha, I know the reputation of the Big Dipper Palace, so there's no need for a contract. I believe that Lord Tanling Palace Master will not go back on his word. After saying that, he stretched out his hand and light of judgment floated into the air. Countless starlight powers surged around him, and finally turned into special star seals. These star seals gathered from all directions, and outlined a vast star map in the void. Take the stars as a guide, and trace the origin. With a low shout, Elder Xinghui's eyes completely turned into the color of the stars. The entire astrology tower began to vibrate slightly, and the starry sky projection on the top of the tower spun wildly. Song-Chi held his breath, and stared at this scene intently. Suddenly, Elder Xinghui groaned, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. But the seal in his hand did not stop, but changed more quickly. Found it! With a light shout, a dazzling light suddenly lit up somewhere in the star map. Elder Xinghui quickly took out a crystal, and carefully sealed the light in it. After doing all this, his body swayed, and he almost stood unsteadily. Yu Ling hurried forward to support him. Elder Xinghui waved his hand and handed the crystal to Song-Chi. The coordinates are in this crystal, but, he warned solemnly, that is the Dark Abyss star region, which is extremely dangerous. Even 9th level beings, or even mythical creatures, dare not easily set foot in it. It's up to you to decide whether to go there. Song-Chi took the crystal, felt the information from it, smiled and nodded. Thank you for your guidance. No matter how dangerous it is, I will take this trip. Elder Xinghui sighed. Forget it, we outsiders can't intervene in this matter. We can only wish the Lord of the Greedy Wolf Palace good luck. Song-Chi smiled and thanked. Before that, he had to deal with a battle for the Star Turtle continent first, and he also needed to make good preparations. He had a certain understanding of the Dark Abyss star region. It was once an ancient battlefield, a battlefield relic left over from the multiverse era. It is said that more than one mythical creature fell in it. The entire star region is full of extremely strong and violent dark energy. All light may be swallowed in it, and it may be lost if you are not careful. Although the Tianqiu Sanqiong is equipped with Tianming Sinan, the mirror battleship is not. If the mirror battleship is difficult to move in it, it will inevitably need to dispatch the original body, which is obviously not what Song-Chi wants to see. After leaving the astrology tower, Song-Chi immediately returned to the Shutian market. After the Dragon Ridge continent assigned the task of collecting high-level anti-interference components to the entire family, he mentioned it in the Yoguang Xingling group chat and the Beidu Xingyan group chat. With the current power of the Dragon Ridge Song family and the Beidu Xingyan, he believed that there should be gains. If it really doesn't work, he will consider asking the 4 emperors for help. When it comes to the Light of Judgment, a civilization heritage level wonder, you can be thick-skinned. In addition, he did not fall behind in his retreat, and began to practice in retreat again. Light of Judgment is certainly important, but he must not fall behind in his own practice of guiding techniques. In addition to not wanting to miss the impact of the Xinxia continent on the Xingqian continent, he has never forgotten the situation at the Batian ruins. More than 20,000 years later, the Batian ruins will most likely collapse. At that time, the fight for the High Dimension Sea will surely set off an unprecedented mythical war. Before that, he and the Xinhui human civilization must have the ability to protect themselves. As for the inheritance of the Batian bloodline, there is no need to worry about it. He had already sent Zihuan to the Young Snake Floating Land. Through the spiritual land on the Young Snake Floating Land, including the small amount of Batian bloodline born by Zihuan through self-splitting in the early stage, the number of the Batian clan is now very considerable. It only takes a period of accumulation before the first batch of Batian bloodline can be dispersed and sent to the alien star domain. As for the strength of each Batian branch, the original requirement of the Batian was to have at least 1 9th level Batian bloodline branch and 2 8th level Batian bloodline branches. This is indeed a bit difficult, but most of the Batian bloodlines have good potential. In addition, Song-Chi has the assistance of the high-level wizard magic-assisted training cabin, break the true immortal pill, and high-level mist half-snake man purchased from the wizard civilization. The difficulty is not small, but it is not impossible. Chapter 806. Longji Dynasty, Qipan River System, Snake King Floating Land. Because Longji Continent, the first floating land of the dynasty, is not open to the public, Snake King Floating Land, as a level 7 live floating land, naturally became the trading holy land in the entire dynasty after the Longji Central Transit Floating Land. Except for the 60% occupied by the Song family and the 30% occupied by the Chigu Luo family, the remaining 10% of the entire floating land is designated as a public open area. Snake King Public Open Area, Longji Trading City. The top floor of Longji Shop, high-end reception room. Friend, you and I both know that the 9th level star creatures are rare. Now let me ask you one more question. Are you sure about the accuracy of the information you provided? Think about it before you speak. Although my Song family has always adhered to the principle of fair and just transactions, if someone dares to deceive with false information, you should know the consequences. On the inner side of the reception room, Song Guang, the new generation of Song family battleship captain, who is also the general manager of the Dragon Ridge shop of the Snake King Floating Land and born in the Earth vein, spoke coldly. In comparison, the person opposite him is obviously a 6th level fearless captain, and the leader of a well-known exploration team in the Dragon Ridge dynasty, but his tone at this moment seems to be particularly cautious. Boss Song, I can't confirm this completely. I only know that the biomagnetic field emitted by that high-level star beast is so strong that even though it is several light-years away, it once overloaded the Silver Patrol radar on my ship. In the previous Human Emperor City Defense War, this situation only occurred to those 9th level aliens. Hearing this explanation, Song Guang's face was cold and indifferent, and he smiled and nodded. I'm sorry, the time limit given by the clan is too tight. I hope you don't take it to heart. But this is just your family's opinion after all, and the specific details are not certain. I have to trouble you to wait for a while. After the clan ancestor confirms it, the Song family will offer the promised good reward with both hands. Is that okay? Of course, no problem. The reputation of the Longji Song family is obvious to all. I can trust them. After that, the two of them exchanged for a while, and then the fearless captain took the initiative to say goodbye and leave. After the people left, the smile on Song Guang's face quickly disappeared, and he returned to his expressionless look a moment ago. He only heard him speak a few times, and soon a 3rd level clan member walked in from the outside. You should quickly pass this news back to the clan, don't delay. Yes. Things like this of collecting high-level dominant aliens have been happening on dozens of high-level trading floating lands under the jurisdiction of the Longji Song family for decades. Some of them are true and some are false, but basically they will be confirmed by the family's star-destroying ancestors in person, and the exact news will be recorded one by one, and then sent back to the Longji continent. On this day, Song Qi withdrew from the Xutian market. His guidance technique has reached the peak of LV85, but his luck is not very good, and he fell into the bottleneck between LV85 and LV86 again. That's why he chose to come out of retreat. Dragon Ridge Mountain, Dragon Whale Hall. What's wrong? You're so eager to summon right after coming out of retreat, but something big happened in the clan? Could it be? There's a problem with the attack on the galaxy ship over there, big brother? Song Qi frowned, and the first thought that came to his mind was the breakthrough of Big Brother's ship. At the head of the hall, Song Yiming, who had been promoted to the captain of the Star Destroyer, and had half a foot upgraded his ship to a senior Star Destroyer in the previous Human Emperor City defense battle, shook his head repeatedly. Uncle Qi, Uncle Yan's application for the quota to bathe in the 9th level floating land origin energy tide has not been approved, and the promotion has not officially started. This is a good thing. Didn't you mention the issue of high-level slave creatures before? In the past few decades, the family has mobilized its power and successfully collected information on many high-level dominant creatures. Seeing that it was this matter, Song Qi's eyes lit up. Tell me more about it. The problem of the urgent need for high-level slave creatures on the Tianxu Sangqiong has troubled him for a long time. Although there were countless high-level creatures in the previous battle of Renhuang City, they all had backers. After the 4 tribes retreated, the aliens above the 7th level, who still had a breath, were basically taken away. Even if there were any omissions, they were all 7th level, and the 8th and 9th levels were out of the question. As for the Chixing continent, although there were shadows of 9th level aliens, they all had backers, and they were even more elusive, so it was impossible to start with them. Now if he could really collect information about the 9th level aliens from the family, it would definitely be a big surprise. Seeing him asking, Song Yiming quickly told him all the information he had collected. Uncle Qi, we have collected 18 pieces of information about the 7th level alien race, including 5 golden armored giant beasts that are a group. There are 6 pieces of information about the 8th level alien race, including 2 8th level planet devourers. Song Qi was not very interested in the first two pieces. The good news was that Song Yiming did not stop after saying these two pieces, but continued. In addition, there are two pieces of information related to the 9th level alien race, one of which is the 9th level dragon spine tyrant whale. When talking about this 9th level dragon spine tyrant whale, Song Yiming's eyes clearly flashed with a strong excitement. Obviously, he was worried about the fact that the family was called Dragon Spine, but there was no real dragon spine tyrant whale, a top-level star beast, to suppress the family's luck. Song Qi roughly understood what he was thinking, but he didn't say anything. As a top-level star beast, the dragon spine tyrant whale's single combat power is even higher than that of superstar beasts such as Black Devouring King Beast and Frost Dragon in the same level. Even if he holds projection of the marketplace of all heavens and Emperor of Azura, who has recovered his full combat power, Song Qi dare not say that he can suppress it head-on. Unless he brings Truth Mechanical Battlestar with him, he will have about 60% confidence. This is based on the premise that the Dragon Spine Tyrant Whale is only an ordinary 9th level or senior 9th level. If it is the peak of the 9th level, it will be reduced by 2 to 3 points. In comparison, the other 9th level Megalodon is much easier to deal with. Have you confirmed all this information? Yes, the original ancestor and Uncle Xian Song have taken action one after another, and have confirmed the authenticity of all the news. Okay, let's start with this Megalodon. Song Yiming did not hide the excitement in his eyes. The more high-level enslaved creatures, the better. In the past few thousand years, the family's power has skyrocketed. The large number of high-level floating lands and alien colonies that his subordinates have occupied all need high-level combat forces. Especially the ancestral Dragon Ridge continent, although there is already an 8th level Star Sea Giant Ape sitting in it, and the other Truth Mechanical Battlestar has also been placed in the Dragon Ridge continent after returning from the Human Emperor's city. But it is still not enough, or it is not perfect. Although the 8th level Star Sea Giant Ape barely has the 9th level combat power under the blessing of the original will of the Dragon Ridge continent, it is not a real 9th level after all. As a super mechanical unit, the Truth Mechanical Battlestar is extremely difficult for anyone to fully control, except the Sky Intelligent Brain system on Song Qi's flagship. It can only be controlled by millions of ordinary tribesmen, which will inevitably make the already slow-moving Truth Mechanical Battlestar even more sluggish. Most of the core members of the Song family agreed that a true 9th level slave creature was needed to ensure the absolute safety of the Dragon Spine continent. For various reasons, the Song family has long been under the spotlight of the outside world, and the number of warriors gathered in secret is far greater than before. Without the deterrence of the 9th level combat power, it is indeed difficult to ensure the absolute safety of the Dragon Spine continent. A few months later, in a dark alien star field, the Tianqiu Sanqiong quietly hovered. In the main control room of the battleship, Song Qi's eyes flickered slightly, and his fingertips gently tapped the star map projection in the center of the console. Although the Megalodon Star Shark is not as powerful as the Dragon Spine Tyrant Whale, it can barely be ranked in the middle of the 9th level star beasts. Its Star Shark field can distort the spatial structure of several light years in radius, making it difficult for ordinary star destroyers and even galaxy ships to move. Whispering, he looked at the radar map displayed by the Eye of Truth beside him. According to the information displayed on the radar map, the length of this Megalodon Star Shark is no more than 150 million kilometers, and it should not take long for it to be promoted to the 9th level. The projection showed a brilliant star field, with countless broken planetary debris surrounding a huge monster. The giant beast was silver-gray all over, with hundreds of bone spurs, like mountains on its back, and its ferocious mouth almost occupied half of its body. Interesting. Song Qi raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and controlled the Tianqiu Sanqiong to continue to move forward with his mind. With the super stealth effect given by the 3 Realms 5 Element certificate, he was not afraid of being discovered by the other party. A few days later, the Tianqiu Sanqiong was quietly suspended in the starry sky, and a faint pulse particle halo flowed on the surface of the ship. Opposite the battleship was the 9th level Megalodon, and the two sides had been confronting each other for more than 10 minutes. Seeing that the other party had not made any move, Song Qi took the lead. A huge amount of purple mist energy surged out of the hull of the Tianqiu Sanqiong, and soon the projection of the Shutian market appeared above the battleship. At the same time, the battleship hatch opened, and the Emperor of Azura holding the heavenly fate-slashing sky sword, including a miniature Metal War star, appeared one after another. Since it was just a Megalodon that had just entered the 9th level, Song Qi, who had 3 9th level combat powers, was naturally not afraid. The first to attack was the projection of the Shutian market, and purple mist handprints were shot out one after another, carrying strong 9th level energy, and slapped directly at the Megalodon. Next was the Emperor of Azura, holding a 3-colored long sword, controlling the killing law at the level of the Lord of Laws, and the threat was even greater than the projection of the Jution market. While the two were tightly entangled with the Megalodon, the Truth mechanical battle star that had been floating on the side of the Tianqiu Sanqiong suddenly exploded, and the Truth space-based cannon burst out with full force, accurately hitting the Megalodon in the distant battlefield. After being severely damaged by the Truth mechanical battle star, the subsequent Jution market projection and the Emperor of Azura took the opportunity to attack many times, and the Megalodon, which had just entered the 9th level, quickly lost its combat power. It was easy to severely damage the opponent, but the subsequent enslavement process was difficult. Even though the Tianquan control ring had the characteristic of raising the authority of enslavement by 1 level, the Megalodon fell into a deep coma, but the enslavement process was still difficult to describe. For 3 whole months, Song Qi himself didn't know how many enslavement marks he had made, and only on the 93rd day did he barely complete the enslavement of the Megalodon. After completing the enslavement, Song Qi immediately sent the Megalodon into the life system medical repair cabin, and he controlled the Tianqiu Sanqiong to the second coordinate. This coordinate is located 5 billion light-years away from the Xinhui human galaxy community, and it is also the place where the 9th level dragon-backed whale last appeared. When Song Qi arrived, the dragon-backed whale had already disappeared, but this was just a small matter. With the powerful detection ability of the Eye of Truth, it took only half a month for the Tianqiu Sanqiong to detect the existence of the 9th level dragon-backed whale again. The key point is that Song Qi was a little hesitant at this moment. According to the radar map, the body length of this dragon-backed whale is more than 200 million kilometers. Although it is not in the late 9th level, it is also the peak among the senior 9th levels, and it has stepped half a foot into the late 9th level. On the side, Song Yiming, who insisted on coming with the Tianqiu Sanqiong, took the initiative to say, "Uncle Qi, I think this dragon-backed whale is close to the late 9th level, and its combat power is definitely not comparable to the previous Megalodon. If it doesn't work, first give it a tracking mark, and wait for Uncle Yen to be promoted, and then use the 4 symbols we'll seal to do it." Song Qi pondered for a moment, but finally decided to do it. Including the Megalodon, he had 4 9th level combat forces at his disposal. With the remote support of the Tianqiu Sanqiong, he was still somewhat confident. But before that, he and Song Yiming returned to the Jution market, and remotely controlled the 9th level battle in the market. In the dark starry sky, as the Tianqiu Sanqiong, the Emperor of Azura, the Megalodon and others continued to approach, the dragon spine tyrant whale, which was devouring all kinds of high-energy materials on a 6th level resource floating land, finally sensed the threat. Ong! He raised his head and roared, and the next second the golden bone spurs on his back suddenly lit up, and the space within a radius of 10 light-years solidified instantly, and even the starlight was distorted. In the Jution market, through the real-time battle projection specially projected by Song Qi, Song Yiming saw the change of the external situation. His face suddenly changed. It is the dragon spine tyrant whale's tyrant whale domain. This is also one of the inherited magical powers of the dragon spine tyrant whale clan, with a strong ability to control the battle situation. However, Song Qi's reaction was obviously faster. Before the tyrant whale domain was completely opened, the Truth mechanical battle star, which had been accumulating energy for a long time, exploded. The huge Truth space-based cannon slowly rose, and the muzzle condensed a brilliant energy light ball that cut through the starry sky and turned into a blazing white light column that shot straight at the dragon spine tyrant whale. Almost at the same time, the Megalodon, which had been enslaved for a short time, was also under the control of Song Qi, swinging its huge body and spewing a silver-gray energy storm from its mouth. This storm was mixed with sharp space blades, and wherever it passed, the space was rippling. The Jution market projection was suspended above the warship, and countless purple mists turned into ferocious giant beasts, roaring and rushing towards the dragon spine tyrant whale. The dragon-backed tyrannical whale felt threatened, twisted its huge body violently, and let out a thunderous roar. The dragon spine on its back instantly lit up with golden light, and a terrifying pressure spread out from it, and the surrounding star fields began to distort under this pressure. The bloody mouth suddenly opened, spewing out a beam of light containing the power of the stars, which collided with the attack of the True's space cannon. The violent explosion produced countless gorgeous energy flows, and the space cracked like broken glass. The energy storm released by the Megalodon star shark also entangled with the counterattack force of the dragon-backed tyrannical whale, and the silver-gray and golden light continued to collide, bursting out a dazzling strong light. Just as the two sides were in a stalemate, the Emperor of Azura, holding the heavenly fate sword, appeared above the dragon spine tyrant whale in a flash. It exuded a strong murderous aura, and with a wave of the long sword in his hand, a huge sword energy containing infinite law power slashed at the back of the dragon spine tyrant whale. The dragon spine tyrant whale felt the threat, and its huge tail swept violently, raising a hurricane that was enough to destroy the stars, sweeping towards the Emperor of Azura. The Emperor of Azura flexibly shuttled through the hurricane, waving the long sword in his hand constantly, and the sword energy crisscrossed, cutting the hurricane into countless fragments. However, the dragon spine tyrant whale was not an easy opponent. The dragon spine light emanating from its body became stronger, and suddenly thousands of golden lights shot out from the dragon spine, shooting around like dense arrows. The Tianxu Sangqiong was the first to transform into a neutron star, and the entire hull turned into a miniature neutron star to resist the oncoming golden light attack. But the Megalodon was not so lucky. Hundreds of golden lights penetrated its body directly, and blood bloomed in the starry sky, turning into a blood-colored nebula. However, after being enslaved, the Megalodon was extremely loyal to Song-Chi, and endured the severe pain and continued to attack. During the attack again and again, the energy reserves of the Truth mechanical battle star were consumed crazily, and the attack of the Truth space-based cannon became more and more fierce. But Song-Chi didn't care. At the same time, the projection of the Zhutian market also exerted a stronger means, and the purple mist condensed into two illusory purple stars. It was in the market that the two secret arts Yaoguang Xinglin and Shiji Xinglin were actively activated, and above the two purple stars, two illusory universes were quickly condensed. Two mythical stars, plus the two universes of Black Universe Xian Universe. The four turned into four giant meteors, smashing towards the 9th level dragon spine tyrant whale with an unstoppable force. Under the attack from many sides, wounds continued to appear on the body of the dragon spine tyrant whale, and golden blood scattered in the surrounding star field. Roar. The dragon spine tyrant whale roared in pain, and its huge body rolled in the starry sky. At a certain moment, the golden bone spurs on its back all detached, forming a mysterious array diagram in the void. After a few breaths, a phantom of an illusory ancient dragon whale spirit that was larger than itself appeared in this mysterious array diagram. Seeing this, Song-Chi, who was in the market, whispered in his heart, "Dragon whale raging sea." Moreover, the summoned ancient dragon whale phantom was suspected to be the true spirit of the mythical dragon spine tyrant whale. Awing! Before he could think about it, the mythical angry sea dragon whale phantom had already roared and rushed over. Wherever it passed, the space collapsed layer by layer, revealing a dark void crack. A dragon-backed whale nearly at the late 9th stage attacked with all its might, and with the help of the ancient mythical dragon whale spirit, the power of this attack had already exceeded the 9th stage. It might not reach the power of a true myth, but it was likely to have the power of a half-step myth. At this moment, whether it was the Azura King, the Megalodon, or the Truth mechanical battlestar, it would be difficult to resist such an attack head-on. In comparison, the Tianxu Sangqiong, which was protected by the purple mist projection of the market, had not yet ended the neutron star fission effect, and had several defensive characteristics, was more suitable to take on the challenge. Song-Chi's mind moved very quickly. After determining the most reasonable plan, he hesitated for only a moment, and finally controlled the Tianxu Sangqiong to meet it. Before the ship and the whale were about to collide, he quickly activated two more parts. Demon Buddha Purifying Relics. Buddha's Light Shines. The shield value of the warship's energy shield is temporarily increased by 70%. The effect of black parts on the three-color energy shield is weakened by 30%. Barbarian God Protection. The Blessing of the Emperor Barbarian God. In an instant, the protection outside the hull of the Tianxu Sangqiong ship soared again. Boom! The terrifying myth energy exploded, and the void of the entire star field collapsed on a large scale, and a terrifying energy storm swept across. Warning, the shield value of the energy shield is rapidly decreasing. Ignoring the prompt sound of the Qiongtian intelligent brain that sounded in his ears, Song-Chi shouted with an ethereal body, "Now!" On the side, for 9th level combat forces attacked together, and the terrifying energy attack fell on the 9th level dragon spine tyrant whale. When the sword light of the Azura King accurately hit the head of the dragon spine tyrant whale, its whole body suddenly twitched violently. At the same time, a black light shot out from the Tianxu Sangqiong, which was the slavery light of the Tianquan control ring. Taking advantage of the moment when the tyrant whale's power was disordered, this slavery mark directly hit its soul core. Even so, it still failed in the end. The soul strength of this overlord close to the late 9th level was far beyond imagination. It almost broke free from control several times. Until nearly a year later, when Song-chi hit the last slavery mark into the tyrant whale's forehead, this starry sky overlord finally lowered his proud head. In its huge eyes like stars, the tiny but dazzling figure of the Tianqiu Sangqiong was reflected. Chapter 807. Time flies, and decades have passed in the blink of an eye. After successfully taming 2 9th-level masters, Megalodon and Dragonback Tyrant Whale, Song-chi and Song Yiming did not stop, and later successfully enslaved 5 7th-level golden armored beasts, including 2 8th-level planet devourers. Song-chi only kept the Megalodon and an 8th-level planet devourer, and the other 7 enslaved creatures were all left in the clan. With the existence of the mirror image heavenly power control ring, the ancestors were able to control the 9th-level Dragonback Tyrant Whale. Since then, the 9th-level Dragonback Tyrant Whale has occasionally cruised in the sky of the Dragonback continent, causing all the peepers who saw this scene in the deep void outside the floating land to tremble in their hearts, and involuntarily move the peeping location to a farther place. This is exactly what the Song family wanted. Only with enough external deterrence can the Star Destroyer captains of the family feel free to go out and explore and operate without worrying about the safety of the ancestral land. In just a few decades, the news that the Longji Song family had a 9th-level dragon spine whale spread quickly throughout the entire territory of Xinhua human civilization like a starry sky gale, which made the Longji Song family and the Longji dynasty famous. At the same time, the rumors about Song-chi himself being the 5th emperor of Xinhua civilization also intensified. In response, the Song family did not make any response to the outside world. All the direct lineage members, as always, devoted themselves to the trend of the family's rapid development and were not affected by the outside world at all. This year was the 92nd year since Song-chi and Elder Xinhua reached an agreement, and there were still 8 years before the 100 years of interests. It was also in this year that Song-chi chose to come out of seclusion. It has nothing to do with the astrology civilization, but the quota for bathing in the 9th-level floating land origin energy tide that Big Brother Song Yin applied for has been approved, and he is about to officially attack the galaxy ship. When attacking the Star Destroyer before, the flame-boiling sea was a bit unlucky, and consumed the only opportunity to use the Time Realm fruit. Now attacking the galaxy ship, although it has exchanged an 8th-level Chaos Demon Ape Spirit Bone in advance in the Human Emperor City Defense War, plus the special resource formula that has been gathered, the 9th-level Dominant Source Blood, the 8th-level Evil God Blood, the Mirror Blood Holy Grail, etc., it has a good promotion success rate. If the 9th-level Floating Land Origin Energy Tide is added, the promotion success rate will exceed 60%. Even so, the probability of promotion failure is also very high, and Song-chi went there this time just to be on the safe side. If the Flame Boiling Sea fails to be promoted, he can also use the Time Chessboard to give it a second chance of promotion as soon as possible. Holy Temple Federation, Black Rose Continent. As the ancestral land of the Black Knight Rose Monroe family, the Black Rose floating land has reached the peak of the 8th-level floating land for nearly 100,000 years. With the efforts of the Monroe family, the immortal giant of the Holy Temple Federation, it is now finally about to launch an attack on the 9th-level floating land. When Song-chi arrived in the Tianqiu Sangqiong, he happened to encounter a small Xinhua fleet. The number of warships in this fleet was only dozens, most of which were 4th-level chasing ships, and there were 4 battleships, led by a dreadnought. Under the effect of the Rui Suishin pot, the captain always maintained the Tianqiu Sangqiong, which was several thousand meters long, and was inconspicuous among them. However, even so, it still could not escape the eyes of those who were interested. Outside the Black Rose continent, when a fleet was about to enter the floating land shield, a team of extremely high standards swept out from the floating land. Cole Family Fleet Magnetic Wave Communication Group Chad David Cole, 1 galaxy ship, 3 star destroyers, and more than 10 dreadnoughts. Is this the Monroe family fleet? Darren Cole, look at the rose pattern engraved on their hulls. They are from the Monroe family. Selena Cole, the Black Rose continent is about to be promoted, and they are leaving the ancestral land at this time. Did something happen? Or are they preparing to welcome the upcoming guests? David Cole, no, although the Monroe family is not the top immortal giant force, it is possible that they can only welcome them with such a lineup. I am afraid that only the people of the 4 pillar royal families can be powerful figures among the 4 royal families. Just as the fleet's magnetic wave group chat was full of speculation, everyone suddenly realized something. Selena Cole, no, they seem to be coming towards us. Before the Cole family members in the group chat could think about it, the ultra-high standard fleet that rushed out of the floating land shield had already come all the way to the front. Then the members of the Cole family saw that the deer chaser that joined the team midway slowly swept out of the team and headed towards the Monroe family fleet in front at a leisurely pace. Selena Cole, how did he? The woman murmured, but her eyes saw that the deer chaser that was slowly sweeping forward began to expand rapidly. 10,000 meters. 100,000 meters. 100,000 kilometers. Finally, the whole thing was fixed at 2.1 million kilometers. At the same time, a call followed. Captain Freddie Monroe of the Holy Federation Galaxy welcomed the arrival of the Lord of the Greedy Wolf. As soon as these words came out, the starry sky suddenly became silent. Not only the members of the newly promoted Immortal Family Cole, but also more than a dozen Star Destroyer captains and fearless captains of the Monroe family were also surprised. The Lord of the Big Dipper Hall, the Lord of the Greedy Wolf. In recent years, this name is known to everyone in the entire territory of the Shinhua human civilization. In 300,000 years, the first person after the 4 emperors to obtain the highest authority of the original Shinhua source. The future 5th emperor of the Shinhua civilization by default. No matter which topic, it is undoubtedly a super big melon that can move the hearts of countless citizens of the entire Shinhua civilization. Song Chi didn't care about the reactions of other people around him. He looked directly at Freddie opposite him along the connected magnetic wave communication. After the two nodded to each other, they drove slowly towards the interior of the Black Rose continent while chatting in a formal manner. Seeing that the other party did not seem to have the intention to actively state his purpose, Song Chi, who knew that the other party must have something to ask for, asked directly, "Sir Freddie, if you have something to say, just say it directly." He still had a clear understanding of his current identity and status. Although he had successively obtained the 5th highest authority of the original fire source, and took the initiative to show the 9th level combat power of the Azura King, the Dragon Spine Tyrant Whale, and the Truth Mechanical Battle Star. These things may be okay for him to increase his popularity to a certain extent, but it is absolutely impossible for an immortal giant family separated by hundreds of millions of light years from the Dragon Spine dynasty to put up such a big show to welcome him. Those who offer courtesy for no reason must have something to ask for. Seeing him speak directly, Freddie Monroe's smile disappeared, and after organizing his words, he said, "Your Excellency, the Lord of the Greedy Wolf Palace is indeed quick to speak. In this case, I will not be long-winded. This is the case. I heard that the Lord of the Palace has a 7th level Time Realm tree that can continuously produce 7th level Time Realm fruit. If possible, my Monroe family would like to ask the Lord of the Palace for one." Hearing this, Song Chi raised his eyebrows. Seeing this, Freddie Monroe, who had been observing his expression, was delighted in his heart, knowing that there was a possibility of negotiation. Without waiting for Song Chi to speak, he quickly said again, "Of course, my Monroe family must offer a transaction item that will satisfy the Hall Master. First, I can make the decision to immediately change the location where the noble Song Yin bathes in the tide of the origin energy, which is second only to the origin space of the Earth's core. Secondly, I heard that Hall Master Song Chi is very fond of high-level fire seeds, and these are legendary spiritual fruits treasured by my Monroe family." While speaking, Freddie has sent Song Chi several attribute screenshots. Black Fire Seed item Sky-Splitting Fire. Golden Fire Seed item Nirvana Flame. Legendary Spiritual Fruit Home Spiritual Fruit. Looking at the attribute panels in front of him, Song Chi showed no emotion on the surface, but he was quite moved in his heart. The golden and black fire seeds are necessary for refining top-grade elixirs such as Shengsheng Zaohua Pill, Puqiu Jinxian Pill, and Sanjuan Jinshan Pill. The Homeland Spirit Fruit is produced from the Homeland Tree, a spiritual root in the Sea of Stars, and it has an excellent effect of assisting the cultivation of the guiding technique. It just so happens that nearly 1/3 of the 3,000 years of the bet agreed upon with Emperor Jiang of Xinxia has passed, but his guiding technique is still at level 85. In the future, he will also need to take into account the century-long interest battle on the side of the Astrology Tower civilization, and explore the Dark Abyss Star region. It is when he feels that time is running out, and this Homeland Spirit Fruit is really attractive to him at the moment. After hesitating for a moment, he nodded in agreement. After the two sides finally agreed, in addition to replacing a better bathing place for his elder brother, Song Chi also got a strand of black, 2 strands of gold, and 4 home spirit fruits. On Freddie's side, he successfully obtained a 7th level Time Realm fruit. This thing was left for his legitimate son. Taking advantage of the promotion of Zulu, his legitimate son was also preparing to attack the galaxy ship. With the assistance of this 7th level Time Realm fruit, the success rate would undoubtedly increase greatly. Black Rose Continent, Qilong Slope. This is exactly the location of the bathing origin energy tide that the Monroe family replaced for Song Yin. Compared with the previous place, the geographical location here is indeed much better. Song Chi estimated that the success rate bonus provided by both parties should be 1% to 2% different. As time passed, as the time that had been set long ago arrived, Freddy's son in the floating land core space personally threw the last 8th level peak floating land origin core in his hand into the origin core light group of the Black Rose floating land. The two quickly devoured and merged violently. As the fusion was officially completed, the entire floating land shook violently. The next second, various asteroids and floating land fragments continued to fall from the sky and began to merge with the Black Rose continent under their feet. As time went by, the diameter of the floating land continued to expand. When the Black Rose continent officially completed its promotion, the misty energy tide began to derive and spread in every corner of the continent. In a short time, the warm energy like a spring breeze swept across the entire continent. On Qilong Slope, above the sky, Song Chi and Song Yin stood quietly in the sky. As the energy tide continued, the energy gathered by Qilong Slope became more and more concentrated, and finally continuously injected into the flame-boiling sea, which was quietly hovering in the low sky. "Brother, how is the success rate of promotion?" Beside him, Song Yin closed his eyes tightly, paying full attention to the situation inside the blazing sea. 65.4%. Song Chi's eyes narrowed slightly. 65.4%. This success rate is not high, nor is it low. The reason why it is not high is for himself. And if compared with those ordinary Star Destroyer captains, if they can have this success rate of promotion, I am afraid they will laugh in their dreams. Song Yin was not in a hurry to start the promotion. At present, the energy tide has just started, and it will take some time to reach the peak. Time passed by minute, and at a certain moment Song Chi suddenly spoke. "Now!" With his perception, he naturally captured the highest point of the energy tide of the floating land under his feet. After asking, Song Yin did not hesitate at all, and directly started the battleship promotion. At this moment, the promotion success rate of boiling sea with flames barely broke through 70%, reaching 70.21%. Buzz, the warship trembled slightly, and strands of dark energy flowed over the hull of the fiery sea, as if the entire warship was covered with a layer of fluorescence. Tick 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 tick. Time passed by minute, and in Song Yan's eyes, the few seconds that were just a blink of an eye in the past seemed particularly long. Until a certain moment, a sound of metal friction came from the hull of the warship, and then the hull of the warship began to expand slowly. Song Chi was a little surprised by Song Yan's side, but his eyes were more filled with joy. Obviously, the fiery sea succeeded this time, and directly completed the transformation from a star destroyer to a galaxy ship. Compared with the previous Tianqiu Sangqiong, it was much wider, which was why Song Chi was a little surprised. At his side, Song Yin let out a long sigh of relief, and his heart finally relaxed, followed by an irrepressible ecstasy. The upgrade of his flagship to galaxy ship means that it is only a matter of time before he, the direct captain, breaks through the 8th level in the future. And what does the 8th level guidance mean? The long lifespan of 300,000 years is the biggest surprise for all Xinhua captains, without a doubt. Brother, congratulations. Thank you. The goal was achieved, and the two did not stay in the Black Rose continent for long, and soon returned to the Dragon Ridge continent through the market. When the Star Destroyer captains in the clan learned that Song Yan's flagship had been successfully upgraded, the entire Dragon Whale Hall was filled with laughter. However, at Song Wujiang's suggestion, the news of the successful upgrade of the Fiery Sea was temporarily blocked. According to Song Wujiang's opinion, it would be better to wait for Song Yin to retreat for a while, and wait for the subsequent guidance technique to break through, and then announce it to the public, so as to avoid accidents. Song Chi neither agrees nor disagrees with this. With the 9th level Dragon Spine Tyrant Whale in charge, as long as Song Yin stays in the Dragon Spine continent, it is almost impossible for an accident to happen. But sooner or later, he has to retreat, and it is better to retreat one day earlier to seek a breakthrough. After dealing with these things, Song Chi came to the Red Star continent again. Astrology City. As another 8th level trading city on the Red Star Super Dimension continent, Astrology City is not much different from Holy Light City. The biggest difference is that there is only a 7-story astrology tower in the Holy Light City, while this Astrology City has the only 8-story astrology tower in the entire continent. After meeting with the 8th level year astrologer Elder Xinghui here, under the guidance of the other party, Song Chi went to the astrology tower civilization territory behind the other party through the superdimensional portal. As a top-level advanced civilization, the Astrology Tower civilization occupies a small river system community. The number of river systems in the entire community is only 600. However, as a rare astrologer in the Star Sea, many civilizations in the Broken Star Sea are willing to befriend it, which has formed the Astrology Tower Civilization Alliance centered on the Astrology Tower river system community. The bright starlight flows outside the superdimensional portal. When Song-Chi crossed the light curtain shining with starlight, the scene in front of him made him slightly absent-minded. The hinterland river system of the Astrology Tower civilization. The Sky Corridor river system completely subverted his understanding of the starry sky. Countless astrology towers are suspended in the vacuum. They are not built on planets or floating land, but directly based on the starry sky. These towers are flowing with silver-blue light, and they are connected to each other by bridges woven by starlight, forming a three-dimensional network covering the entire star field. It's spectacular, isn't it? Elder Xinghui's voice came from beside him. The 8th-level astrologer's white robe was dotted with star patterns that seemed to breathe, and he never stopped explaining. Each astrology tower is the residence of a high-level astrologer, and it is also an instrument for observing the stars. Song-Chi glanced at the nearest 7-story astrology tower and found that its base was not solid, but supported by some kind of space folds. The tower was surrounded by 12 microstars, which slowly moved according to some mysterious trajectory. These stars, they are artificially cultivated. Elder Xinghui proudly explained, one of the greatest inventions of our astrology tower civilization is the star cradle technology, which can cultivate microstars with specific properties and provide a steady stream of energy for astrology. Tianqiu Sangqiong followed Elder Xinghui's pilot ship and passed through this dazzling starry wonder. Song-Chi noticed that the deeper into the river system, the more magnificent the scale of the astrological tower. When they approached the central area, a transparent 9-story tower appeared in the field of vision. Its height was counted in light years. It stood in the starry sky, majestic and dazzling. That is the Eye of the Stars, the supreme temple of our civilization. Elder Xinghui's tone became solemn. Only the 9th-level great astrologer is qualified to enter the top floor. Song-Chi narrowed his eyes and found that the giant tower was not fixed, but was undergoing some kind of slow space jump. Every time it flashed, it would appear in a different starry coordinate, but always maintained its relative position with the surrounding astrological towers. Obviously, this super astrology tower is not a target standing in the starry sky. Its base contains the most advanced starry sky skills of the entire astrologer civilization. Once activated, this super astrology tower will be able to transform into a starry sky magic turret that can travel through the starry sky at high speed, giving a terrifying blow to the invaders of the outside civilization. Staring at the Eye of Stars that is light years high, Song-Chi's fingertips are unconsciously rubbing it. Every time the base of the Eye of Stars makes a space jump, the runes on the surface of the giant tower will flow out different starlight trajectories, as if interpreting some kind of cosmic truth. Space anchoring technology? He asked softly. Elder Xinghui looked at him with a little surprise. The Lord of the Greedy Wolf has a good eye, but to be more precise, it is the dimensional folding technology. The Eye of Stars exists in 7 dimensions at the same time. What you see is just its projection in the main material world. Song-Chi nodded slightly, but his consciousness had quietly unfolded. With the powerful perception of the 8th-level mind and the power of the pupil, he did capture the 6 looming tower shadows. They were like reflections in the water, swaying with the fluctuations of the dimensions. After confirming this, he narrowed his eyes slightly and secretly sighed in his heart. Sure enough, every civilization with a long heritage must have its own unique scientific and technological means or top-secret skills. Even if they are not hegemonic civilizations, they are definitely not something that outsiders can despise. Chapter 808. As the fleet continued to move forward, Song-Chi noticed that the distribution of astrological towers along the way became sparse, replaced by a platform composed of nebulae. Hundreds of warships of various shapes were parked in the center of the platform, some of which were obviously different from human technology. We have arrived. The temporary station prepared by the Star Moon Council for representatives of all parties. Elder Xinghui pointed to an independent 6-story astrological tower on the edge of the platform. That is the station allocated to human civilization. According to the agreement, you will have the right to use the top floor. Just as the Tianqiu Sangqiong was about to land, Song-Chi suddenly frowned. His consciousness captured several hostile scanning waves from a black warship shaped like a blade not far away. What is that? Elder Xinghui followed his gaze, and his face changed slightly. The splitter-class star-crushing ship of the Takma civilization. Strange. They never participated in the competition for interests in the Star Turtle continent in previous years. Before he finished speaking, the black warship suddenly lit up a row of scarlet light spots, like an open eye. An invisible space wave swept across, distorting the starlight wherever it passed. However, this method was not only aimed at the Tianqiu Sangqiong, but also swept most of the other creatures around it that were invited by the astrologer civilization to participate in the war. The only thing that was skipped was the Rakshasa dead soul ship of the Rakshasa clan in the center. Song Qi was unmoved. After the incoming space wave touched the Mythpulse energy shield on the outer layer of the warship, it only caused a weak ripple on the energy shield, and soon turned into light spots all over the sky and dissipated into nothingness. He had heard of the Takma civilization. This was also a top-level advanced civilization in the boundless Broken Star Sea. It occupied a half-galaxy community, and had nearly 5 peak 9th-level destroyer-class star-breaking ships exposed, which were slightly stronger than the Xinhua human civilization before it was promoted to the Overlord. However, the Breaker-class star-crushing ship in front of him only has the most ordinary 9th-level combat power, so Song Qi doesn't take it seriously. Even so, it doesn't mean that he will remain silent. He only heard him speak lightly in the communication channel. As a guest, the other party has crossed the line a little. Elder Xinghui frowned and quickly responded, "Palm Master, please forgive me. This Takma civilization should be an assistant invited by the Sanction Tower above. How dare they take action in the range of the Eye of the Stars? I will protest to the Parliament now." Song Qi nodded and didn't say anything more. He knew that this so-called protest would probably not be responded to. The Sanction Tower mentioned by the other party was the 9th-level astrology tower standing on the top of the astrology tower civilization. The target was the 4 imperial royal families of the Xinhua civilization before it was promoted to the Overlord. It was a real pillar of the civilization. How could the helpers they had invited to help them before the end of this battle for interests be refuted and warned for such a small matter? Seeing that Song Qi really didn't care, Elder Xinghui breathed a sigh of relief. The 2 warships continued to advance, and soon Song Qi climbed to the top floor of the 6-story astrology tower. This was a hemispherical observatory with completely transparent walls, overlooking the entire platform. He noticed that in addition to the Rakshasa tribe and the Takma civilization, there were several alien fleets that were also very powerful. This made him look sideways. According to what Elder Xinghui had said before, the previous dozens of battles were far from being as spectacular as this. Before he could think about it, Elder Xinghui, who had left not long ago, quickly returned and brought him a brand new news. Through the initiative of the 3-eyed royal family of the Star Turtle continent, this small continental battle for interests was changed to a large-scale battle for interests that was originally held once every 30,000 years. The 2 types of interest battles lasted for 100 years, with the only difference being that once the small-scale interest battle ended, the territory seized by each party could only last for 1,000 years, and a war would need to be started again after 1,000 years, while the large-scale interest battle, once it ended, would last for up to 10,000 years. Upon hearing this news, Song Qi suddenly realized that everything made sense. Time passed, and several years passed in a flash as Song Qi spent more time in seclusion on the top floor of the astrology tower. On this day, Elder Xinghui took the initiative to come to the door, which also meant that the time for the battle for the Star Turtle continent was approaching, and they had to set off. Elder Xinghui's white robe glowed slightly silver under the starlight. He tapped his fingertips, and the star disk projection unfolded, revealing a holographic map of the Star Turtle continent. Palace Master Tan Lang, according to the Parliament's allocation, we are responsible for capturing the Tianjing Mountains in the east of the continent, where there are 3 strategic star energy veins and a star observation tower left by an ancient 9th-level star turtle. Song Qi swept his eyes across the map. The Tianjing Mountains are steep and easy to defend, but difficult to attack. The Starfall Peak in the center of the mountain is a commanding height. If you can occupy it, you can overlook the entire Eastern Theater. What are the attack routes of the 3-eyed royal family, the Spirit Talisman family, the Terra civilization, and the Red Spirit family? The 3-eyed royal family is responsible for the Western Frost Icefield. The Spirit Talisman ancestor attacks the Southern Ancient Talisman Forest. The Terra civilization occupies the Northern Star Relic Desert, and the Red Spirit family goes straight to the Central Plain. Elder Xinghui adjusted the star disk, and the attack routes of each force lit up with light bands of different colors. According to the rules, within 100 years, whoever has an absolute advantage in a certain area will subsequently gain control of the area for 10,000 years. The Tianqiu Sangqiong passed through the Star Gate, and the real Star Turtle continent finally appeared before us. This ninth-level floating land is shaped like a giant turtle, and the periphery of the continent is shrouded in colorful aurora, which is a natural space barrier. The surface of the continent is undulating, and the most eye-catching is the 7-star observation towers standing on the central plain. Those are the observation towers left by the 9th-level star turtles in the endless years of the past. They can effectively attract the arrival and convergence of extraterrestrial star energy. They are also the 7 richest and most numerous areas in the entire star turtle continent. Space anchoring is completed. The mechanical sound sounded, and the warship was steadily anchored outside the atmosphere. Song-Chi noticed that the fleet of the three-eyed royal family, not far away, had already deployed its formation, and the silver-white warships were arranged like stars, and the iconic three-eyed divine totem was inlaid on the hull. "It seems that they are more anxious than us," Song-Chi said lightly. Elder Xinghui looked solemn. The three-eyed royal family is good at mental control. Their divine eye matrix can interfere with the energy core of the enemy, including technological carriers, battleships, mechas, star fortresses, etc. Be careful. Song-Chi nodded slightly, and turned his eyes to the other side. The fleet of the Lingfu clan was slowly entering the atmosphere. The surface of their warships was engraved with ancient runes, and each rune contained different laws of power. "Prepare to land," Song-Chi ordered. "Our target is Xingyue Peak." When the warships broke through the atmosphere, the portholes were red. Song-Chi's divine sense had already covered the entire mountain range, and he instantly grasped the battlefield situation. Xingyue Peak, occupied by a group of native star beasts Tianjing Leipeng. These star beasts can control lightning, and their combat power is comparable to that of a 7th-level captain. Eastern mineral veins. They have been occupied by the mechanical puppet troops of the Taro civilization. They are good at building defense lines, and each puppet is equipped with a space interference device. 7-star observation towers, currently unoccupied, but there are ancient prohibitions in the towers. Rushing in may trigger unknown dangers. Adjust the landing coordinates and directly airdrop to the Starfall Peak. Song-Chi ordered decisively. The warships drew brilliant flame tails on the sky of the Star Turtle continent, and a large number of Star Core power armor of the Star Moon Tower Alliance opened the buffer device at the same time and landed heavily on the peak platform. Roar. The group of Tianjing Leipeng immediately noticed the invaders. The leading Leipeng king flapped his wings and flew high. His wings spread out for 2 million kilometers. Thunder intertwined between his wings, and thousands of destructive lightnings were struck in an instant. Form a formation. The accompanying astrologers quickly formed a star formation, and the star staffs in their hands shot out beams of light, interweaving into a defensive barrier. However, the Leipeng king's attack was too violent, and the astrologers themselves were not good at fighting, so cracks soon appeared in the barrier. Thousands of Starcore power armors held up Starcore turrets, and beams of Starcore particles shot out, trying their best to block the terrifying thunder from the sky, but they were still powerless. Above the Xingyue Mountains, Song-Chi in the main control room of the Tianqiu Sangqiong was unmoved, just gently raised his hand. The next second, infinite holy light overflowed from the hull of the warship, and in an instant it condensed into a phantom of the Holy Light Angel's true spirit. After the appearance of this phantom of the Holy Light Angel's true spirit, it directly enveloped most of the astrologers of the Star Moon Tower Alliance below, blocking 90% of the thunder from striking them. This was not over yet. At the same time, the void above the head of the 8th-level late-stage Thunder Pung King in the sky was suddenly torn apart, and a white bone chain pierced through the void and accurately wrapped around his huge body. This is easy. Even though King Lei Peng mobilized the sky thunder to attack, the bone chain never loosened at all. King Lei Peng's movements froze in midair, and a look of fear appeared in his eyes. Submit or die. Song-Chi's voice was calm, but it contained an irresistible will. Unexpectedly, this King Lei Peng seemed to be unruly and irritable, but he was unexpectedly smart. He seemed to see that Song-Chi's strength was far beyond imagination. After struggling for a while, he lowered his head. The creature itself voluntarily surrendered, and the subsequent enslavement of the Ring of Heavenly Power Control was naturally very smooth. The enslavement of a late 8th-level Lei Peng was an unexpected surprise. But Song-Chi didn't care. After occupying Xingyue Peak, he first stationed here. After the Xingyue Tower Alliance built a standard 8th-level astrology tower here, he left an 8th-level astrologer of the Alliance to be responsible for stationing here, and then he continued to lead the Alliance team to advance to many surrounding areas. Since he promised Elder Xinghui, he would naturally go all out to help the Star Moon Tower Alliance occupy more territory, as much as possible. As for the 7-star observation towers, with the strength of the Star Moon Tower Alliance, even if they really occupied them, It would be difficult for the Star-Moon Tower Alliance to defend them in the future, and it was not included in Song Chi's advancement plan. That was the battlefield between the Sanctioned Tower and the Three-Eyed Royal Family, Taro Civilization, Spirit Talisman Clan, Red Spirit Clan, and other forces. However, the battlefield situation changes rapidly, and plans often cannot keep up with the changes. On this day, a star-dividing ship came from afar. It came from the Sanctioned Tower army, and came for help. According to him, in the past few decades, 5 of the 7 star observation towers have been occupied, including 3 from the Three-Eyed Royal Family, 1 each from the Spirit Talisman Clan and Taro Civilization. The last 2 remaining towers are also in a fierce competition, and the current situation of the Sanctioned Tower troops is not good. The Rakshasa tribe forcibly blocked the Three-Eyed Royal Family. With only 1 Worldbreaker-class star-crushing ship of the Takma Civilization, they are no match for the Red Spirit tribe. So the Sanctioned Tower Command Center took the initiative to seek support from the giant forces under its command. Song Chi seemed a little hesitant about this. If it was just empty talk, he would not be like this. The key is that the Sanctioned Tower has taken out a lot of top items. Among them, what attracted Song Chi the most was not the colorful lower-level microstellar reactor, nor the various black star sea wonders, but a wisp of inconspicuous silver fire wonder. It was the wood fire that he was missing from the Samadhi True Fire. Previously, the Immortal Realm continent encountered an accident, and what he cared about most was that he could not get this wood fire. After hesitating for a moment, Song Chi's eyes were determined and nodded in agreement. Over the past few decades, he has conquered a lot of territory for the Star-Moon Tower Alliance. With the strength of the Star-Moon Tower Alliance, they have basically reached the upper limit of the territory they can normally garrison, and Elder Xinghui has no objection to this. A few days later, the Tianqiu Sanqiong set off alone, flying all the way to the direction of the Sanctioned Tower's large forces in the distance. Even though there was a long distance of no less than tens of thousands of light years, he could still vaguely sense the strands of energy waves emanating from that direction, which was a chain reaction derived from a large-scale war. On the battlefield of the Eclipse Tower, hundreds of millions of combat units from various civilizations gathered here. On the endless battlefield, combat units of various races died every moment, and continuous explosions resounded through the sky. In the deepest part of the sky, the main fleets of the Three-Eyed Clan and the Rakshasa Clan, 2 dominant civilizations, were confronting each other with all their might. Both sides were dominant civilizations with similar strength and background in the Broken Star Sea. At this moment, the number of fleets arriving at the Eclipse Tower battlefield was almost the same, so the highest commanders of both sides tacitly chose to confront each other silently. For the Red Spirit Clan, the Spirit Talisman Clan, the Taro Clan, and other civilizations below, it was naturally the best news that the fleets of the 2 dominant civilizations did not take action, but for the Sanctioned Tower side, it was no longer uncomfortable. In order to mobilize the main force of the Rakshasa Clan, the Sanctioned Tower took out a lot of rare resources, but in the end, it got such a result, which was obviously unacceptable. However, at this critical moment of the battle, no matter how unhappy he was, he could only suppress it. On the outskirts of the battlefield, the Tianqiu Sanqiong, hidden deep in the void, has arrived at the battlefield. Through the holographic exterior of the warship, Song Chi saw that the towering Eclipse Tower in the center of the entire battlefield was almost surrounded by the Red Fleet of the Red Spirit Clan. The surface of these flame-shaped warships flowed with lava-like lines, and each volley would leave a long-lasting burn mark in the void. On the other side of the Eclipse Tower, a pitch-black splitter-class star-crushing ship was struggling to support. Although the warships of the Takma Civilization were powerful, they were already scarred by the overwhelming offensive of the Red Spirit Clan, and many scarlet spots on the hull had dimmed. Your Excellency, Lord of the Greedy Wolf Palace, you are finally here. After Song Chi took the initiative to connect to the encrypted communication, the anxious voice of the commander of the Sanctioned Tower came from the channel. The Red Spirit Tribe has used the Burning Heaven Furnace, which is a forbidden weapon created by them from the fragments of the Origin of Fire rules extracted from the Sea of Laws by special means. If this continues, Song Chi's eyes fixed, and he saw a huge blood-red fireball suspended above the Eclipse Tower, which was constantly spraying destructive energy torrents around. Wherever it passed, even the space was burned into twisted collapse zones. And you have to know that this is on a 9th-level floating land with extremely high spatial stability. It is conceivable how terrifying the power of the heaven-burning furnace used by the other party is. I understand. Song Chi nodded, and a solemn look flashed in his eyes. Tianqiu Sanqiong suddenly accelerated, and the mythical pulse energy shield on the surface of the ship rippled. When approaching the center of the battlefield, Song Qi decisively activated the angel kingship wings. In an instant, a brilliant shadow of the holy light angel true spirit appeared in the void, blocking all the lava attacks of the Red Spirit clan. Is that a warship of human civilization? In the Red Spirit clan's flagship, a figure covered in flames frowned slightly. How dare the Ant-human race interfere in the affairs of our Red Spirit clan? He snorted coldly and waved his hand. Activate the core of the burning heaven furnace. The red fireball above the Eclipse Tower suddenly shrank, and then burst into a light more dazzling than a star. A pillar of fire with a diameter of more than 10 million kilometers shot straight towards the Tianxu Sangqiong. Song Qi's expression remained unchanged, and his mind was turning rapidly. Just as the pillar of fire was about to hit the warship, the shadow of the 9th-level Holy Light Angel's true spirit on the top of the Tianxu Sangqiong suddenly transformed into a towering emperor barbarian god. The oncoming destructive flame attack failed to completely wipe out the shadow of the emperor barbarian god until the end. What? The commander of the Red Spirit clan stood up in shock. Before he could give any new orders, Song Qi had already launched a counterattack. The main gun on the bow of the Tianxu Sangqiong ship lit up with brilliant light, and a beam of light containing a large number of high-dimensional particles instantly crossed the void and accurately hit the heaven-burning furnace. High-dimensional particle collapse cannon collapsing particle flow. At the same time, a blood-colored figure rushed out of the open hatch of the battleship. After rushing out of the battleship, the blood-colored figure expanded rapidly, and when it recovered its peak form, the Azura Emperor swung out the heavenly fate-slashing sky sword in his hand. The ultimate three-color sword light tore through the sky, and followed the high-dimensional particle flow, and also accurately chopped on the heaven-burning furnace. Boom! The dazzling explosion illuminated the entire area above the Star Eclipse Tower. When the endless energy and light dissipated, the forbidden weapon of the Red Spirit clan had already fallen into the space collapse field, and it was about to be completely swallowed by the space collapse zone and turned into countless fragments. This is impossible. The commander of the Red Spirit tribe roared. It contains the rules of fire. His words stopped abruptly, because the bow of the Tianxu Sangqiong once again condensed a dazzling white light, locking onto the burning heaven furnace for the second time. There was no need for Song Qi to speak. The voice of the Red Spirit tribe's highest commander, who was originally unwilling, had spread throughout the battlefield through the public channel. Stop! Our Red Spirit tribe is willing to withdraw from this battle for the Star Turtle continent. Burning Heaven Furnace is one of the Red Spirit tribe's strongest attack methods, and it is extremely important to the entire civilization. They would rather withdraw from this battle than to keep this burning Heaven Furnace. Song Qi originally had no intention of being aggressive, and he took the opportunity to cancel the energy storage of the battleship's guns. But at this time, the voice of the Red Spirit tribe commander came again from the opposite side. You are from the Xinhui human civilization, right? As expected of you, the captain of the galaxy, the new hegemon civilization. In this battle, our Red Spirit clan lost with conviction. This was originally an excuse for the Red Spirit clan to justify its defeat, but it attracted great attention from other civilizations on the battlefield. Even the Rakshasa clan and the Three-Eyed Royal Fleet, who were confronting each other in the depths of the sky, frequently cast their prying eyes. Xinhui human civilization is a newly promoted hegemonic civilization in the past few thousand years. There are also rumors that on the day of the new hegemony, a 10th Order holy angel fell at the hands of the new mythical captain of the Xinhui civilization. Such a reputation has been widely spread in the entire Infinite Star Sea in recent times. How could it not attract the attention of interested civilizations? Chapter 809. Song Qi ignored the words of the commander of the Red Spirit clan, and only responded lightly. Since you choose to withdraw, please evacuate the range of the Star Eclipse Tower immediately. You only have half a day. If there are still Red Spirit clan teams stranded by then, I will personally send them away. Faced with this extremely strong word, the high-level Red Spirit clan glared at him, but did not dare to say much. The Red Spirit clan fleet soon began to retreat in an orderly manner. Those warships with flame patterns drew red tracks in the void, like lava at low tide. With the withdrawal of the Red Spirit clan, the battle situation around the Star Eclipse Tower suddenly became clear. The commander of the Sanctioned Tower immediately seized the opportunity, and commanded the troops to quickly take over the control of the Star Eclipse Tower. Master Tan Lang, thanks to your timely support. The grateful voice of the 9th-level astrologer of the Sanctioned Tower came from the communication channel. As agreed, the Woodfire Wonder is ready. Song Qi nodded slightly, but did not wait for him to speak. At this moment, a violent space fluctuation suddenly came from the depths of the sky. He frowned and looked up. He saw that between the Three-Eyed Royal family and the Rakshasa family fleet that were originally confronting each other, the void suddenly twisted and tore, and a giant battleship with a silver body and mysterious patterns on the surface slowly sailed out. The shape of this battleship is like an open vertical pupil, exuding a frightening pressure. Song Chi is not unfamiliar with this special form of battleship. The three-eyed royal family's dominant flagship that the family still retains is very similar to the current battleship, but the size is much smaller than the other. That is, the main flagship of the three-eyed royal family's Eye of Heavenly Punishment. The commander of the Sanction Tower had an obvious tremor in his voice. They actually used this super battleship with a combat power that reaches the peak of the 9th level. Song Chi's eyes narrowed. The aura emitted by this warship has surpassed the ordinary 9th level, and is approaching the quasi-mythical level. The fleet of the Rakshasa clan seemed to realize the seriousness of the situation, and began to slowly retreat. Palace Master Tan Lang, the situation has changed. Elder Xinghui, who had followed all the way, suddenly sent a communication. The three-eyed royal family seems to be preparing to forcibly seize control of all star observation towers. Song Chi swept his eyes across the battlefield and found that the three-eyed royal family fleet that was originally scattered in other star observation towers had not been mobilized. It seems that they intend to forcibly seize control of this star eclipse tower, Song Chi said in a deep voice. At this moment, the bow of the Eye of Heavenly Punishment class battleship suddenly lit up with a dazzling silver light, and a beam of light with a diameter of more than tens of millions of kilometers pierced through, aiming directly at the Star Eclipse Tower. No, they want to seize the Star Eclipse Tower by force. Lord Greedy Wolf, please help me punish the tower again. The commander of the Sanction Tower explained that the importance of the Star Turtle continent is actually more important than imagined. In the past nearly 100,000 years, with the help of the high-level star tortoise shells produced in the Star Turtle continent, the Sanction Tower has gradually widened the gap with the other 10 or so 9th-level towers of the astrologer civilization. Now, it has a faint reputation as the first tower of the astrology tower civilization. At this critical moment, relying on the Star Eclipse Tower that has been occupied, he is absolutely sure to completely consolidate the status of the Sanction Tower in the next 10,000 years, so the Star Eclipse Tower must not be lost. Song Chi was unmoved, and the Tianqiu Sangqiong quietly hovered without making any response. In his opinion, although the wood fire, he saw it was related to the Samadhi true fire, its value could not be calculated as an ordinary silver wonder, but in the hands of the other party, it was far from being calculated in this way. The previous action to deal with the Red Spirit clan was already in exchange for the reward of Mu Xianghua. It would be unreasonable to let him fight against the main fleet of a hegemonic civilization head-on. Boom! The deafening explosion sounded through the sky, and the terrifying energy shock waves swept in all directions. When the light faded, the Star Eclipse Tower still stood tall, but the surrounding space had been shattered, forming a huge void vortex. It actually blocked it? The high-level people from the Sanction Tower were stunned. The attack of the Eye of Heavenly Punishment was a terrifying force that could easily destroy a small river system. However, they soon realized that the reason why this violent superdetonation failed to damage the tower of the Star Eclipse Tower was that it had been carefully reinforced and nurtured by a number of 9th-level star turtles in the past countless years. This attack only consumed the boundless starlight lingering outside the tower. But everyone knew that after this attack, the stars would dim by half. As long as the Eye of Heavenly Punishment flagship above the sky hits again, the defense of the Star Eclipse Tower will be broken, and the entire observation tower will be completely exposed to external attacks. Just thinking about it, the Eye of Heavenly Punishment flagship above the sky has once again condensed to dazzling white light, and it is obviously storing energy for the second time. Seeing this, the high-level officials of the Sanction Tower became more and more anxious. Your Excellency, Lord of the Greedy Wolf Palace, as long as you can stop this Eye of Heavenly Punishment flagship, I, the Sanction Tower, will offer you 3 9th-level Starry Sky Planetary Hearts with both hands after the war. Song Chi narrowed his eyebrows slightly. This 9th-level Starry Sky Planetary Heart was what he had proposed before, but the other party did not agree, and only promised the wood fire and 2 black wonders. Now they directly reported 3 copies. Obviously they were really anxious. Song Chi's eyes were uncertain, and he had not given a definite answer. Above the sky, the white light gathered at the bow of the Eye of Heavenly Punishment flagship was extremely bright. At a certain moment, the white light suddenly turned into a blazing light column and shot out towards the Star Eclipse Tower again. Sir Tanling! Among the star-level starships in the Sanction Tower, a group of high-level tower officials opened their eyes wide, and their voices were already filled with a hint of prayer. Whether it was the Rakshasa tribe or the Takma civilization, They also asked for help, but both sides had clearly refused and did not dare to confront the Eye of Heavenly Punishment flagship head-on. At present, Song-Chi, who was born in the human civilization of the Inheritance, was their only hope. At this moment, Song-Chi moved. Under his control, a few spatial fluctuations suddenly flashed on the hull of the Tianqiu Sangqiong, and the next second the entire warship suddenly disappeared. When it reappeared, it was already above the Star Eclipse Tower. More precisely, it was located in the middle of the Star Eclipse Tower, and the Eye of Heavenly Punishment flagship. Above the warship, the blazing light column stimulated by the Eye of Heavenly Punishment flagship was like a world-destroying meteorite, overwhelming and making it difficult for people to resist. However, Song-Chi reacted very quickly. The Azura King, who had already rushed out of the warship, and the Megalodon Star Shark, who had just rushed out, attacked one after another. The Heavenly Fate slashing sky sword was wrapped in the death law of the Lord of Laws, and slashed fiercely, attached with the inherited magical power of the Azura clan Ashura Time Slash, and turned into a sharp sword light that swept out. The Megalodon Star Shark released the countless bone spurs on its back, which turned into a bone drill, and also shot towards the blazing light column. This is not over yet. The mirror battleship Tianqiu Sangqiong also did not waste time. A quantum sword light of amazing length followed behind, leaving only a sharp sword chant. Boom boom boom. 3 9th-level attacks collided with the light column emitted by the God Eye Sky Punishment cannon one after another, and a terrifying energy storm broke out above the sky. Even so, Song-Chi still underestimated the Sky Punishment Eye flagship. It was naturally reasonable to be called the first flagship under the myth of the Three-Eyed Clan civilization. After defeating 3 9th-level attacks in a row, its power was still not completely exhausted. In the end, it was the Megalodon who took the initiative to take over and consume the last bit of power of the blazing light column. But this inevitably caused the Megalodon to suffer a lot of injuries. But the result was good after all. After this, all the creatures in the entire Star Eclipse Tower battlefield had great respect for Song-Chi, the master of the Greedy Wolf Hall, who came from the Xinhua civilization, and the Tianqiu Sangqiong under his feet. Until this moment, all living beings truly put the human civilization on an equal level with the Three-Eyed tribe. After all, although Song-Chi mainly relied on 2 9th-level slave creatures to block the attack of the Heavenly Punishment Eye flagship head-on, he was able to enslave 2 9th-level masters at the 8th level, which in itself proved that Song-Chi himself was extraordinary, right? Suddenly, a majestic voice came from the communication channel. "Human, you are very good, but I don't believe you can block the next attack." Song-Chi narrowed his eyes, and responded coldly, "You can try it." His voice echoed in the void, with a strong determination not to give in. Above the sky, the silver-white Eye of Heavenly Punishment class flagship suddenly lit up with lines on its surface, and began to wriggle like a living thing. The vertical pupil-shaped structure at the bow began to rotate rapidly, and the terrifying energy fluctuations caused the space of the entire continent's sky to begin to distort. "Be careful, that is the ultimate form of the divine Eye Heavenly Punishment cannon." Elder Xinghui's voice sounded rapidly in the communication channel. Song-Chi's eyes were solemn, and he could feel the destructive energy that was gathering. This was definitely not an attack that an ordinary 9th level could resist, and it had already touched the threshold of the mythical level. "Azura Emperor, Megalodon, prepare to defend with all your strength," Song-Chi ordered in a deep voice. At the same time, his mind moved, and the surface of the Tianqiu Sangqing mirror warship also emerged with strands of mysterious fluctuations. At the top of the sky, the energy storage of the Eye of Heavenly Punishment flagship was finally completed, and another silver-white light column was shot out. Although the diameter of the light column this time was only 1 million kilometers, the threat it brought to Song-Chi was far greater than before. Wherever the light column passed, the space collapsed, forming a dark void passage. In front of the mirror battleship, the Azura Emperor held the Heavenly Fate slashing sky sword, and the law of death and the power of Azura were perfectly integrated, slashing out a black sword light that crossed the sky, and the Megalodon opened its bloody mouth and spewed out a destructive beam containing the power of the stars. The two forces collided with the silver-white light column, bursting out a dazzling light that was enough to illuminate the entire continent. The terrifying shock waves swept across the 4 directions, and even the star observation tower in the distance shook violently. However, this was far from enough. The silver-white light column triggered by the ultimate form of the Divine Eye's Sky Punishment Cannon defeated the 2 attacks with overwhelming force, and continued to shoot towards the Tianqiu Sangqiong cave. At this critical moment, Song-Chi suddenly raised a sneer, his eyes flashed, and he shouted, "I've been waiting for this moment." The mysterious energy on the surface of Tianqiu Sangqiong suddenly lit up, and a dark blue space barrier was instantly deployed. Shockingly, this barrier did not block the attack, but blocked the silver-white light column, and deflected it, returning directly to the original path, shooting straight at the flagship of the Eye of Heavenly Punishment. Reprint Scales of Thorns, Eternal Protection of Scales of Thorns. What? The shocked voice of the three-eyed royal commander came from the sky. The deflected light column shot straight at the flagship of the Eye of Heavenly Punishment. Unexpectedly, the strongest flagship of the three-eyed royal family exploded with gorgeous fireworks above the sky. Damn humans! The furious voice of the three-eyed royal commander exploded in the communication channel. Song Qi turned a deaf ear to it. His eyes were fixed on the flagship of the Eye of Heavenly Punishment that was hit by the Thorn rebound attack. The mysterious silver lines on the surface of the Eye of Heavenly Punishment were flashing violently, and it was obvious that the defensive force field on the surface of the ship had been seriously damaged. Good opportunity. Song Qi's eyes flashed. The Tianqiu Sangqiong mirror warship suddenly disappeared from the spot, and when it reappeared, it was already close to the flagship of the Eye of Heavenly Punishment. This distance is almost equivalent to close combat for interstellar warships. At the same time, the high-dimensional particle collapse cannon at the bow of the warship was activated again. Under the activation of the high-dimensional judgment attack feature, infinite high-dimensional particles were rapidly gathering. In addition, Song Qi, who was in the Zhudiangsu city, was also ready to activate the neutron star fission feature of the replica neutron star core armor. He had already made up his mind to perish together with the other party. After all, it was only the mirror battleship that he was going to end up with. The Azura King and the Megalodon were also far away at this moment under his command, so he did not have too many concerns. Opposite the mirror battleship, the main control room of the Eye of Heavenly Punishment flagship. In comparison, the faces of the two ninth-level three-eyed people on the side of the three-eyed royal family were extremely ugly, but they could only suppress their anger in the end and activate a piece of colorful space wonder embedded in the control console. The next second, the Eye of Heavenly Punishment flagship flashed violent space fluctuations around it. Even though Song Qi took the initiative to entangle the other ship with the dragon blood-locking demon chain, he still failed to stop the other party from escaping. When the other party reappeared, it was already billions of kilometers away, and at the same time, there was an extremely unwilling command. Three-eyed troops, listen to the order, all evacuate the battlefield. The war was over. Since the departure of the three-eyed royal fleet, there was no longer any dispute over the ownership of this star eclipse tower. The sanctioned tower troops gained control of this star observation tower. In the following 20 years, the competition for the last star observation tower also started soon, but this time, the sanctioned tower did not participate. Just before the end of the century-long battle for interests, the final result came from there. As expected, the last star observation tower was also taken by the three-eyed royal family. So far, this large-scale battle for interests has officially ended. In the next 10,000 years, all the territories of the Star Turtle continent will be divided based on this final result. Song Qi is not too interested in these. He is concerned about what he deserves. One day, at the Star Eclipse Tower on the Star Turtle continent, Song Qi was summoned here by the 9th-level astrologer of the Sanctioned Tower. The top floor of the Star Eclipse Tower. Master Greedy Wolf, this is the reward promised to you. The commander of the Sanctioned Tower personally handed over an exquisite star energy container, which contained a ray of lush green flames, 2 black wonders, and 3 star plant tree hearts that exuded rich life energy. Witnessing the terrifying combat power of the Tianqiu Sangqiong, the 9th-level astrologer gave Song Qi the greatest respect. Song Qi took the container, felt the surging life energy in it, and nodded with satisfaction. Happy cooperation. A few months later, the division of interests in the Star Turtle continent was settled. The Star Moon Tower Alliance gained more territory than expected, and the Sanctioned Tower took over the Star Eclipse Tower. In the future, this will be their territory for thousands of years, and all the profits generated will belong to them. And Song Qi, with wood fire and a generous reward, embarked on a journey back to the human territory of Xinhua. The Tianqiu Sangqiong was shuttling through the sea of stars. Song Qi stood in the main control room of the warship, looking at the endless starry sky ahead, and said with a smile, "The Samadhi true fire is finally gathered." Whispering, a faint light flickered between his eyebrows, and 2 strands of fire flew out from the fire ancestral orifice one after another. One of them was the wood fire that he had just obtained, and the other was the incomplete Samadhi true fire formed by the fusion of stone fire and air fire. With his active control, the 2 strands of flame slowly gathered, and the 2 strands of flame, one silver and one gold, gradually began to merge. As the light flickered, the silver light and the gold light continued to dim. When the two lights were completely dimmed, a brand new flame appeared in front of him. This flame emitted a colorful light, and it was a colorful upper-level fire seed wonder. As he stared, the flame attributes appeared before his eyes. Rare item, Samadhi True Fire. Quality, colorful/upper level. Transformable, fire seed upgraded to fire source. Note, a flame unique to the Immortal Realm civilization, transformed into a star sea rare item under special conditions. With extraordinary power. After reading the attribute panel in front of him, Song-Chi felt a little complicated. Originally, in his guess, there was a high probability that Samadhi True Fire was a colorful extreme fire seed rare item. After all, in the myths and legends of the previous life, Samadhi True Fire was very famous. Now seeing that it was only a 5-color fire seed, to be honest, he was a little disappointed. However, this emotion only lasted for a short while, and soon he appeared in the Shutian market, eager to refine this strand of Samadhi True Fire. If it was a 7-color fire seed, he would not be able to use it in a short time, but the 5-color fire seed was different. Now his fire seed was 3-color, which was just suitable for using this Samadhi True Fire. This process did not last long. It may be that the fire seed had undergone a qualitative change when it changed from black to 3 colors. After a short time, Song-Chi completed the absorption and integration of this strand of Samadhi True Fire. Deep in the fire ancestral acupoint between the eyebrows, the fire seed that was originally 3 colors now has 2 more colors, officially upgraded to 5 colors. With the improvement of the fire seed, Song-Chi also clearly felt that his mind was warmed up, and his mind became much clearer. He knew that this was because the fire soul calming effect of the original fire source seed was strengthened again. Chapter 810. Inside the Tianxu Sangqiong, Song-Chi stood in front of the Qizong's number 004 cultivation secret realm component. As the space wave passed by, his figure suddenly disappeared. After completing the promotion of the fire seed, he immediately turned his attention to the 3 9th-level starry sky plant tree hearts in his hand. The golden apple mother tree in the cultivation secret realm had already absorbed the 9th-level starry sky plant tree heart, but it did not complete the breakthrough to the 9th level. This time, he was looking forward to these 3 9th-level tree hearts. Inside the cultivation secret realm, under the 8th-level golden apple mother tree, Song-Chi looked at this towering ancient tree and slowly raised his hand. As the psionic energy in his body was released, the first 9th-level starry sky plant tree heart in his palm slowly floated towards the trunk of the golden apple mother tree. SSSS. The moment the first 9th-level starry sky plant's heart touched the golden apple mother tree, this starry sky plant that had been standing in the cultivation secret realm for thousands of years began to shake violently, and the rustling sound caused by the collision of branches and leaves spread throughout the secret realm. In the secret realm, a Batian bloodline tribe that Song-Chi also settled and cheered in the distance. Because the time in the secret realm has been accelerated by tens of thousands of times for many years, the number of this Batian bloodline has long been beyond imagination, and the number of high-level Batian clans is not small. After all, the cultivation secret realm has been upgraded to the universe secret realm a long time ago, and the laws of the secret realm itself have been completed, and will not affect the potential of these Batian bloodlines. However, the Batian bloodlines of the 7th and 8th levels have not reached an exaggerated level. No matter how strong the potential of the Batian bloodline is, it is by no means that everyone can break through to the 5th and 6th levels, let alone the 7th and 8th levels. The time acceleration rate of the secret realm itself is extremely amazing. Over the past 3,000 years, no one knows how much time has passed inside. Even the 7th and 8th level Botian bloodlines have been extinguished in the middle. As for why he did not take the initiative to take those Botian bloodlines that have broken through to the 7th and 8th levels out of the secret realm, it is very simple. What Song-Chi needs is the 9th level Botian bloodline. He does not need to rely on the cultivation secret realm for the 7th and 8th level Botian bloodlines. For this reason, for thousands of years, he has consumed a large amount of floating land origins and various spiritual resources in this cultivation secret realm, just to complete the requirements set by the Botian will. At present, with the gradual prosperity of the golden apple mother tree, its purification of the purity of energy in the entire cultivation secret realm, including the efficiency of the secret realm itself in absorbing energy from the depths of the star sea void, has been greatly improved. Even if the golden apple mother tree can be promoted to the 9th level, there will be a certain success rate bonus for those 8th level Botian bloodlines in the secret realm to break through to the 9th level in the future. ignoring the cheers of the Batian bloodline tribe in the distance. After the first 9th level Starry Sky plant tree core was fused, seeing that the Golden Apple Mother tree still showed no signs of promotion, he continued to throw out the second 9th level Starry Sky plant tree core without hesitation. Facts have proved that it is very difficult for 8th level Starry Sky plants to be promoted to the 9th level. This second 9th level tree core still did not cause much reaction from the Golden Apple Mother tree. Forget it, if it really cannot be promoted, there is nothing I can do. At most, I can find a few more in the future. As he said this, he also threw out the last 9th level Starry Sky plant tree core in his hand. This time, the branches and leaves of the Golden Apple Mother tree shook more violently. As the tree core of the 9th level Star Sea Giant Camphor continued to merge with it, Song Chi noticed that the bark on the trunk of the 8th level Golden Apple Mother tree was actually falling off a bit. Seeing this, knowing that this was the first sign before the plant's transformation, Song Chi's mind raced. The next second, he saw a quick movement in his hand, and a storage capsule appeared out of thin air, followed by a few drops of Spring of Life stored in the capsule. Song Chi flicked his finger, and a few drops of Spring of Life quickly shot out to the trunk of the Golden Apple Mother tree in front. As these drops of Spring of Life merged into its roots, it was obvious that the bark on the trunk of the Golden Apple Mother tree loosened, and the degree of shedding increased further, but this was obviously not enough. This Spring of Life was obtained from a previous market transaction. Although it is not a rare item, it is the top spiritual spring water. Compared with the spiritual spring water he has now, it is much better in grade. It contains huge life energy, and has the effect of prolonging life. However, the quantity is too small after all. Just a few drops are not enough to have much effect on an 8th level Starry Sky plant. Song Chi was not surprised. After a few drops of Spring of Life, he waved his hand again, and a large amount of spring water from the 2 spiritual springs in the center of the secret realm in the distance was quickly drawn and injected into the underground roots of the Golden Apple Mother tree. This was not enough. Song Chi took out another thing from the storage capsule in his hand. It was a drop of golden blood the size of a fist, a drop of source blood from an 8th level soul-eating insect. This drop of 8th level source blood was also obtained from a market transaction. It contained the pure life energy transformed from the countless resources devoured by an 8th level soul-eating insect throughout its life. With the infusion of this drop of golden blood, it finally seemed to have completely broken a certain boundary. The trunk of the 8th level Golden Apple Mother tree began to crack layer by layer, and large pieces of blue-gray bark began to fall off continuously. At a certain moment, the bottleneck that restricted the Golden Apple Mother tree was completely broken, and the already towering Golden Apple Mother tree began to grow rapidly again. 3 million kilometers, 5 million kilometers. Until the Starry Sky plant completely stopped growing, the height of its main trunk had exceeded a terrifying 150 million kilometers, officially entering the 9th level from the 8th level. In addition, with this leap-forward life transition, the 7 8th level golden apples that had just grown and were far from mature among its branches and leaves also quickly matured. Carefully putting away these 7 8th level golden apples, Song Chi looked at the increasingly tall ancient tree and thought that after today, only 9th level golden apples would be produced. These 7 8th level golden apples were the last batch. Fortunately, several rounds of production had been completed over the past 3,000 years, and he now had quite a few 8th level golden apples in his hands. A few months later, Song Chi, who had returned to the Dragon Ridge continent halfway, set out on an interstellar journey again. This time, his destination was even farther away, the Dark Abyss Star region, which was more than trillions of light years away from the Shinhoi human civilization. For such a long distance, if the Tianxu Sangqiong was the only one to travel by itself, it would take a very long time, even if the 2,000 years between the subsequent Xinxia continent and the impact on the Xingqian continent were taken into account. However, this did not bother Song Chi. With the rough star map with a radius of 10 trillion light years, and roughly centered on the territory of Shinhoi human civilization, the Star Sea Forbidden Area with a high reputation like the Dark Abyss Star region was naturally marked on the star map. In addition, some coordinates between the territory of Shinhoi civilization and the Dark Abyss Star region left by the exploration of alien star regions in the territory of Shinhoi human civilization for more than 300,000 years, Song Chi used this as a springboard, with the help of the space wormhole generator component of the clan, and successfully crossed trillions of light years, and arrived at the outer area of the Dark Abyss Star region after 3 consecutive wormhole jumps. The Dark Abyss Star region is a huge area stretching over 100 billion light years. It is not only filled with a large amount of violent dark energy, but also covered with countless space cracks, space collapse, and space-scale belts. Naturally, it cannot be directly transmitted into its internal area. Song-Chi needs to control the mirror battleship to slowly sweep in. The outer edge of the Dark Abyss star region is a light space fragmentation zone, and the space is full of cracks like a broken mirror. The Tianqiu Songqing mirror warship slowly swept out of the jump channel, and the surface of the ship was flowing with the dark luster unique to the neutron star core armor. Song-Chi stood in the main control room, and the holographic projection of the Eye of Truth radar clearly marked the space anomaly within a radius of several light years. Dark energy storm fluctuations detected, intensity 8.2. The mechanical sound of the Cheontian intelligent brain echoed in the cabin, but Song-Chi did not pay much attention to it. With the isolation of the Mythpulse energy shield, the dark energy storm of level 8.2 could not threaten the mirror warship. He tapped his fingers lightly, and squinted at the surging dark purple nebula in front of him. There was the soul-splitting corridor marked on the star map, a death zone that even 9th-level creatures dared not easily set foot in. Activate the replica demon Buddha purifying relics Buddha's light shining feature. Song-Chi ordered, and the shining Buddha's light immediately covered the surface of the ship, and the strength of the energy shield on the outer layer of the battleship was greatly improved. He was going to force his way through this soul-splitting corridor. The soul-splitting corridor covered a large area, and it was not easy to make space jumps in this space crack zone. If he took a detour, he would waste a lot of time. But just as the battleship was about to cross this nebula, the Eye of Truth suddenly issued a piercing alarm. Song-Chi's pupils shrank suddenly. The radar showed that 12 space nodes suddenly appeared around the battleship, and soon formed a circle of encirclement without blind spots. Although the mirror battleship had the 3 realms and 5 elements certificate on it, in this extremely unstable space crack zone, the battleship's body was cut by space cracks every moment, and the battleship's concealment effect was difficult to maintain. If not for this, the mirror battleship would never be so easily detected. The Void Shadow Killer Clan. Song-Chi recognized the other party's identity at the first time, and after knowing that it was the Void Shadow Killer Clan, he quickly issued the corresponding order. The warship maintains the current shuttle speed, and at the same time releases the immortal binding traction rope to prepare for interception. Almost at the same second, 12 dark figures jumped out of the space crack. They were shaped like twisted human shadows, with only scarlet flames burning in the position of their eyes. The claws of the first 3 Void Shadow Killers had already touched the shield, and the space blade caused violent ripples on the Mythpulse shield. Charge the Wujisian Quantum Star Destroyer Cannon, and the high-dimensional particle cannon locks on the target on the right. Song-Chi's voice was terrifyingly calm. Dangerous lights lit up at the main gun muzzles on both sides of the warship. With 2 deafening roars, the 4 Shadow Killers on the right were instantly penetrated by the quantum decomposition beam, and the 3 on the left were completely crushed by the micro-black hole produced by the black hole singularity carried by the high-dimensional particle cannon. But the remaining 5 had already advanced to a dangerous distance. One of the 8th-level peak Void Shadow Killers suddenly turned into a phantom, and the space blade in his hand evolved into a void crack, which hit the Mythpulse energy shield fiercely, and actually made him tear a hole in the Mythpulse energy shield in a single-point breakthrough, and drilled into the inner layer of the shield along this crack that was quickly repaired. Moonwheel Cold Shadow Cannon closed defense mode. Song-Chi and the Zhutian market quickly ordered. The secondary gun array on the top of the warship immediately rotated and fired, and countless crescent-shaped energy blades continued to bombard this 8th-level peak Void Shadow Killer. Even though it has an unparalleled spatial talent, the power of the warship's secondary guns is extremely limited, but it can't withstand the astonishing number. Soon, 5 5-element secondary gun arrays, such as sharp gold flowing light, and green with flowing light, were also activated. With the 5 elements gathered, the joint characteristic of these 5 combined secondary guns, 5 elements decline, quickly erupted, directly causing the 8th-level peak Void Shadow Killer clan to lose half of their combat power. Taking this opportunity, a golden light of time-stopping was shot out from the mirror battleship, which fixed him, who was unable to dodge in place, and was finally cut in half by the sword of the Azura Emperor. At the same time, the immortal binding rope entangled 2 Void Shadow Killers from the outside world, like a spirit snake, and the Dragon Bloodlock demon chain trapped the last 2. The Azura Emperor cut again. Blood-colored sword light burst out from the side of the battleship, and the bound Void Shadow Killer clan was annihilated under the law of death. The entire battle process did not exceed 7 seconds, but the Song-Chi Heart Lake was gradually turbulent. These Void Shadow Killers were too flexible, and the extreme single attack gave them a very small chance to temporarily tear the mythical shield. Keep going. Keep the Eye of Truth scanning at full power. Suppressing his surging emotions, he scanned the energy shield attribute panel. This brief confrontation just now actually directly consumed 18% of the energy shield value. If the number of Void Shadow Killers were several times more, the danger would be quite great. Fortunately, the Mythpulse energy shield itself, including the replica Neutron Star Core armor, has a repair effect, and these losses can be restored quickly. 3 days later, when the Tianqiu Sangqiong passed through a broken asteroid belt, the radar suddenly captured a violent energy fluctuation. Song-Chi called up the long-range image, and his pupils suddenly shrank. More than 30 purple-black demons with bat wings on their backs were besieging a silver shuttle-shaped super battleship. The shield of the silver shuttle battleship was already riddled with holes, and the most eye-catching thing was the figure floating above the spacecraft. He was only 3 meters tall, with glowing lines all over his silver-blue skin, and a diamond-shaped crystal on his forehead bursting out a dazzling light. He held a colorful spear, and each strike could tear the space apart, fighting against 5 9th-level void demons alone. But he was obviously overwhelmed. A through wound on his right abdomen was oozing fluorescent blood, and his entire left shoulder was almost cut off, and there was even a deep flesh hole behind his head. Even so, his whole body was still emitting fluorescent light, which was continuously repairing his horrible injuries. If it were other creatures, with only one injury of this degree, they would have been worn to death by 5 9th-level void demons, but this person was exceptionally strong. While distracting himself to repair his own injuries, he could also give a strong counterattack to the surrounding 9th-level void demons. Eternal Body. It's an 8th-level eternal race. Song-Chi had some guesses about the other party's identity, and he also judged the situation on the battlefield in the distance. After hesitating for a moment, he made a decision. Prepare to intervene in the battle. Warning, too many enemies, it is recommended to avoid. However, the Cheongqian intelligent brain gave the opposite advice. Song-Chi raised his mouth slightly, ignored it, and the order in his mouth was still firm. Activate the replica of the Overlord Ivory Ram, the Hunyuan Copper Mother Ram, preheat all main gun systems, and release the Megalodon Shark. The Tianqiu Sangqiong suddenly lifted the hidden state that had just been entered, and shot towards the battlefield at a high speed, like a silver-gray sword. The Overlord Ivory Ram and the Hunyuan Copper Mother Ram were like 2 sharp spears, directly piercing the 2 8th-level demons. Then all the gun muzzles of the ship lit up. Countless red beams intertwined into a net, covering the most densely populated area of the demon group. Roars, screams, and explosions, all kinds of sounds covered the entire battlefield. Above the Silver Shuttle warship, the 8th-rank Eternal suddenly turned his head. When he saw the strange warship, the Tianqiu Sangqiong Mirror warship, a strong joy flashed in his eyes. He quickly sent out mental fluctuations, with the eternal tentacles on his forehead. Friend, I am the contemporary eternal son of the Eternal Clan. Thank you for your help. If you can help me out of trouble, I swear in the name of the Eternal Clan that you will gain the friendship of the Eternal Clan. After a quick response, Song-Chi continued to command the firepower to pour down. The antimatter annihilation cannon blasted out pure white light of destruction in the demon group, and the purple thunder cannon summoned thunder talismans that spanned the void, and a terrifying purple thunder prison enveloped the battlefield. The secondary gun array was fully opened, and the 5-color streams of gold, wood, water, fire and earth intertwined into a web of death. The demon group was in chaos, and more than 100,000 low-level demons were wiped out in the first round of volleys. Those 9th-level void lords roared in anger, and suddenly gave up the 8th-level Eternals, turned around and rushed towards the mirror battleship. Just in time. Song-Chi sneered. Azura Emperor, Azura Time Slash is ready. The blood-colored sword light collided with the dark energy claws of the Demon Lord, and the space was torn into cracks. At the same time, the released Megalodon Star Shark showed the terrifying posture of a star beast, chewing more than 10 8th-level demons alive in one bite. Seeing this, the 8th-level Eternals joined the battle despite their injuries. His energy spear suddenly split into hundreds of light blades, forming a strangling storm that swept the demon group. With the cooperation of the 3 parties, the number of demons was reduced by more than half. But at this moment, something strange happened. The 9th-level Demon Lord suddenly opened a third eye on his forehead, and shot out a dark beam of light. The 8th-level Eternal was unable to dodge, and was hit directly in the chest, with silver-blue blood gushing out. Lord Luojia. A cry of surprise came from the Silver Shuttle-type Eternal battleship. The 8th-level Eternal was already seriously injured, and now it was hit again. The blood in the body was already uncontrollable, and the combat power was only 20% to 30%. Song-Chi's eyes were stern, knowing that he could not delay any longer. Reprint Barbarian God Guardian, the blessing of the Emperor Barbarian God. The phantom of the mythical Barbarian God soul was summoned, and the mirror battleship and the Silver Shuttle battleship were all shrouded by the phantom of the soul, and the void demons in the outside world were completely isolated. At the same time, the hatch of the mirror battleship opened, and several life creation pills were thrown out from it, accurately falling into the hands of the 8th level Eternal. In addition, the replica of the resurrection metal was also activated, and a temporary healing aura was emitted, falling on the Silver Shuttle battleship. Under the effect of this healing aura, the Silver Shuttle battleship of the Eternals was being repaired continuously. As for the 8th level Eternals themselves, he did not hesitate and swallowed several life creation pills in one go. In this situation, the worst result is death, and he does not care whether these pills have problems. The result is obviously very good. With the consumption of several life creation pills, coupled with the Eternals' own bug-like self-healing ability, the terrible injuries on their bodies are actually being repaired at a very fast speed. This life creation pill is surprisingly very suitable for them. Chapter 811. As his injuries recovered quickly, the eyes of the Eternal Son Luo Jia showed amazing brilliance. The diamond-shaped crystal on his forehead suddenly lit up, and a pillar of eternal light that penetrated the sky and the earth pierced through the void. Eternal Combat Body. The brilliant fluorescence bloomed from his body, and the energy pressure that rushed straight to the 9th level was released from his body. This was just the beginning. After that, his perfect combat body expanded rapidly, from the initial 3 meters to millions of kilometers. This is the second Eternal Inheritance secret that he activated again after the Eternal Combat Body secret. Eternal True Body. Similar to the Buddha's golden body of the Shur clan, it is combined with the Eternal Combat Body secret that is most suitable for combat, and the flesh and blood physique that is born with the ultimate repair ability, so that every Eternal can perfectly control this skyrocketing body and strength, and can always exert a combat power with 120% efficiency. This is also the fundamental reason why Eternals can stand on the top of the Star Sea, and always hold the throne of the first Overlord of the Broken Star Sea. The colorful spear quickly disintegrated and reorganized, as the body of the 8th level Eternals expanded rapidly, turning into a rain of light falling all over the sky. Each drop of light rain accurately hit a demon, whether it was a low-level void demon or a powerful 7th level void lord. They all began to disintegrate the moment they came into contact with the light rain. Seeing this, Song-Chi immediately cooperated. The Azura King and the Megalodon Star Shark rushed towards the 5 9th level void lords in the distance one after another. In addition, the mirror battleship itself was also rapidly accumulating energy. Wuji Xianxian Quantum Star Destroyer Xianxian Quantum Sword Light. The dazzling quantum torrent gushed out from the main gun muzzle, turning into a nearly solid quantum sword light. Buzz buzz buzz, the quantum sword light brought out a sharp sword chant, and finally landed in the most densely populated area of void demons in front. A large number of low and medium level void demons turned into elementary particles under the quantum decomposition effect. As for several 9th level lords, the Azura King dragged 2 of them alone, the Megalodon also entangled one, and the other 2 were fighting with the 8th level Eternals. Although these 9th level void lords were thin-skinned, they were really elusive. They never chose to fight head-on, but took advantage of their own advantages in the void cracks to constantly travel and fight. However, if they were caught in some flaws, they would surely attract their most swift attacks. The previous 8th level Eternal Luo Jia was forced into a dead-end step by step because of this. However, this time Song-Chi took the initiative to rescue them. After this period of buffering, the Silver Shuttle warship under Luo Jia finally recovered. At a certain moment, when Luo Jia was fighting with 2 9th level void lords, a colorful laser suddenly shot out from the Silver Shuttle warship and accurately hit one of the 9th level void lords. Seeing this, Luo Jia would not miss this great opportunity. The light around him gathered and condensed into a colorful spear again. He stabbed it out with lightning speed, directly piercing the head of the 9th level demon lord that was frozen in the void. The death of the first 9th level demon lord completely broke the battlefield situation. In the end, the corpses of 3 9th level demon lords were left in the void battlefield, including hundreds of thousands of low and middle level void demons, and only 2 9th level void demons escaped, with a small number of demons. As soon as the battle ended, Luo Jia, an 8th level Eternal, put away the colorful spear in his hand, and appeared in front of the mirror warship in a flash. He touched his chest with one hand and performed the standard Eternal etiquette. "Thank you for your help, my friend. The Eternals will remember this kindness in their hearts, and I, Lorger, will never forget it." Song-Chi appeared through holographic projection and also returned the greeting. "It's just a small favor. I am Song-Chi, from the Xinhua human civilization. I believe that even without my help, Lord Lorger, the son of the Eternals, would have the ability to escape unscathed." "Xinhua human? A hint of obvious surprise flashed in Lorger's eyes. I have heard some news about the nobles many times recently. Today, I saw the methods of Brother Song-Chi, and they are indeed worthy of the name of the newly promoted overlord civilization. I wonder if Brother Song-Chi is willing to visit my eternal territory. Song-Chi pondered for a moment, then shook his head and said, "To be honest, I am here to find a lost item. I am afraid it will be inconvenient in the short term. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely bother Brother Luo Jia." Seeing that Song-Chi did not intend to reveal specific information, Luo Jia did not ask more. He first threw a colorful communication card over, and then nodded and smiled. "Okay, this is the communication item. Even if we are separated by trillions of light years, we can still communicate with each other. When you have time, Brother Song-Chi, please remember to contact me. In addition, searching for lost objects in this Abyss Star region is not an easy task. Back then, a branch of the Titans also spent hundreds of thousands of years here, but in the end, they still could not find any results. I would like to give Brother Song-Chi a piece of advice. If you want to enter the inner area of the Abyss, you must be cautious. As for the core area, as far as I know, an 11th level mythical power once entered it, but there was no news in the end." Song-Chi's eyes were cold, and then he thanked, "Thank you, Brother Luo Jia, I will definitely." Luo Jia left. He came to the Dark Abyss Star region to find the Dark Energy Core, and he had succeeded. That was why the previous group of Void Demons had targeted him. Now that he was out of danger, he would not stay any longer. Time passed, and it had been several decades since Luo Jia left. On this day, Song-Chi, who had successfully used a home spirit fruit to break through the guidance technique to level 86, also left the market. In the outer periphery of the Dark Abyss Star region, the Tianxu Sangqiong was still quietly advancing along the route that had been planned long ago. In the past 10 years, many big and small things had happened, but fortunately, there was no major danger. The only point that made people dissatisfied was that the mirror battleship was moving too slowly. Even though it had tried to perform ultra-long distance jumps in the form of a micro-neutron star many times, it was still in the outer area of the Dark Abyss Star region. In the main control room of the mirror battleship, after Song-Chi appeared, a faint light flashed between his eyebrows, and soon the miniature Tianxu Sangqiong rushed out of the Xinhua Zuqiu. He didn't want to use the main body of Tianxu Sangqiong to cooperate with the mirror battleship to improve the exploration efficiency. He had personally experienced the danger of the Dark Abyss Star region. It was already full of troubles in the outer area. If it really reached the inner area or even the core area, it was simply unimaginable. Song-Chi would never take the main body of Tianxu Sangqiong to take risks. This time, he summoned the siege ship just to check the reaction of Tianming Sinan. Tianming Sinan has long been a colored extreme position component, and the mirror battleship cannot be reproduced, so he needs to come here in person every once in a while. Inside the mini Tianxu Sangqiong, the two colored polar components Tianming Sinan and Judgment Light were flashing colorful lights. At the same time, there was also a glimmer of light on the star map of the Tianming Sinan territory. Unfortunately, the colorful light spots that Song-Chi wanted to see did not appear on the territory until the end. And there is another point. After the Tianming Sinan was strengthened to level 100, the maximum tracking distance of its Sinan tracing source feature has been increased to 100 billion light years, but at this moment, the tracking radius shown on the star map of the territory is only 1 billion light years. This colored polar component was obviously disturbed by the infinite dark energy in the star field, and the tracking distance was directly reduced by 100 times. And this is still the outer area. Once entering the inner area, the reduction will probably be further increased. And this is also the main reason for the extremely slow progress of exploration in the past few decades. Song-Chi did not show any emotional changes, and his figure quickly disappeared from the main control room of the mirror battleship, and returned to the market to start a new retreat. As for the mirror battleship, under the control of the replica Sky Intelligence Brain and the ethereal body, it will continue to explore the outer area of the Dark Abyss Star field. If the other part of the Light of Judgment is not in the outer area, it will move towards the inner area later. The 173rd year of the Tianxu Sangqing mirror battleship's official exploration of the Dark Abyss Star field. On this day, the mirror battleship was crossing a small dark energy storm belt, but the replica Eye of Truth suddenly flashed violently, and at the same time, the piercing alarm of the replica Sky Intelligence Brain came to the ear. In the blink of an eye, the hull of the mirror battleship began to tremble violently, and the holographic star map in front of it was completely distorted. The star map image gradually became distorted and blurred, and finally it was completely black. A mythical dark energy storm has been detected. The storm energy level is rising faster than the warning threshold. The emergency escape plan is activated immediately. Outside the porthole, the originally still darkness suddenly seemed to come alive. The purple-black energy torrent was like the tentacles of a cosmic beast, tearing the space structure billions of kilometers away. The outer shell of the warship instantly lit up with dazzling three-color brilliance. The Mythpulse energy shield was completely overloaded not long after it came into contact with the dark storm. The dark storm, that quickly rose to the mythical energy level, was wrapped in a tearing force that could destroy the world. It was so terrifying. Activate 3 Realms 5 Elements Certificate. Without the command of the ethereal body, the replica Sky Intelligence brain made a series of countermeasures in the first time with its huge computing power. But even so, the mirror battleship was still quickly swallowed by the dark energy tide. Even the characteristic of beyond the 3 realms, and not in the 5 elements, did not take full effect. In the last holographic projection screen, Song-Chi saw through the perspective of the ethereal body that the entire mirror battleship was transformed into nothingness particles by countless violent dark energy particles. And this is already the 7th mirror battleship loss since the exploration of the Dark Abyss star region. The 291st year of the official exploration of the Dark Abyss star region, the newly summoned mirror battleship is suspended at the edge of a star debris belt. The ethereal body stares at the creeping horror 3 light-years away, a tumor-like nest with a diameter comparable to that of a star system, and the surface of the nest is covered with creeping blood vessels. Every contraction will erupt an energy pulse that is enough to annihilate the low-level floating land. Mythical Void Demon Mother Nest. The ethereal body summoned by Song-Chi was trembling, and the prompt sound of the replica of the sky brain on the side of his ear also came. Detected the fluctuation of the 10th order mythical life. At the moment when the scanning wave touched the surface of the mother nest, countless compound eye-shaped energy nodes lit up at the same time. Song-Chi decisively activated the 3 Realms 5 Element Certificate, and the warship instantly entered the void form. Those demon detection waves that were powerful enough to penetrate the galaxy were like passing through ghosts, and they had no reaction to the mirror warship in the void state. When the mother nest fell into sleep again, the mirror warship had passed through the danger zone and quickly went away. And here, it is already the border area between the outer zone and the inner zone of the Dark Abyss star region. If it moves forward, it will officially enter the inner zone of the Dark Abyss star region. Song-Chi did not hesitate, and controlled the ethereal body to give the order to continue to move forward, officially exploring the Dark Abyss star region for 439 years. The starry sky in the inner area presents a sickly dark red color, and the void broken belts that can be seen everywhere are endless, and the terrifying void gale and dark energy storm can be seen at a distance. Compared with the outer area, the danger of this inner area has increased by more than 100 times. Because of this, the number of sinkings of the mirror battleship has also increased. In just over 100 years, the mirror battleship has sunk more than 100 times, almost once a year. That is, the main body of the Tianxu Sanqiong has a very high cooling reduction of time chessboard, and the cooling time of mirror image is very short, otherwise it is unknown how long it will take. One day, when the mirror battleship passed through a dark energy curtain, Song-Chi appeared in the main control room of the mirror battleship again. This time, the summoned mini-form of Tianxu Sanqiong did not disappoint him again. On the star map of the territory of Tianming Sinan, a colorful light spot was clearly displayed. The other part of Light of Judgment was finally tracked down. The prompt sound of the main body of Sky Intelligent Brain came from the mini-battleship. The existence of the other part of Light of Judgment was detected, 79 million light-years away from the current coordinates of the battleship. After entering the inner area of the Dark Abyss star region, the maximum detection distance of Heavenly Compass has been reduced to 100 million light-years, which has increased the difficulty of searching. Fortunately, the Emperor will not let down those who work hard for more than 400 years, and finally paid off. After calming down again, Song-Chi issued several instructions in succession. Set a space anchor point at the original place. Replica Red Sky Jump Device Red Sky Jump. Replica Neutron Star Core Armor Neutron Star Fission. After a period of energy storage, the mirror battleship transformed into a miniature neutron star suddenly disappeared from its original place. Of course, before the jump, Song-Chi himself returned to the Zhutian market in advance. The inner area of the Abyss star region is not a place for trouble. The danger is far greater than that of the outer area, not to mention the ultra-long distance space jump in its area. Even in the form of a micro-neutron star, it cannot guarantee safety completely. Soon, the facts prove that his caution was not wrong. Millions of light-years away, the mirror battleship in the form of a micro-neutron star rushed out of the jump channel, but luck was not so good. Not far away was a supergiant void gale belt. Affected by the space fluctuations generated by the jump of the mirror battleship, this giant gale belt spread instantly. Although it is difficult to cause too much damage to the mirror battleship in the form of a micro-neutron star in a short period of time, its gravitational field is terrifyingly strong. Until the neutron star fission feature ends, the mirror battleship cannot break free, and can only be completely annihilated by this terrifying void gale. Fortunately, Song-Chi had set up a space anchor point in the space stabilization zone in advance. He only needed to wait, and summon the mirror battleship again to try again. It must be said that the horror of the inner area of the Abyss Star region is the distance of more than 70 million light-years. It took Song-Chi nearly 100 years to reach it. On this day, the mirror battleship, which had been summoned countless times, once again started the ultra-long distance jump, and its destination was exactly the coordinates marked by the ground that was less than 1,000,000 light-years away. The mirror battleship in the form of a micro-neutron star trembled violently in the jump channel, and dazzling energy sparks continued to burst out from the surface of the ship. Song-Chi clearly felt through his ethereal body that the space turbulence encountered in this jump was more violent than any previous time. Warning, the 11th level void turbulence reaction was detected. Mid-pulse energy shield value dropped to 87%, 71%. Song-Chi reacted quickly and activated the Buddha's light feature of the replica demon Buddha purifying relics at the first time. The energy shield value increased significantly, but it still could not stop the rapid depletion of the component shield value. When the warship finally rushed out of the jump channel, the scene in front of him shocked Song-Chi, who was in the market of the heavens. A giant pyramid made of dark energy crystals was suspended in the broken starry sky. The height of this pyramid exceeded 1 trillion kilometers, and the cutting of the infinite space gale around it could not hurt it at all. However, what really shocked Song-Chi was the huge corpse entrenched under the pyramid. It was a giant who was completely black and looked like an ancient god. Its body was also hundreds of millions of kilometers high, and there was a terrifying through wound on its chest. The edge of the wound still had traces of erosion by some Supreme Avenue rules. Although it has been dead for many years, its corpse still exudes a suffocating pressure. Just watching it from afar across the Jutian market, Song-Chi can still breathe quickly, as if a mountain is pressing on his heart. In his ear, the replica of the Sky Brain, which was sublimated by cloning the soul-devouring altar, sent an emergency reminder. Detected the corpse of the 11th level myth. Based on the analysis of the residual energy, it is suspected to be a starry sky powerhouse, who fell in the multiverse era. Please note that there is a suspected abnormal biological energy field in the corpse, which is more than 95% similar to the energy field in the previous ruins of the Immortal Realm continent. The tomb of the Heavenly Destiny Immortal Lord, and the danger is extremely high. It is recommended to evacuate immediately. Song-Chi's original intention was to improve the computing power of the replica Sky Brain as much as possible to improve the safety of the mirror battleship in this dark abyss star field. However, he did not expect that this moment would bring him this unexpected surprise. As the Cheontian intelligent brain took the initiative to mention the Immortal Realm continent and the Heavenly Destiny Immortal Lord, a large number of related memories suddenly emerged in his mind. At this time, looking at the super mythical corpse in front of him, it was exactly the same as the previous Heavenly Destiny Immortal Lord's corpse. Under the skin of the corpse, there was a deep gray mist energy, which was finally captured under Song-Chi's double pupils. The pupils shrank sharply, and all kinds of speculations emerged in his heart. Now it seems that the unknown forces that destroyed the Immortal Realm civilization at the beginning were at least super forces that existed since the multiverse era. Thinking of this, he subconsciously wanted to control the mirror battleship to leave. Intuition told Song-Chi that the matter was so important that it was absolutely beyond imagination. But in the end, he still forcibly suppressed this impulse. The reason was that on the corpse of the 11th level mythical creature in front of him, there was something he was looking for. This giant corpse, which is over 1 trillion kilometers long, lies supinely, with its humanoid body covered with crystallized wounds, each of which is filled with solidified space-time turbulence. The most shocking thing is the half-spear made of endless light stuck in its chest. Yes, that is exactly the missing part of Light of Judgment. Chapter 812. Song-Chi took a deep breath and suppressed his anxiety. He knew that the danger contained in the 11th level mythical corpse in front of him was definitely beyond imagination, but the other part of Light of Judgment was close at hand, and he was unwilling to give up. Calculate the route with the least impact of spatial turbulence. Don't worry about the distance factor. I need the mirror battleship to remain hidden all the time. Song-Chi calmly issued instructions through his ethereal body. The light on the surface of the mirror battleship gradually faded, and even the hum of the engine disappeared completely. After deliberately avoiding the invasion of the surrounding spatial turbulence, strong winds, and dark energy storms, the replica 3 Realms 5 Elements certificate carried by the battleship immediately took effect again, enveloping the mirror battleship and quickly entering a highly hidden state. For a while, the battleship was like a dead space meteorite, slowly floating towards the mythical corpse. As the distance got closer, the details on the surface of the corpse became clearer. The gray mist slowly flowed under the skin, as if it had the characteristics of life, and Song-Chi could even feel a faint maliciousness emanating from the corpse, which made his back cold. Current distance to the target is 32 billion kilometers. Current distance to the target is 19 billion kilometers. The reminder sound of the replica Sky intelligent brain sounded in his ears every once in a while, and the mirror battleship continued to move forward. Just when the battleship was about to enter the 15 billion kilometer range, a sudden change occurred. The mythical corpse that had been extinct for who knows how many years did not have any abnormalities, but the dark energy crystal pyramid above it. The supergiant pyramid suddenly trembled imperceptibly, and then the infinite dark energy covering the pyramid suddenly exploded, and a mythical dark energy shock wave with a power close to the 11th level immediately swept around with the pyramid as the center. Not good. Song-Chi, who was in the Shutian market, noticed something was wrong at the first time, and without hesitation controlled his ethereal body to activate the outside the 3 realms, and not in the 5 elements feature of the replica 3 realms 5 elements certificate. The mirror battleship instantly entered the void state and retreated rapidly. However, it didn't work much. The damage caused by this terrifying dark energy shock wave was far beyond imagination. The already fragile space around it was further distorted and shattered. Even in the void state, the mirror battleship still trembled violently, and fine cracks began to appear on the surface of the ship. Warning, the 11th level space annihilation effect is detected, and the void state is about to expire. The alarm of the replica Sky intelligent brain was extremely harsh. 3 Realms 5 Element certificate is a colored upper-level component, which corresponds to the 11th level mythical level. However, the mirror battleship is just a galaxy ship, and the component enhancement level is only LV-100. Facing this 11th level space annihilation wave, the so-called absolute void state can't be truly invincible. At the last moment, when the mirror battleship was completely swallowed by the space annihilation wave, Song-Chi looked at the ancient myth corpse and the dark energy crystal pyramid again through the perspective of the ethereal body. This sudden change made him feel uncertain. If there was really a black hand behind the gray mist guarding the myth corpse, and if the manipulator behind it was hiding in the dark energy crystal pyramid, then his plan to collect the remaining part of the light of judgment would probably be basically impossible. At least in the short term, there is no need to think about it. As his mind raced, Song-Chi's eyes lit up, as if he had caught something. In the market of all heavens, while waiting for the buffer of mirror image splitting, Song-Chi was also constantly thinking about the scene he had captured before. After a long time, he shook his head heavily. We need to try a few more times to find out what's going on. If it's as I guessed, maybe we can try to collect the incomplete part of the light of judgment. After this thought, he didn't think about it anymore. In the next few decades, Song-Chi repeatedly tried with the mirror battleship, and finally he successfully figured out some of the answers. That day, Song-Chi walked out of the all-attribute training room again, and his figure quickly disappeared in the market. In the inner circle of the Abyss Star region, a small space-stable zone hundreds of thousands of light-years away from the 11th level mythical corpse. With the appearance of Song-Chi himself, his ancestral orifice in the center of his eyebrows quickly opened, and the summoned Tianxu Sangchum completed the replication of the mirror battleship in the shortest time. After that, Song-Chi returned to the market as soon as possible. This time, he did not rush to retreat, but wholeheartedly transferred his mind to the mirror battleship outside. With his own full remote control, the mirror battleship quickly took action. It still replicated the previous behavior, transforming into a small neutron star before performing a remote jump. Buzz buzz buzz. In the area where the 11th level myth corpse and the dark energy crystal pyramid were located, the neutron star-shaped mirror battleship rushed out of the jump channel. Unlike in the past, the jump point of the battleship this time was farther away from the myth corpse and the pyramid. If it was strictly calculated, it would not be less than 10 light-years. And after rushing out of the jump channel, Song-Chi did not rush to control the mirror battleship to move, but waited quietly on the spot. He was waiting for the familiar dark energy annihilation shock wave to appear. That's right. After decades of uninterrupted testing, he has officially confirmed that this dark energy annihilation shock wave is not an attack method that is triggered after detecting the approach of an outsider, but a shock wave that is passively derived at intervals. At a certain moment, a flash suddenly came from the radar map projected by the Eye of Truth. Seeing this, Song-Chi, who was already familiar with it, did not hesitate to control the mirror battleship to activate a certain component. Replica 3 realms and 5 elements certificate beyond the 3 realms, and not in the 5 elements. Ripples suddenly emerged on the hull of the battleship, and the transformation from entity to nothingness was completed in the blink of an eye. Just a few seconds after the battleship entered the state of nothingness, a violent shock wave that was difficult to describe in words swept over. Kakaka, the radiation speed of this shock wave far exceeded the speed of light, and it passed almost instantly, but the erosion damage caused to the hull of the battleship was extremely shocking. Fortunately, after more than 10 light years of buffering, coupled with the blessing of the void state, the mirror battleship was not completely devoured this time like the first few times, but the energy shield and hull armor had a certain degree of loss. At this moment, Song-Chi didn't care about these at all, just heard him muttering, "It's done, now I have 2 minutes to act. No, it should be 1 minute and 45 seconds. While muttering, his mind control was not slow. The mirror battleship, which had not yet escaped from the void state, activated a certain part again. Reprint Starlight Shimmering Stone Talisman Starlight Shimmering Escape. In a relatively stable area near the 11th level mythical corpse and the dark energy crystal pyramid, the mirror battleship in the void state appeared out of thin air. After the flash, Song-Chi did not waste time. While the Beyond the 3 Realms and not in the 5 Elements feature had not yet ended, the mirror battleship rushed towards the mythical corpse in front at the fastest speed. He had already calculated that the interval between the dark energy crystal pyramid's dark energy shock wave was 2 minutes. He had already wasted more than 10 seconds before, and there was no more time for him to waste. Without using the escape orb, Angel Wing Escape and other components or features, the landing point behind him was already the most stable place in the surrounding large area. Even so, the mirror battleship that flashed in the void state still almost overturned. If it happened again, he was really afraid that the mirror battleship would not be able to withstand it. In order to buy time, Song-Chi didn't care so much at the moment. In addition to overloading the 2 engine components such as multifunction converter, Phantom Thruster were also running at full capacity. No, it's not enough. In the Jutian market, Song-Chi narrowed his eyes. This speed made him feel unsafe. Replica Clone Soul Devouring Altar, and then Cold Nuclear Fusion Reactor. With the use of the Clone Soul Devouring Altar, the golden engine component mounted on the Antimatter Energy Evolution engine suddenly evolved into a black ultimate quality, and the output power was also greatly increased, and the speed of the mirror battleship soared again. Song-Chi narrowed his eyes, and stared at the huge mythical corpse in front of him with full concentration. Driven by multiple engines, the mirror battleship shuttled through the broken space turbulence like a ghost. Current distance to the target is 9 billion kilometers. Current distance to the target is 7 billion kilometers. The prompt sound of the replica Sky Intelligent Brain echoed in Song-Chi's mind, and every second seemed particularly precious. He noticed that as the distance got closer, the gray mist hidden under the surface of the mythical corpse seemed to flow faster, as if silently warning something. Suddenly, the alarm of the replica Sky Intelligent Brain sounded sharply. Warning, abnormal gravitational fluctuations detected. Song-Chi's heart tightened, and he saw that the gray mist in the body of the mythical corpse suddenly began to continue to surge out, and a gray mist soon formed above the entire corpse. The mist violently churned and formed miniature space vortexes. Although these vortices were not large, each of them emitted a heart-pounding energy fluctuation. Damn, these gray mists are indeed problematic. Song-Chi gritted his teeth and quickly adjusted the course of the warship, trying to avoid these suddenly appearing space vortices. However, these vortices seemed to have consciousness and began to move towards the warship on their own initiative. What's worse, Song-Chi noticed that the energy on the surface of the dark energy crystal pyramid was accumulating rapidly, which indicated that the next wave of dark energy shock waves might arrive early. Time is running out. Song-Chi's forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. He had to complete the task before the shock wave arrived. At this moment, he made a bold decision. The mirror warship suddenly changed its course, and no longer moved forward in a straight line, but began to approach the myth corpse in a spiral trajectory. This seemingly time-wasting move was actually to avoid the blockade of those space vortices. Currently 5 billion kilometers away from the target, Song-Chi's sight was locked on the chest of the myth corpse, where the remaining part of Light of Judgment was. Through many previous attempts, he had confirmed that this broken light spear was deeply embedded in the chest of the myth corpse, and it was not easy to forcibly pull it out. Now, when the mirror warship approached a certain distance, Song-Chi suddenly activated another trump card on the mirror warship. the replica immortal binding towing rope. A rope emitting colorful light shot out from the warship and accurately shot towards the chest of the mythical corpse. However, just as the towing rope was about to touch the target, something strange happened. The gray mist suddenly condensed into a huge palm and slapped the colorful rope fiercely. Boom! The violent energy collision further intensified the already broken space around it. The ethereal body felt dizzy, and the replica sky-intelligent brain also had a brief disorder due to this impact. Warning, the energy shield has been eroded to 15%. Warning! The dark energy shock wave is coming, and the remaining time is expected to be 30 seconds. Song Chi's breathing accelerated slightly. He didn't expect the reaction of these gray mists to be so intense. But now that things have come to this, he can't stop. Reproduction of Barbarian God Guardian Blessing of the Emperor Barbarian God. The rapidly expanded soul of the Emperor Barbarian God forcibly repelled the gray mist energy in front of it. Taking this opportunity, the mirror battleship increased its speed again and rushed towards the myth corpse like a flash of lightning. Currently 2 billion kilometers away from the target. When the gray mist was trying its best to collide with the soul of the Emperor Barbarian God, Song Chi unexpectedly shot out several more immortal binding traction ropes, one of which finally successfully wrapped up the fragments of Light of Judgment. Seeing this, Song Chi quickly activated the traction recovery program, and the colorful traction rope began to pull the half of the light spear away from the chest wound of the myth corpse with all his strength. But at this moment, the dark energy crystal pyramid suddenly shook violently, and a dark energy shock wave stronger than any previous one broke out in advance. It's too late. In Jutian Market, Song Chi's eyes flashed with a hint of determination. He forced himself to ignore the dark energy shock wave that was rapidly evolving and just activated the black hole field and Angel King's true spirit guardian in advance. Then all his attention turned back to the half-light spear, trying to speed up the traction into the city as much as possible. In addition, he also activated the Pajua Time Realm feature of the replica Pajua Zen Seal, hoping that the dark energy shock wave could sweep slower. Unfortunately, the Pajua Zen Seal parts are still only gold quality. Facing this dark energy shock wave that can reach the 11th level, the effect is really very limited. 10 seconds. 9 seconds. 8 seconds. The countdown echoed in Song Chi's mind like a death knell. When the countdown returned to 0, the terrifying dark energy shock wave swallowed the mirror battleship without mercy. In Jutian Market, Song Chi suddenly opened his eyes, and the throbbing color in his eyes had not completely dissipated. But soon a smile appeared on his lips. Although the mirror battleship was engulfed by the dark energy shock wave, his wish was not in vain. His sight turned and swept towards the market in not far away. The next second, his figure suddenly disappeared, and when he appeared again, he was already on the 4th floor of the inn. Pushing open the door of a market projection room, a 7th-level void demon stood quietly in the room, and what he held in his hand was the familiar half-light spear. At the last moment, when the dark energy shock wave engulfed the mirror battleship, the light spear was still dangerously pulled into the mirror battleship, and was brought back to the market by the 7th-level void demon slave who had been waiting in the cabin. Song Chi took the spear of light quickly with a smile on his face. In the main control room of Tianxu Sangqiong, after unloading the Light of Judgment without loss with Heavenly Fate Compass, Song Chi directly merged the two pieces of magic that were originally one. The shining colorful light filled the entire interior of the warship. This final fusion process lasted for nearly half an hour. When the light dimmed again, the Light of Judgment was completely repaired. Looking at its properties at this time, it was not much different from before. Only the characteristic 9 Civilization Judgment was successfully unlocked, and the basic power of the component itself was greatly improved. Light of Judgment LV0. Quality, Color/Extreme. Still Color Extreme? Song Chi's eyes flashed with a trace of doubt, and there was also a hint of disappointment in the doubt. In his previous guess, there was a high probability that the Light of Judgment was a chaos magic item. After all, it was of the highest quality when it was incomplete, and both the Infinite Cientian Quantum Star Destroyer and Destiny Compass had a significant improvement in quality after the final repair. After a brief disappointment, Song Chi stopped thinking about it. This Light of Judgment itself is the best of the best parts, and it is understandable that it is different from other rare items. After all, its own attributes are extremely rare. After thinking it through, he stopped thinking about it, reloaded Light of Judgment, and after strengthening it back to level 99, he returned to the all-attribute training room to retreat. Now that the matter of Light of Judgment has been resolved, the most important thing for him now is the level of the guidance technique. More than 1,000 years have passed since the bet with Emperor Jiang, but his guidance technique is still at level 86, so he doesn't have much time left. However, he is not too anxious about this matter. Previously, he had to stay in the market to keep an eye on the situation in the Dark Abyss Star region in order to search for the Light of Judgment, so it was difficult for him to concentrate on cultivation. Otherwise, with several home spirit fruits in hand and multiple auxiliary cultivation methods, his progress would never be as fast as it is now. On this day, deep in an asteroid belt in the dark starry sky, a slight spatial fluctuation suddenly appeared on a large asteroid, and soon, two figures appeared out of thin air on the stone platform in the middle of the asteroid. These two figures exuded a strong life pressure, and there were 7 very eye-catching star marks on their foreheads. After the two 7-star ancient monsters appeared, they quickly checked the surrounding situation. Seeing that there was no danger, they all communicated with each other telepathically. Not long after, the stone platform surrounded by the two 7-star ancient monsters flashed space fluctuations again. This time, it was no longer the ancient monsters, but two figures. This is outside the Dark Abyss Star region that Xiaoqi mentioned. Let's go and summon the warship clone to see if the dark energy can be effectively collected. If it can be collected, according to Xiaoqi's description, it won't take too long for devouring Sky Python's metamorphosis to accumulate enough energy for another metamorphosis. Chapter 813. In the dark starry sky, two 7-star ancient demons guarded two figures in the center. Song Xiuan's silver-white battle suit moved without wind, and the light between his eyebrows flashed rapidly with deep light. The Aquila, which had already stepped half a foot into the ultimate star destroyer, rushed out from the Xinhua Zuqiu. Next to him, Song Mingsong, who had not yet been promoted to a senior star destroyer captain, also summoned the miniature wrathful lion. After the two star destroyers appeared, the ship bodies soon trembled, and then the two star destroyers successively reproduced a battleship clone. After the battleship clone appeared, it did not delay for long, rushing out of the asteroid belt and heading straight to the distant Abyss Star region. In the periphery of the Abyss Star region, the energy of the two star destroyers flowed, and under the 7th level absorption power, the violent dark energy around them continued to gather towards the two battleships. However, it is visible to the naked eye that the speed of dark energy gathering is not fast, and it can even be said to be extremely slow. In other words, it is the two star destroyer clones that are taking action. If it is a dreadnought, I am afraid that even the most basic absorption cannot be achieved. Tens of thousands of light years away, deep in the asteroid belt, Song Xiuan and Song Mingsong looked at each other, and shook their heads one after another. No, although these dark energies are endless, they are too violent. Even if the star destroyers collect them personally, the efficiency is hard to describe. It was Song Mingsong who spoke. Although Song Xiuan on the opposite side did not speak, just by looking at the expression on his face, it can be known that his views are not the same. Although the Song family has developed rapidly in the past few thousand years, and its power has expanded rapidly, there are only more than a dozen star destroyer captains in the family now, and they need to be dispersed to guard multiple garrisons. There are only 2 or 3 people who can spare their hands. If the collection efficiency is good, it's fine. You can grit your teeth and continue this operation. After all, the value of Deep Sky Python is there. As long as it can transform again and evolve to the color extreme quality, what's the trouble? The key is that the collection efficiency is too low. Even if a few people are freed up to gather the energy needed for the Deep Sky Python to evolve again, I'm afraid that even if it takes 100,000 years to collect, it will still not be enough. Thinking of this, Song Mingsong seemed to have thought of something. How about bringing Deep Sky Python directly here? His idea is very simple. Since the collection efficiency is too low, it's better to bring Deep Sky Python here. This strange object is now as high as the color upper quality, and its status is extremely high. Let it freely devour these dark energies, and the speed can't be slow. Once this suggestion was made, Song Xiuan almost shook his head immediately. No, not to mention that forcibly extracting shell of the sky-swallowing python will greatly deplete the floating core of the dragon spine continent itself. It is the danger and uncertainty of the Dark Abyss Star region itself that we cannot take risks with shell of the sky-swallowing python. Otherwise, once lost, we will become sinners of the family. Forget it. Give up this Dark Abyss Star region. After nearly 1 or 2,000 years of efforts, shell of the sky-swallowing python has accumulated 9% of energy progress again. At most, we can wait for another 10,000 years. After the two made the decision, they naturally did not stay here for long, and soon returned to the Dragon Spine continent through the heavenly transmission platform. However, what the two did not expect was that as soon as they returned to the Dragon Spine continent, a bigger news reached their ears. Xian Qin Xinhua Zutong urgently summoned, feeling the message from the Xinhua network connected to the depths of the Xinhua seed. The two looked at each other again. The next second, they summoned their ships almost at the same time and headed towards the Dragon Ridge Divine Mountain. When Song Xiuan and the others arrived at the Dragon Whale Ancestral Temple of the Divine Mountain, thousands of Song clan members had gathered in the hall. Of course, only about 10% of them were present in person, and the other 90% were remotely recalled by the starry sky projection effect of the Dragon Whale Temple. The reason for such a big battle was naturally because of the urgent conscription order from the Xinhua Zutong of the Xianqin Divine Dynasty. In the Dragon Whale Ancestral Temple, thousands of starlight projections intertwined, reflecting the figures of the Song clan members distributed in various star regions. On the 9-story jade platform in the center of the hall, the current clan leader Song Yiming had a serious face, and a faint 7th-level phantom energy lingered around him. When Song Xiuan and Song Mingsong entered the ancestral hall, he quickly said, "All the star-destroying ancestors in the clan, who had previously registered in the ancestral court, have received the beacon order from the ancestral court not long ago. The Heaven Realm battlefield under the jurisdiction of the Holy Hall Federation has undergone tremendous changes, and many divine forces have engaged in a melee. The several human kingdoms controlled by the Holy Hall Federation have just been targeted by several evil gods, and are in urgent need of support from the major forces in the ancestral domain." Hearing what Song Yiming said, the 4th and 5th level clansmen in the hall were immediately surprised, and all kinds of discussions appeared in the ancestral hall for a while. As the core members of the Song family, the lowest among those present were the captains of the Zulu ship, and they all knew a lot of secret information. Many people were not unfamiliar with the relevant information of the Heaven Realm. The Heaven Realm, isn't that a special star field that is exclusively owned by the Holy Temple Federation? It has always been regarded as a private property by the Tianzhu royal family, aka Lemon. It seems that something big has really happened there this time. Why haven't I heard of it? It's normal that you haven't heard of it. This matter is a high-level secret. But I ask you a question and you understand. In our Xinhua civilization, who is the largest supplier of things like the blood of evil gods, crystals of faith, and parts of faith worship? God's Chamber of Commerce. That's it. God's Chamber of Commerce is the official Chamber of Commerce under the Ackermann family. Why can they continuously supply these resources and strange objects? Heavenly Realm? After a brief discussion, the Song family members in the hall basically knew the basic information. At this time, Song Yiming, who was at the top, suddenly waved his hand, and his fingertips drew a golden talisman in the void. Then the projection of the dome of the ancestral hall immediately switched. The corpses of countless knights and magicians fell like rain, and 7 blood moons hung high in the sky. The twisted tentacles of the evil god were falling from the surface of the blood moons, constantly extending towards several human city-states on the boundless land. Wherever they passed, distortions and pollution were everywhere. It was a doomsday scene. And scenes like this can be seen everywhere in this overhead view. Song Yiming pondered for a moment, and his eyes swept over the people in the hall. This is a video sent by the Divine Dynasty Ancestor Court. You have all seen it. At this moment, great changes are indeed happening in the Heaven Realm. The various temples are fighting each other, and the mythical evil gods are dying one after another. The Ancestor Court means that this is not a compulsory conscription, but a voluntary registration. 10 years later, the army will officially set out to support the Heaven Realm. After saying that, he stopped talking and waited for the response of the core clansmen in the hall. Including the star-destroying ancestors on the dozen or so star thrones, all remained silent. It has been a long time since the Human Emperor City Defense War, and the number of middle-level clansmen in the clan has increased significantly again. Now the attack plan of the Corpse Emperor Clan River community has not yet been implemented. If you want to harvest resources on a large scale and accelerate the accumulation of family heritage, this Heaven Realm support war is the best opportunity. The hall was silent for a long time, and at a certain moment, a 6th-level clansman finally took the initiative to speak. "Master, I am willing to sign up." "Yes." With the leader, more and more clansmen will naturally sign up. In fact, everyone present knew that with the current status and strength of the Longji Song family, whether it is a 4th level, 5th level captain, or a 6th level dreadnought captain, it is actually not important. What the Song family really lacks now is the peak combat power of Star Destroyers and above. Because only at the level of Star Destroyer captains can it be called the peak combat power of Xinhua civilization, and only at the 7th level life level, with a long lifespan of more than 100,000 years, can it be truly called family heritage. As for Captain Julu, Battleship Captain, and even Captain Dreadnought, their lifespans of 2,000, 4,000, or 10,000 years, are just passing through in the process of accumulating foundations that can easily take thousands of years. Precisely because they know this very well, these core clansmen want to fight for it with all their strength, and only places like Heaven Realm can produce enough resources to assist them in attacking Star Destroyers. After all the middle-level clansmen left, only more than 10 people were left in the Dragon Whale Hall. Except for Song Yiming, Song Xuan, and Song Mingsong, the other dozen or so star thrones were hanging high above the hall. Just as the chaotic fog in the hall was shrouded again, the head of the family Song Yiming took the lead and asked Song Wujiang, who was surrounded by a dozen star thrones in the sky, "Ancestor, Heaven Realm involves the mythical evil god, should we notify Uncle Qi?" Song Wujiang thought for a while, and finally shook his head and said, "Don't alarm Shao Qi, he urgently needs to improve his guidance skills, which is related to his subsequent impact on the superdimensional captain, which is the top priority. As for the Heaven Realm, Xiaoyan has broken through not long ago, and is now in the final stage of adaptation. He will be able to come out soon. By then, Xiaoyan will lead the team, plus the Truth Mechanical Battle Star, including the Megalodon Star Shark left by Shao Qi. The lineup is not weak." With Song Wujiang's decision, the Song family's support plan was quickly decided. In the end, the first batch of teams to support the Heaven Realm included Captain Song Yin of the Galaxy, Captain Song Wujiang of the Star Destroyer, Song Xingru, Song Xuansong, Song Mingsong, Song Chao, Song Bei, etc., a total of 10 people, and as for the mid-level captains, 4th to 6th levels, there are more than 2,000 people. In addition, there are more than 500,000 third-level clansmen and 3 million second-level clansmen. These are to facilitate the construction of the Blue Dragon Starry Sky battle formation. Otherwise, the Song family would not even recruit second-level clansmen. 10 years passed quickly. Xianxin Divine Dynasty, Xianxin Continent. Under the call of the Divine Dynasty, more than hundreds of millions of Xinhua warships gathered on this 9th-level continent in just 10 years. On this day, as the stipulated time passed, many Titan mechanical fortresses on the sky of Xianxin Continent transformed into temporary transmission platforms, and batches of Xinhua warships began to be continuously transmitted to the Holy Temple Federation. After these fleets arrived at the Holy Temple Federation, they would be led by the Holy Temple Federation's receiving warships, and then transferred again, and then transmitted to the Heaven Realm. When the Song family's fleet passed through the last Stargate, the scene in front of them shocked everyone. Heaven Realm is a special star field that is almost completely isolated from the outside world. Its essence is a super-floating land group comparable to the 11th level star continent. The structure of this closed star field is extremely unique. It is not a whole continent in the traditional sense, but a star field wonder composed of countless suspended islands and broken floating land. These suspended islands of varying sizes float quietly in the void. The smallest is only 100 miles in radius, and the largest is comparable to the 10th level star continent. They are connected to each other by a chain of brilliant starlight. Against the dark background of the universe, they are like a handful of star fragments scattered by the gods. The surface of each floating island is covered with a faint holy light barrier. From a distance, the entire star field looks like a starry necklace made of countless glowing gems. What's more amazing is that these floating islands are not static. They follow some mysterious trajectory and move slowly, sometimes gathering like star clusters, and sometimes spreading like galaxies. In the center of the star field, the 5 largest main islands are arranged into a sacred 7-pointed star array. Each of these 5 islands is comparable to a star continent, and is also the location of the 5 most powerful gods in this heavenly world. However, at this moment, they are polluted by the blood-colored moon, and the originally pure holy light has turned into a distorted dark red halo. 7 blood moons hang high in the sky. Under each blood moon, there is an indescribable evil god. Their tentacles extend to the earth, entangle and devour human city-states one by one. As for the territory of Holy Temple Federation Akelamon family, it is on one of these 5 supercontinents. Looking into the distance, 2 of the 7 blood moons have locked onto the territory under the Holy Temple Federation. Although the Akelman family can summon several gods from the gods map, the time for summoning is limited, and each time it needs to pay a considerable price. In the past 200,000 years, although the Akelman family has used this to repel many external evil gods prying, in the eyes of those evil gods, it still cannot get rid of the title of soft persimmon. If not, the Akelman family would not have to ask for emergency help from the other 3 empires this time. Fortunately, the 2 evil gods entrenched on the 2 blood moons do not need them to deal with. Not only the numerous Xinhua fleet was invited this time, but Xinxia Jiang Huang, the only mythical captain of Xinhua civilization, also came. Of course, Jiang Huang did not come in person, but in a Xinxia Jiuli battleship clone. Even so, this mythical immortal ship clone still held back the two evil gods by itself. All the Xinhua fleets, including the Song family, only need to do one thing, that is, to strangle the countless deformed beings and evil god believers who rushed into the multiple faith countries under the jurisdiction of the Akelamon family. Truth Mechanical Battle Star, fire at full power. As the order was issued, the mechanical battle star in the center of the Song family fleet slowly unfolded, with countless hideous gun muzzles exposed, and soon began to continuously swallow and spit out fire snakes, turning into a giant firepower net, trying to block the spread of the evil god's polluted army. Blue Dragon Starry Sky Battle Formation, start. 500,000 third-level clansmen and 3 million second-level clansmen simultaneously urged the Xinhua battleships, and the vast dark energy intertwined in the starry sky, and finally turned into a blue dragon phantom across the sky, roaring towards the battlefield. Chapter 814. Heaven Realm, Holy Light Central Island. 7 blood moons hung high in the sky, and the scarlet light poured down like sticky blood, dyeing this super island with a diameter of more than 10 million light-years, one of the 5 central main islands in Heaven Realm, into a red color. In the southern area of Holy Light Central Island, in a vast mountain low-lying area, a medium-sized fleet with more than 3 million warships was traveling along this low-lying area. At the front of the troops, a galaxy ship and several star destroyers were communicating in the highest command group chat. Song Yin. After passing through this depression, the Red Maple Kingdom to the north of the 7 kingdoms of Ackelmans is here. According to the information we obtained from the Ackelmans Family Intelligence Station, the situation in the Red Maple Kingdom has long been corrupted, and the Eternal Sun cult that originally stationed there has already been completely defeated. Speaking of this, Song Yen looked straight to the north, where the Red Maple Kingdom, the lost kingdom of faith of the Eternal Sun, which has now turned into an area where the evil god cult is rampant, is located. This area has not been completely eroded by the evil god pollution, and the belief system still exists. Song Yen stood on the command platform of flame-boiling sea, with a cold light flashing in his eyes, and the voice resounding in the encrypted communication group chat became louder and louder. If we could occupy this place, the family will have a foothold in the heaven world. Hearing this, Song Xuansong, who had never spoken, frowned and said, but according to the news, there is a high-level evil god cult entrenched here, and behind them, there is a real evil god. Song Yen obviously thought about this. There is no need to pay attention to this matter. Not to mention that His Majesty Zhang's flagship clone is in the 7 countries under the Ackelman family. Let's say that Eternal Sun is a very famous righteous god in the heaven world. This time, the Blood Moon 7 gods took the initiative to invade the country of faith under its command. It is impossible for this person to have no response. It is not certain whether the evil god can spare his hands. After saying that, before Song Xuansong could say anything else, Song Yen had already given a clear order. Activate the Blue Dragon Starry Sky Array, Old Ancestor, Ru Zhu, Uncle Xuansong, cooperate with me to activate the 4 symbols we'll seal. Today, my Song family will conquer a piece of territory in this heavenly world. As the voice came out, the millions of Song family warships that were traveling through the mountains began to accelerate immediately, and a blue dragon phantom appeared above the fleet, sweeping all the way towards the last mountain range in the distance. Now it has been 100 years since they entered this heavenly world. In the past 100 years, the fleet of rescuers has already completed the cleanup of all the evil god believers and deformed creatures in the 7 countries under the command of the Ackelman family. After finally coming to this heavenly world, many Xinhua civilization forces naturally cannot leave so easily. For the 7 countries belonging to the Ackelman family, the various forces naturally have no idea, but for the vast areas outside the 7 countries, they have no scruples. In this regard, when the Akelamon family took the initiative to seek support from the ancestral domain, they had already thought of such a result, so they would not forcefully stop it, and even supported it. This heaven realm is extremely large, and its status is equivalent to an 11th level star continent. The central island of Holy Light under its feet is no less large than a 10th level star continent, with a diameter of more than 10 million light-years, and is covered with hundreds of millions of creatures, tribes, city-states, etc. After more than 200,000 years of continuous development, the 4 major countries under the jurisdiction of the Akelamon family are not ordinary countries, but small countries, empires above kingdoms. The diameter of the 7 countries combined exceeds several light-years, and the number of indigenous people under their command exceeds 100 billion. However, for this central island of Holy Light, it is still just a very small area, not to mention the entire heaven realm. On the contrary, letting all forces in the ancestral domain join in and expand outward in the four directions of the seven kingdoms will make the Ekelman family lose the monopoly on many resources in this heaven realm. But at the same time, the seven kingdoms will become the hinterland of all the colonial kingdoms in the future, and there is no need to worry about the threats from other gods in this heaven realm. In this way, it will undoubtedly liberate most of the combat power deployed by the Ekelman family in the seven kingdoms, and these freed combat power can continue to expand outward on the Holy Light Central Island with many pioneering forces in the ancestral domain, expand the territory under the jurisdiction of the Ekelman family, and recall the ancestral domain to invest in other directions. In short, for the Ekelman family, this is by no means a bad thing. And the Longji Song family is one of these many pioneering forces. Boom. In the southern Frost Wolf territory of the Red Maple Kingdom, the Song family fleet had just rushed out of the mountains when a huge blood mark suddenly appeared on the sky. Countless scarlet tentacles protruded from the void, and twisted evil god believers poured out like a tide, which was obviously noticed by the high-level evil god cult occupying this place. The leader of these countless evil god believers was a 9th-level Blood Moon High Priest wearing a Blood Moon robe. Intruders, this place is the pasture of my Lord Scarlet Moon. You should be killed. The High Priest roared wildly, and the blood-colored scepter in his hand slammed into the void. In an instant, the Blood Moon power of the entire starfield boiled, turning into countless blood-colored blades, strangling the Song family fleet. Defense array, full open. Without Song Yan's order, the Song family fleet, which had already formed the Sunlung fleet, responded immediately. Boom! The blood-red blade hit the Blue Dragon field, and a dazzling energy storm erupted. But even with the blessing of the Blue Dragon field, the energy impact was too shocking. Thousands of warships at the edge of the field were still torn apart in an instant, turning into burning wreckage in the sky. Star Destroyers, attack! Song Wujiang's Ding Hai Longxiang, Song Xingru's Ziyue Chengda, and Song Mingsong's Raging Lion, wrapped in the blessing power of millions of Blue Dragon fleets, the Song family's multiple Star Destroyers with temporary 8th-level combat power rushed out first, and the Star Destroyer artillery roared like an angry dragon, evaporating a large number of evil god believers. However, the High Priest laughed grimly, and suddenly tore open his chest. With my flesh and blood, I call my lord to come. Puff! A beating scarlet heart was crushed by him. In an instant, the whole sky trembled, and an illusory blood moon appeared behind him. The terrifying pressure of the evil god swept in all directions. No, he is summoning the will of the evil god. Song Yan's pupils shrank suddenly. Roar. At the critical moment, Song Yan did not hesitate and directly summoned the 9th-level star beast. Megalodon. As soon as this behemoth appeared, it opened its bloody mouth and swallowed thousands of evil god believers in one gulp. However, the illusory blood moon suddenly shot out a scarlet beam of light, which hit the Megalodon fiercely. Sizzle! The scales of the star beast corroded instantly, and it roared in pain. Damn it! Song Yan's eyes were fierce, and he raised his hand suddenly. Mirror image ring of heavenly power control. Slavery seal rage. Buzz! A dark rune was instantly branded on the forehead of the Megalodon. The eyes of this 9th-level star beast suddenly turned blood red, its muscles swelled wildly, its aura rose steadily, and it actually directly entered the 9th-level extreme level. Tear him apart! Roar! The Megalodon roared wildly, its claws tearing through the air, and it pounced on the High Priest. No! God save me! Puff! The Blood Moon High Priest didn't even have time to scream before he was bitten to pieces by the giant beast, and the illusory Blood Moon was torn in half by the Megalodon. At the moment when the Blood Moon High Priest died, hundreds of billions of kilometers away, in the former capital of the Red Maple Kingdom. In the Red Maple Royal City, several crazy divine thoughts suddenly came out from a blood-colored temple. The High Priest sent to the southern part of the kingdom is dead. Who dared to kill the High Priest of my Blood Moon cult? This is the temporary headquarters of the Blood Moon cult. The Blood Moon Pope, the Blood Moon Patriarch, and another Blood Moon High Priest are all here at the moment. In the depths of the Blood Moon Temple in the Red Maple Royal City. Boom! A column of scarlet blood shot up into the sky, and the whole temple trembled violently. The Blood Moon Pope suddenly stood up from the throne, his skinny fingers tightly grasped the scepter, and a terrifying murderous intent burst out from his turbid eyes. The scarlet mark of the Southern High Priest has been extinguished. The temple was instantly silent. The Blood Moon Pope slowly raised his head, and the dense blood runes on his face began to wriggle. To be able to kill the 9th-level High Priest in a short period of time, it must be at least a 9th-level existence. It's those outsiders. Another high priest said hoarsely. The reinforcements invited by the Ackermann family. The Blood Moon Pope suddenly laughed grimly, and slammed his scepter heavily to the ground. Order. Activate the Blood Moon altar, awaken all the Blood Moon Knights. I want to let these ants know the price of angering the Scarlet Moon. As the order was issued, hundreds of blood-red altars suddenly lit up in various parts of the royal city, and countless imprisoned citizens of the Red Maple Kingdom screamed miserably. Their blood was drawn out, and condensed into twisted figures in the air. 7th level peak Blood Moon Knight. In the southern part of the Red Maple Kingdom, above the Frostwolf Dukedom, Song Yin stood in the main control room of the flame-boiling sea, staring at the 200 scarlet light spots that suddenly appeared on the projection screen, and his face suddenly changed. Everyone pay attention, a large number of high-energy reactions are approaching the direction of the Red Maple Royal City. It's the revenge force of the Blood Moon cult. Song Xuansong said solemnly. 207th level peaks, more than 10 8th level Blood Moon deformed beasts, and the 9th level late Blood Moon cult master. Before he finished speaking, the sky suddenly cracked with a blood mark across the sky. A giant battleship made of bone slowly sailed out, with the still beating heart of the Blood Moon High Priest embedded in the bow. The Blood Moon Pope's flagship. Scarlet Elegy. Song Misong gasped. Song Yin reacted the fastest. Truth Mechanical Battlestar covers the retreats of the low and medium level fleets. Ancestor, summon all the Truth Mechanical behemoths. Boom boom boom. The Truth Mechanical Battlestar deployed all its turrets, and tens of thousands of truth beams intertwined into a web of death. However, those Blood Moon Knights actually directly resisted the artillery fire with their flesh, and the scarlet armor was only slightly red in the beams. Their armor can absorb energy attacks. Song Xingru exclaimed. The Blood Moon Knight in the front had already killed in front of the fleet, and a blood-colored giant axe chopped down, and 3 Song family battleships were instantly cut in half. Fortunately, the Song family fleet was extremely fast, and hundreds of Truth Mechanical behemoths had been summoned in a short time. These Truth Mechanical behemoths are also of the 7th level. They are produced from the self-made Truth production line. Their individual combat power may not be as good as those of the 7th level peak Blood Moon Knights, but the surface of their bodies is at least coated with a layer of Truth Type 2 alloy, so their ability to withstand beatings is beyond doubt. With the firepower support of several Song family Star Destroyer captains at high altitude, and more than 10 7-star ancient monsters, 8th level planet devourers, 8th level star sea giant apes, and other slave creatures joining the battle, it is still possible to temporarily block the advancement of the 200 Blood Moon Knights. At present, the real decision on the battlefield is the 9th level battlefield where the flame-boiling sea, Megalodon, and the Blood Moon Cult Master, Scarlet Elegy are located. Form a 4-elephant battle formation. Song Wujiang roared. The 3-star destroyers lit up brilliantly at the same time, and the phantoms of the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise intertwined in the air, and finally transmitted all the gathered energy to the flame-boiling sea in the sky. With the blessing of the 4 symbols, the battle force of the fiery sea boiling, which had already relied on the resources of the entire family and directly piled up resources on the senior galaxy ship after the promotion, was further improved, and was moving towards the extreme galaxy ship. With this, the fiery sea boiling battleship clone barely entangled with the Blood Moon Pope's ship Scarlet Elegy. As for the Megalodon, although it was replenished by Song Yin with a large amount of high-level life resources after its previous rage, its battle force was still inevitably weakened, and it was now being completely suppressed by the Blood Moon Patriarch. It can be said that the Song family is in a great disadvantage in the 9th level battlefield at this moment. In the far distance of the battlefield, in the main control room of the fiery sea boiling, Song Yan's face was a little ugly, and there seemed to be fire in his eyes. If the Dragon Ridge continent didn't need the 9th Order Dragon Ridge Tyrant Whale to take charge, it wouldn't have fallen into this situation. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated, and the golden token he had been playing with in his hand was quickly activated. Soon, boundless purple mist energy condensed above the flame-boiling sea, and in a short time, a large area of purple mist energy was gathered. What else could it be but the projection of the Zhutian market? At the same time, in the all-attribute training room of the Zhutian market, Song Qi, who was in seclusion, raised his eyebrows and felt that the outside world was calling for the projection of the market. But soon he calmed down again. The outside world was controlled by his condensed master clone, and even the projection of the Zhutian market could be controlled by himself, and he didn't need to be distracted. Of course, the main reason was that the Xinhua network did not receive any emergency messages from the family. Now that he has obtained the highest authority of the original Xinhua source seed, As long as the Song family members actively send him messages, he can receive them even if he is in the Shution market. He had already explained this to the ancestors and several others. Since no information was received, it naturally meant that the family could still handle what was happening at the moment. Buzz, buzz, buzz! The main engine of the fiery sea boiling roared, rushing all the way to the 9th level battlefield above. With the protection of the market projection, the safety of the fiery sea boiling is highly guaranteed, and he wants to take this opportunity to break the deadlock. Deep in the sky, the power of the blood moon covers most of the sky. Boom! After a heavy bombardment, the huge body of the megalodon flew out from the depths of the blood moon energy. The blood moon cult master seized the opportunity and rushed out quickly, wanting to pursue the victory. At this time, the fiery sea boiling with the projection of the market below came up. The purple mist energy above the battleship surged violently, and a huge purple mist handprint suddenly shot out from it, rushing straight to the blood moon cult master. The blood moon patriarch naturally couldn't be hit so easily. The blood moon divine power circulated around him, turning into a circle of divine power barrier, and actually blocked the attack of the purple mist handprint head-on. But at this time, another attack followed. It was the Truth Mechanical Battle Star that Song Yin had already ordered to charge. Truth Mechanical Battle Star. Truth Space-Based Cannon. Boom! The core gun muzzle of the Mechanical Battle Star lit up with a dazzling white light, and the terrifying energy fluctuations made the entire starry sky tremble. The Blood Moon Patriarch finally changed his face. Stop that warship. He frantically mobilized the Blood Moon divine power, trying to intercept it in advance, but it was too late. Fire! A pure white beam of light that penetrated the sky tore through everything. Wherever the power of truth passed, the evil god's pollution melted like ice and snow. The Blood Moon Patriarch's body protection blood light instantly shattered. He let out a shrill scream, and half of his body was directly evaporated. Now! Song Yin seized the opportunity very well. The projection of the market above the ship attacked again, and the Blood Moon Cult Master, who was already half dead, was hit by the purple mist energy again. Just when he had only the last bit of life left, the Light of Dawn Galaxy Cannon on the flame-boiling sea, which had been accumulating energy for a long time, suddenly exploded and completely killed the 9th level late evil god Cult Master. And this time, the mirror image blood holy grail on the flame-boiling sea successfully collected a 9th level luck holy blood. The flame-boiling sea was just promoted to a galaxy ship not long ago, and it was still a long way from impacting the superdimensional mothership, but the luck holy blood collected by the mirror image blood holy grail had no time limit and no impact, and it could also be distributed to Song Qi, who was preparing to impact the superdimensional mothership. In short, this gain was huge. Without the Blood Moon Cult Master, a 9th level late stage combat power, the other troops of the Blood Moon Cult naturally had no power to resist, and were soon strangled by the Song family fleet. The Blood Moon Pope's Scarlet Elegy was still thinking about escaping the battlefield, but was entangled by the main body and clone of the flame-boiling sea. Finally, with the assistance of the Truth Mechanical Battle Star, it completely defeated the opponent. This warship is the Blood Moon Pope's flagship. The warship itself is mostly made of a large number of 9th level materials, and it is considered a fine product among the 9th level warships. However, it is driven by the power of faith and divine power, and it has been bathed in the blood of countless humans in the heavenly world. The bloody aura that is difficult to completely remove makes the Song family have no interest in it. However, this thing can be handed over to Song Qi later. This authentic 9th level Pope flagship of the evil god cult is believed to be of great interest to the Crescent tribe, and the false god moon goddess Alun of the gods continent. Half a year later, the former site of the capital of the Red Maple Kingdom. The Song family fleet was cleaning up the battlefield. After the death of the Blood Moon Cult Master and 200 Blood Moon Knights, the Pope of the Blood Moon Cult had already begun to retreat. In addition, the Song family fleet did not delay and advanced directly to the Red Maple King's capital. In the end, the Blood Moon Cult chose to evacuate in a hurry. Reporting to Ancestor Yin, the family fleet suffered the following losses in this battle. 2 dreadnoughts sank, and one of the captains died with the ship. 8 battleships were contaminated by the evil god's distorted power, and they need to be fully purified before they can resume combat. More than 30,000 third-level clansmen died. Song Yin was listening to the report quietly, when a new battleship suddenly connected to the communication group chat. Xiao Yin, there is news from below that a treasure house that the Blood Moon Cult did not have time to take away was found underground in the Red Maple King's capital. Suddenly, Song Yin's eyes lit up. Before this, the Blood Moon Cult destroyed nearly 10 countries on this holy light central island, including an empire. God knows how many good things they have looted. The things that they can deliberately bring with the team are basically the most valuable ones. Thinking of this, not only Song Yin, but also several other Star Destroyer captains of the Song family quickly rushed to the treasure house. Half an hour later, the family logistics department completed the inventory of the items in the entire treasure house. The most eye-catching one is the incomplete broken Haoyue godhead suspended in the center of the treasure house, which exudes a gorgeous tricolor color. In addition, there are many other equally valuable items. 20 Divine Power Crystals, 5 drops of 9th level Evil God Blood, 1 drop of 10th level Mythical Evil God Blood, 4 copies of Mythical Soul Colored lower level Wonders Blood Moon Staff, more than 10 Black Wonders, and more than 30 Golden Wonders. Looking at these things, Song Yin and others all showed excitement on their faces. Thanks to you, Xiao Yin, for finally suggesting to bring the Megalodon to come here in advance. The Pope of the Blood Moon sensed that there was a 9th level aura coming from the south at a high speed, and did not dare to stay for long. Hearing this, everyone around nodded. If they had not left in a hurry, how could the Blood Moon cult leave so many rare treasures? After a brief moment of joy, Song Yin quickly regained his composure and ordered, "Establish a defense line immediately. This Red Maple Kingdom will become the base of my Song family in the Heaven Realm. At the same time, send the spoils and this drop of the 10th level Evil God's blood back to the Dragon Ridge continent as soon as possible. Shaoqi will use it to attack the superdimensional mothership in the future." In the group chat, Song Wujiang nodded first. Over the years, Shaoqi has paid too much for the family. This drop of the 10th level Evil God's blood should be regarded as a small reward from the family. With Xuqi's current strength and status, this is all we can do. As Song Xuansong personally returned with the spoils, Song Yan's eyes were fixed on the 2 tricolor wonders left behind. Broken Haoyue Godhead. Blood Moon Staff. Chapter 815. The Song family is lucky. These 2 tricolor treasures can be transformed into shipborne parts. Among them, Broken Bright Moon Godhead can be transformed into a tricolor shipborne engine. The Blood Moon Staff is a galaxy cannon. As Song Yin watched, the attribute panels of the 2 parts quickly emerged. Haoyue God Core Reactor LV0. Quality, color/lower. Features, energy supply efficiency increased by 200%. Feature 2, engine thrust increased by 200%. Feature 3, Haoyue God Blessing. Feature 4, all loading parts of the warship with a quality lower than or equal to this part have their energy consumption reduced by 30%. Feature 5, dual engines. Feature 6, the maximum storage capacity of the engine's built-in energy pool is tripled. Feature 7, Divine Power Tide. Consumption, 400 per second, Divine Power Phantom Energy Points, energy supply, 3,400 per second, Divine Power Phantom Energy Points, buffer after overload, 30 minutes. Phantom Energy Pool, 600,000, can store 500,000 Phantom Energy Points. Haoyue God Blessing, consumption 50. 0,000 Divine Power Points are used for blessing. All engines on the loaded warship will immediately enter the overload operation state, with energy supply efficiency increased by 500%, thrust increased by 500%, lasting for 10 minutes, and buffer time of 240 hours. Dual engine. The loaded warship can be equipped with a second engine to provide the warship with more powerful power and maneuverability. Note, the quality of the second engine must not exceed that of the current engine. Divine Power Tide. Consume 1,000,000 Divine Power Points to inject the Bright Moon Divine Power Tide into the designated unit. When the target is a carbon-based unit, it can immediately restore all its injuries. When the target is a silicon-based unit, it can replenish all its consumed energy. The cooling time is constant for 10 years. Blood Moon Streamer Cannon LV0. Quality, color/lower. Feature, Blood Moon Power. Feature 2, main cannon power increased by 300%. Feature 3, true damage. Feature 4, charged critical hit. Feature 5, each time the main cannon attacks, it will bring a secondary Blood Moon beam with half the power of the attack, causing secondary damage to the same designated unit. Feature 6, Blood Moon Divine Light. Feature 7, 10,000 Moon Divine Light. Blood Moon Power. The blood-colored beams emitted by the main cannon are all accompanied by Blood Moon Power, which has a strong corrosive ability and is difficult to remove. True damage, slight. Charged critical hit. Consumes 500,000 psionic points, and can be used for 10 seconds/20 seconds/3, 0 seconds, etc. After charging, It will cause 200%/300%/400% damage respectively, and the cooling time is constant at 24 hours. Blood Moon Divine Light. Consume 1 million psionic points after a short period of energy storage. Condense a Blood Moon Divine Light and carry out a devastating single attack on the designated unit, with a cooling time of 240 hours. 10,000 Moon Divine Light. Consume 2 million psionic points. Condense 50 secondary Blood Moon Divine Lights and carry out a large-scale hole shooting on the designated area, with a cooling time of 720 hours. These two parts undoubtedly have very good properties, and after everyone discussed, both of them were undoubtedly allocated to Song Yen. Song Yen did not refuse much. Although the Fiery Sea has entered the level of senior galaxy ships, there are many black parts on the warship, and they are basically strengthened to LV-90 or above, but so far, no colored parts have been loaded. These two tricolor parts are undoubtedly a timely help for the Fiery Sea. With the unloading of the original Black Engine Titan core engine and the Black Galaxy Cannon Light of Dawn, the combat power of the Fiery Sea has been greatly improved. Although it does not directly allow it to enter the level of extreme galaxy ships, it is at least considered first class among senior galaxy ships. After this, the entire Red Maple Kingdom fell into the control of the Song family. This is far from over. The entire Red Maple Kingdom has a territory of more than 100 billion kilometers. The indigenous human beings in the country originally exceeded 10 billion, but after the Blood Moon's ravages, there are only a few 100 million left. Although it will not take 200 years for these populations to recover, for the Song family, how could they dislike the fact that they control too many territories? Not to mention the huge territory of the 7 countries under the Ackermann family, which spans several light years, tens of trillions of kilometers, but it will not stop at 100 billion kilometers. The key is that the Song family fleet has many tokens of the Zhutian market, and with the help of many low and medium-level dimensional space-related wonders collected in the past few thousand years, it is completely possible to easily transfer unlimited resources and clansmen from the Dragon Ridge continent without going through the transmission channel controlled by the Ackermann family. You know, although the Ackermann family opened the first rescue transmission for free, if you need to pass through it later, you will need to pay a lot of money. The key is that you often need to wait in line for a long time, which is very troublesome. In comparison, the Song family is much more convenient. Of course, what the Song family has announced to the public at the moment is that they have brought a large number of ordinary clansmen and resources in advance. After all, this matter is not small, and it also involves the Ackermann family in the 4 major pillar royal families. There is no need to make it known to everyone. With the arrival of batches of first and second level, including tens of millions of ordinary tribesmen, the control and reconstruction of the entire Red Maple Kingdom quickly got on track. After that, the Song family's pioneering fleet stayed for decades. 40 years later, the Song family's large forces set out again, leaving only a 100,000-strong Xinhua fleet stationed in the Red Maple Kingdom, commanded by Star Destroyer Captain Song Xuansong, plus an 8th-level planet devourer. 200 years later, the Song family conquered another kingdom in the northern part of the Red Maple Kingdom and directly merged it into the Red Maple Kingdom. So far, the territory of the Red Maple Faith Kingdom under the Song family has exceeded 200 billion kilometers. 450 years later, the Song family fleet led by Song Yen successively controlled several ordinary countries. So far, the territory of the Red Maple Faith Kingdom has exceeded 300 billion kilometers, with more than 6 billion human citizens in the country, including more than 1 billion goblins, hundreds of millions of orcs, etc. But that's the end of it, because to the north, it is adjacent to a very powerful empire, which is a direct holy empire under the command of the ancient heavenly god Eternal Sun. What is a direct holy empire? The entire empire is completely ruled by a church of a true god, fully believes in the true god, and has at least one saint of the true god. This is a direct holy empire. The empire to the north of the Red Maple Kingdom under the Song family is called the Holy Blazing Sun Empire. The empire spans nearly 2 light years, and has more than 1 million Eternal Sun churches, and enough 9th-level Eternal Bishops to count on both hands. The Eternal Archbishop of the Eternal Blazing Sun Holy City is said to be in existence at the extreme level of the 9th level. As a saint of the god, he can serve as a vessel for the descent of the gods, and temporarily usher in the arrival of the ancient god's clone, the Eternal Sun. In that state, he undoubtedly has true mythical combat power. Facing such a huge monster, the Song family was under great pressure. How could they dare to move forward? Fortunately, it was not only the Longji Song family that advanced here in the past few hundred years, but also several immortal giant forces, including the Langya Ming family under the jurisdiction of the Xianxin Divine Dynasty. When facing the Super Empire in the north, the reactions of several families were almost the same. A total of 3 immortal giants with 9th-level combat power, plus 2 outstanding 8th-level forces, finally reached an agreement to form an alliance to jointly resist the huge empire in the north. Song Qi was unaware of the large-scale actions of the family. He had been in seclusion in the depths of the all-attribute training room. Time passed, and 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the monthly market trading of the Zhutian market was opened again. Compared with the past, there were not many changes in the market trading this time. The only difference from before Song Qi's seclusion was probably the core members of the Song family, who gathered in the market. These people only exude the breath of mid-level life, but the amount of money they traded was terrifying. They continued to trade with each other, and there was basically no bargaining. Whatever price was offered was what price was offered. It was so straightforward. Brother Songyao, what is the price of this silver wonder? 100 strands of the 8th level floating land essence. This was clearly a price that had already exceeded the normal market price, but the person asking the question nodded and agreed without any hesitation. Okay, I want it. Soon, this voluntary transaction between both parties was concluded. When the transaction was officially completed, the 100 strands of the 8th level floating land essence that Songyao had just received were missing a few strands, and the market took the initiative to collect the corresponding transaction tax. This is not an isolated case. In every corner of this freestyle area, the middle-level members of the Song family are constantly trading. Not to mention the 8th level floating land origin and silver wonders, there are also many traders of the 9th level floating land origin and golden wonders, and they are never tired of it. If other members of the Song family were here, they would know that these wonders and floating land origins are the spoils of war that the family has plundered from the entire Red Maple Kingdom this time. In addition, there are also families that rely on the convenience of the market to sell basic firewood materials, mid to high-end mechanical creations, etc. in the Heaven Realm to earn the difference in price. At this time, the Song family member who happened to be on duty at the all-attribute training room sent a message. Emergency news. Chizu came out of retreat. What? Chizu came out of retreat? Hurry, hurry, let's go to greet him. In front of the all-attribute training room that was completely covered by the power of the market origin, hundreds of middle-level core members of the Song family gathered here, staring at the door of the training room in front with respect. After a dozen seconds, Song Qi, who had been in seclusion for more than 1,000 years, walked out. Seeing these tribesmen welcoming him, a trace of surprise flashed across his face. What are you doing? Replying to Master Qi, today is the once-a-month market trading day. We are following your instructions before seclusion and doing our best to increase the high-level trading volume of the market. Song Qi smiled and nodded, and at the same time quickly called up the attribute panel of the Zhutian market. Name, Zhutian market. Market owner, Song Qi. Level, LV85. Specifications, 3,500,000 kilometers * 3,500,000 kilometers. Required for upgrading, 600 strands of floating land origin, 8th level, market transaction amount of 2.1 million strands of 8th level floating land origin, 3985000/2100000, 1/8 level master true spirit. Looking at the last column on the attribute panel in front of him, Song Qi was delighted but also full of doubts. 3,980,000 strands of the 8th level floating land essence. Even though the Song family's foundation has skyrocketed, and they own several 8th level floating lands such as the Dragon Ridge continent, it takes time for the 8th level floating land to breed the 8th level floating land essence. The floating land itself needs the 8th level floating land essence to nourish it. The 8th level floating land essence that can be truly produced in a year is actually very limited. In addition to the consumption of several Star Destroyer captains strengthening, the need for practicing the guidance technique, the minimum consumption of enslaving creatures, etc., nearly 4 million 8th level floating land essences, this is really beyond his original expectations. As if guessing the doubts of his first ancestor in the clan, the battleship captain Song Yao immediately explained all the matters that had happened in the Heaven Realm recently. Heaven Realm? The status is equivalent to a closed star field of an 11th level star continent. So that's it. After the market transaction was over, and a group of middle-level clansmen left, Song Qi couldn't wait to start the promotion of the Heaven market. After several tremors, the market level quickly increased, and finally reached LV88, only one step away from LV89. Upgrade requirements, 900 strands of floating land origin, 8th level, market transaction amount of 4.5 million strands of 8th level floating land origin, 3985000/4500000, 1/8 level master true spirit. Song Chi was very satisfied with the soaring market level. Originally, according to his plan, this time out of retreat would at most allow the market to reach LV87, and even if he was unlucky, LV86 was possible. At the moment, this really gave him a great surprise. And according to what the core tribesman said before, it seems that there is another special package that has been put into the closed storage room of the market. With curiosity, he came all the way to the closed storage room. After taking out the high-level storage capsule that Song Xuansong personally sent in, Song Chi chose to open it directly. Bright red light shot out from the gap of the storage capsule. When he saw the source of the red light clearly, even Song Chi couldn't help shrinking his pupils. This is the blood of the 10th level evil god. The blood of the 10th level evil god is a super rare resource that can produce a certain effect when the superdimensional mothership impacts the mythical immortal ship. The value is higher than that of a single color mythical object. Song Chi never thought that the family sent a drop of the 10th level evil god's blood. Half an hour later, Song Chi, who took the initiative to ask the ancestors for specific details, instinctively sighed at the good luck of the family's pioneering fleet. The blood of the 10th level evil god is an additional promotion resource of this level. Even for the 10th level evil god of the heaven, it takes a long time to replenish each drop lost. Generally speaking, the 10th level evil god will not easily grant the 10th level evil god blood to his followers. At most, it is the 8th and 9th levels. Only the high-level cults such as the Blood Moon cult, which has existed for more than hundreds of thousands of years, has a long heritage, and has made great contributions to the Scarlet Moon, will have this level of evil god blood in their hands. It just happened to be obtained by the Song family. The luck is simply unmatched. Thinking of this, Song Chi couldn't help but feel a little entangled. He was considering the use plan of this drop of the 10th level evil god blood. During this retreat, his breakthrough progress in the guidance technique was surprisingly smooth. For more than 1,000 years, with the help of various auxiliary blessings and the remaining few home spirit fruits, the guidance technique successfully broke through to LV89. In other words, he only needs to wait until the day when the Xinxia continent impacts the Xingqian continent, and then he can formally try to let the Tianxu Sangqiong impact the superdimensional mothership. And this is exactly what he is struggling with. Although the blood of the 10th level evil god has a greater auxiliary effect on the galaxy ship's impact on the superdimensional mothership, which is enough to increase the promotion success rate of the Tianxu Sangqiong by more than 10%, it can also play a certain role in impacting the 10th level mythical immortal ship. The effect is not to say how good it is, but the resources that can take effect when impacting the myth are already more valuable than 99% of the high-level resources. Whether to use it in the impact of the superdimensional mothership in the near future, or to wait until it is promoted to the mythical immortal ship in the future, this is indeed a little tangled. Chapter 816. Song Chi did not hesitate for too long, and soon made a decision. Although there is the time chessboard, it is true that there is no 8th level time fruit to assist. In order to ensure the stable promotion of Tianxu Sangqiong, this drop of 10th level evil god blood must be used. Thinking in his mind, Song Chi also had a little idea in his mind. As long as he successfully promoted to the superdimensional captain, and then added the mythical status blessing given by the 9th level Zhutian market, he would most likely have the terrifying combat power to face the myth. At that time, would he be afraid of not being able to get a drop of 10th level evil god blood? After coming out of seclusion this time, Song Chi did not have the idea of continuing to retreat, at least in the short term. According to his idea, what he needed to wait for next was the subsequent promotion of Xinxia continent. Only by taking advantage of this opportunity to complete the promotion of Tianxu Sangqiong to the superdimensional mothership, he would try to retreat again to break through LV90. This waiting process would take at least hundreds of years, which was not a long time, but Song Chi was unwilling to waste this time. After leaving the market, he stayed in Longji continent for 10 years, and then went directly to the Heaven Realm. After hundreds and thousands of years, although the development wave of the Heaven Realm has gradually calmed down, it does not mean that the situation has also stabilized. In fact, with the large-scale invasion and development of the Xinhua fleet of the Xinhua human civilization, the various forces on the Holy Light Central Island have already secretly chosen to unite against the outside world. In particular, the appearance of the Xinxiajiuli, the mythical immortal ship clone, and the entry of a strange mythical combat force made the heavenly gods, who originally freely grazed the entire Holy Light Central Island, feel a great threat. That is to say, the battleship clone of Xinxiajiuli has good combat power. In the past 1,000 years, no matter which god of the Holy Light God system it confronts, it can at least fight back and forth, and even has the absolute upper hand several times. With the clone of Shinxia Jiuli in charge, and the assistance of the gods map of the Clemen family, the old countries on the Holy Light Central Island for more than 1,000 years, although full of hostility, have never really stopped the expansion of the various Xinhua forces. However, this is only a scene on the surface, and in fact, the confrontation in secret has never stopped. One of the 7 countries of the Holy Hall, the Heaven Empire. As the capital of the Heaven Empire, the Holy City of Heaven can be regarded as the most prosperous city among the hundreds of countries currently developed by the Xinhua human civilization. This is the first colonial city of the Clemen family in the Heaven realm, and it is also the location of the highest colonial command of the Xinhua civilization in the Heaven realm. The Holy City of Heaven, the Heaven Palace. In the depths of the palace, several figures gathered together. Ferdinand, what's wrong? The middle-aged man sitting in the first seat shook his head gently. No, the foundation of the Holy Spirit Mother Tree is too shallow. 1,000 years from the senior 9th level to the late 9th level is the limit. It will take at least thousands of years for him to reach the peak of the 9th level. Thousands of years? This is not possible. The territory of the Xinhua faith country that has been opened up now is nearly 100 light years in diameter. Only a senior 9th level pseudogod of faith cannot cover such a large area. Since relying on the Holy Spirit Mother Tree alone is not enough, we can only give orders to let the forces below support or share the Lord of Faith on their own. However, the Holy Spirit God system must be determined in advance, which can greatly increase the chances of the Holy Spirit Mother Tree impacting the position of a true God in the future. Then let's do it. The status of this heavenly world is here. Even if the 3 of us are promoted in the future, it is unlikely that we can forcibly control this closed realm. We can only support our own belief in gods to infiltrate step by step. The Song family's belief country, the Red Maple Kingdom. The Red Maple capital, the underground isolation chamber. Except for Song Xuan, Song Yin, Song Wujiang, Song Xuansong and other Song family ancestors who stayed in Longji continent, they are all here at this moment. In the middle of the chamber, Captain Xinghe Song Yin spoke first. The latest order just came from above, asking us to solve the problem of the Lord of Faith on our own. What? Solve it on our own? How do we solve it? Do we have to believe in the Eternal Sun again? The Red Maple Kingdom was originally the belief area of the Eternal Sun, and everyone knew this. However, since the invasion of the Blood Moon cult, they defeated the Blood Moon cult with tough means. The Red Maple Kingdom can no longer be the Red Maple Kingdom of the past. For the Xinhua captain who follows the Xinhua worship system, it doesn't matter who the original believer is. The key point is that the Song family is now the controller, so it is important who the believer is now. What is a believer? Harvesting the power of faith, refining the power of faith, using the power of faith to control the extraordinary, and constantly strengthening one's own creatures. This is the believer. If they believe in the Eternal Sun again, the other party will harvest the faith of the entire Red Maple Kingdom. But what benefits can the Song family get? Could it be that they will take the initiative to ask the Eternal Sun? To ask for the other party's divine blood, only by cultivating their own believers, and letting them continue to harvest faith, with the help of the huge faith area of the Red Maple Kingdom? The Song family can also continuously obtain rare resources such as divine blood and divine power crystals from them. This is the plan to maximize benefits. Although everyone present knew this, the most troublesome problem at the moment was where to get such a completely controlled Lord of Faith. There were many civilizations in the Broken Star Sea that followed the path of faith, but it was very rare to have a truly strong foundation, and to be able to stably produce high-level lords of faith. Take themselves for example. Now the family also controls several faith colonies, the highest of which is the Holy Dragon Continent. But the Holy Dragon Continent itself is only a 5th level floating land, and the highest normal Lord of Faith that can be derived from it is only 5th level. If it is really transferred to the Heaven realm, the difference in the floating land level alone will take them 1,000 years to adapt. The 5th level Lord of Faith on the low-level floating land has an insurmountable gap in foundation compared to the 5th level Lord of Faith in the Heaven realm. Let alone letting it harvest the entire Red Maple Kingdom, I am afraid that it will not be able to control a Marquis. What should we do then? I heard that Langia Ming's family seems to have launched an 8th level Wolf of Faith. Why don't we go ask? Just when everyone in the Song family was having trouble deciding, a voice suddenly came from outside the secret room. No need to be so troublesome. Song Yin and his family turned their heads to look, and when they saw who was coming, they all looked happy. Xiaoqi, you are out of retreat? But the guidance technique has broken through LV-89? Yes. After a brief reply, Song Chi turned the topic back to the matter of the Lord of Faith. He raised his hand slightly, and a mini snake appeared. Is this Hanwha snow python? Several people recognized the mini Hanwha snow python one after another. After the war on the Holy Dragon Continent, Song Chi placed the Hanwha snow python on the Holy Dragon Continent until it reached the peak of the 5th level, and then took it away again after breaking through the restrictions. Today, there is still a church called Spirit Snake Sect on the Holy Dragon Continent, with nearly 10 billion indigenous believers under its command. However, in the past few thousand years, the Cold Moon Snow Python has already broken through to the 7th level. The faith power on the Holy Dragon Continent is too low, and can no longer provide much help to it. The Cold Moon Snow Python is still there, and it has successfully been promoted to the 7th level. Great! After seeing the Cold Moon Snow Python, everyone in the secret room was overjoyed. The family members were not unfamiliar with the Snow Python under Song Chi's command, but Song Chi had not shown it to others for a long time. They had long thought that the Cold Moon Snow Python had run out of life, and Song Chi was in seclusion, so they had never mentioned it. Surprised, Song Yin quickly said, but the 7th level is still not enough. Although it is likely enough to let it take charge of the entire Red Maple Kingdom, it is not just the Red Maple Kingdom of my Song family that needs a believer now. Yes, if the Hanwha Snow Python can be promoted to the 8th level, the faith coverage area will be further expanded. We will go to the other families to talk in person, and there will be no problem. By the way, Xiaoyan, I remember that I got more than 20 divine power crystals before. Xiaoqi, these are 26 divine power crystals. How strong is the Hanwha Snow Python now? Song Chi understood what his elder brother Song Yin meant, and said directly, after feeding with a large amount of rare resources, including the continuous supply of faith power from the Holy Dragon Continent, the Hanwha Snow Python has already reached the peak of the 7th level. Hearing this, everyone was even more happy. In this way, these more than 20 divine power crystals may not be unable to help the Hanwha Snow Python break through in one fell swoop. With the full cooperation of the most powerful people in the Song family, the plan of the Hanwha Snow Python to absorb divine power crystals was quickly launched. In addition to the 26 divine crystals, the Song family logistics department also sent dozens of faith containers. These containers were the harvest of the sects under the command of the good, evil, and false gods that the Song family destroyed in the past 1,000 years. They stored tens to hundreds of millions of faith powers. For the captain of the Song family Xinhua, these were useless, but for a believer who was about to impact the 8th level, these were excellent auxiliary items. 2 months later, when Hanwha Snow Python came out of retreat again, it did not disappoint Song Chi and the Song family. After absorbing those divine crystals and faith power, it successfully broke through the 8th level and turned into an 8th level believer. As for what happened next, it was very simple. Including the Red Maple Kingdom, several Xinhua faith countries will begin to fully build the Spirit Snake Church. In the future, for a long time, the Spirit Snake Church will become the only sect in several faith countries. The news that Hanwha Snow Python broke through the 8th level quickly spread among the top leaders of the Song family. Standing on the highest observatory in the Red Maple Kingdom, Song Chi looked down at the Spirit Snake Cathedral under construction below, his eyes deep. Xiaoqi, according to your request, the first batch of 300 churches has begun construction. Song Wujiang walked behind him, holding a holographic projection map floating in his hand, on which were densely marked construction sites throughout the Red Maple Kingdom. Song Chi nodded slightly, but soon continued, but this is not enough, at least 3,000 churches are needed. Hanwha needs enough faith nodes to build a sub-faith network under the Holy Spirit God system. 3,000 churches? Song Wujiang frowned slightly. This requires mobilizing a large number of indigenous labor in the kingdom, which may affect the exploitation of other resources. The accumulation of faith power is more important than those resources. Song Chi turned around, and a crystal-cleared little snake swam out of his sleeve. It was the Hanwha Snow Python after the breakthrough. At this moment, mysterious silver lines flowed on its scales, and each scale seemed to contain a small world. Song Wujiang felt the pressure far beyond the ordinary 8th level, and his pupils shrank slightly. This is... After breaking through with the help of the Divine Power Crystal, Hanwha has already possessed some divine characteristics. Song Chi gently stroked the head of the Snow Python. It has extremely high potential in itself. Now it can not only absorb the power of faith, but also feed back to believers through the faith network and temporarily gather the power of all believers. Hearing this, Song Wujiang already understood something. Temporarily gathering the power of all believers means that the Hanwha Snow Python will have a very high combat power increase during this period. If there are enough faith nodes and believers under its command, it is not difficult to fight across levels. Okay, I will arrange this as soon as possible. Just after he finished speaking, a violent energy fluctuation suddenly came from the sky. Song Chi's eyes condensed, and when he raised his hand, a silver barrier instantly unfolded, covering the entire Red Maple King. Boom! A blazing holy light fell from the sky, hitting the silver barrier fiercely, stirring up a rain of light all over the sky. The running dog of the eternal sun! Song Wujiang shouted angrily, and the next second the megalodon shark cruising not far away had already flown over. Song Chi seemed unusually calm, and he looked up at a certain place in the sky. Since you are here, why hide your head and show your tail? The void twisted, and 3 figures wearing golden holy robes slowly emerged. The leader held a spear burning with holy flames, and his voice exploded like thunder. Heretics! How dare you spread the false god belief in my lord's former territory? Your lord's territory? Song Chi sneered. The Red Maple Kingdom is now surnamed Song. Before he finished speaking, the cold moon snow python suddenly jumped out of his sleeve and expanded rapidly in the air. In a blink of an eye, a silver giant python with a body length of more than 1 million kilometers hovered in the sky, and every scale reflected the scene of countless believers praying. 8th level faith beast. The holy robe figure exclaimed. This is impossible. How can such a low-level creature? The cold moon snow python did not give the other party a chance to finish speaking, and did not even need the flying megalodon to attack. It opened its huge mouth and spewed out a silver light mist. In the light mist, countless tiny divine power beliefs emerged, which were the transformation of some of the divine characteristics it had controlled over the years. The 3 holy light messengers hurriedly urged their divine power to resist, but found that their faith connection was being forcibly cut off by some force. This is faith cutting. The leading holy envoy showed horror on his face. How can you master this method? Song Chi stepped into the air and stood on the head of the cold moon snow python. The phantoms formed by hundreds of faith nodes above the sky were shining brightly, evolving into a faith network covering the sky, blocking the 3 eternal sun believers from receiving the eternal sun faith power from the outside world. Without the blessing of the faith power bestowed by the Lord of Faith, the 3 8th level believers directly lost their greatest reliance. After a sharp hissing from the cold moon snow python, the 3 were quickly killed on the spot. Witnessing this scene with his own eyes, Song Wujiang worriedly said, Shao Qi, will killing the messenger of eternal sun directly like this trigger its revenge? Why not report it to the Heavenly King's capital first? Song Chi raised his hand and directly rejected this suggestion. No, it's only our Xinhua development area that has returned to peace. The blood moon crisis in other areas is far from over. Facing the 7 evil gods, the eternal sun is now busy with his own affairs, so how can he take care of us? Besides, as time goes by, the Holy Spirit God system belief network between our Xinhua faith country has been initially laid out. Even though the cold moon snow python can control some of the divine characteristics by luck, how can the Holy Spirit mother tree cultivated by the Akelamon family for nearly 200,000 years not be able to do it? Hearing this, Song Wujiang seemed to realize something. Shao Qi, what you mean is that at the moment, when the Holy Spirit God system faith network is completed, even if Xinxia Jiuli occasionally does not take action, with the help of this faith network, the Holy Spirit mother tree can also compete with the gods of the outside world. Of course, as one of the 4 pillars of the Xinhua civilization, the Akelamon family has been glorious for more than 200,000 years, so don't underestimate them. As the Red Maple Kingdom, and several Xinhua faith countries on the left put the construction of the Spirit Snake Church on the agenda one by one, the Song family's faith gradually stabilized, so Song Chi did not stay here for long. Leaving the cold moon snow python in the Red Maple capital, after entrusting the family's core members with all matters, Song Chi returned to the Dragon Ridge continent through the Shutian market. Then he rushed all the way to the Xinxia Empire. In just a few months, through multiple long-distance transmissions, Song Chi, driving the Tianshu Sangqiong, arrived at the Xinxia Empire. Xinxia continent, outside the floating land shield. Song Chi did not choose to enter the Xinxia continent directly, but only talked to a galaxy captain who was in charge of patrolling the continent. Not long after that, the Tianshu Sangqiong set off again and quickly disappeared into the deep space outside the Xinxia continent. Does it take another 400 years? Well, take this opportunity to explore the Chaos continent first. 400 years is the exact time node for the Xinxia continent to impact the Xingqian continent, which was also told by the captain of the Xinxia Jiang family Xinghe. Song Chi would not doubt it. As for the next plan, he decided to take advantage of this time to explore the Chaos continent. The first time he went to the Chaos Continent, the only purpose was to participate in the Batian Ruins trip. The second and third times were to guard the human Emperor's city. It can be said that until now, he has never freely explored the Chaos Continent. It is said that opportunities abound in Chaos Divine Land. The highest exploration record in the past 200,000 years is only tens of millions of light years away from human Emperor's city. Even so, there are records of obtaining colorful treasures. Now that the crisis of human Emperor's city has been eliminated, and the mythical immortal ship Shinxiajioli is in charge, it is the golden opportunity for external exploration. Song Qi will certainly not let it go. Compared with the past hundreds of thousands of years, the guards on the Chaos transmission platform have been reduced a lot, but not everyone can enter and exit. However, Song Qi is different. Once the name Tianqiu Sangqiong was reported, the Xinxiu elite fleet responsible for guarding the transmission platform almost did not hesitate and directly chose to let it go. After a familiar space shuttle, Song Qi arrived at Chaos Divine Land again. Chapter 817. Unlike more than 2,000 years ago, the human Emperor city today is much quieter, more peaceful, and more joyful than before. Since the human Emperor city defense war ended, Shinxiajioli personally took charge, and now this Chaos city no longer has the tension and solemnity that has been lingering for more than 200,000 years. As long as they think that the city has the mythical immortal captain Xinxia Jiangwang personally in charge, the billions of Xinhua citizens in the city feel extremely safe, and even the external exploration that was not dared to be opened up for more than 200,000 years has been fully opened up in the past 2,000 years. The number of exploration registration forms in the hands of the city patrol team alone has exceeded that of the past more than 200,000 years. It is no exaggeration to say that since human Emperor City won the four-tribe offensive and defensive war, and completely gained a foothold in the Chaos God Continent, the Chaos God Continent's golden age of external exploration belonging to the Xinhua civilization has arrived, and now it is just a small beginning. The top leaders of the four Xinhua empires had already concluded that the next tens of thousands of years, or even 100,000 years, would be the golden age of the new generation of the entire Xinhua civilization. In fact, this is indeed the case. In the wave of foreign exploration that has been launched in the past 2,000 years, there are more than 5 lucky people who have obtained colorful treasures. Those big figures with bigger backgrounds, who do not need to hand in extra harvests, will only gain more in secret. In total, the mythical treasures that Xinhua civilization has recently harvested will never be less than 10, and there is a certain possibility that more than 20 pieces will be harvested. Just saying this, perhaps many Xinhua captains are still vague about this concept. From another perspective, let's take the immortal giant power of the Xianxin divine dynasty, Shangdongshan clan, as an example. This super clan has been passed down for more than 200,000 years, and the mythical treasures revealed to the public are only 2. Of course, this is only what the Shang family has revealed on their own initiative. There must be a lot of hidden treasures, but even if they are included, there will never be more than 5. It must be clear at a glance. In short, just the mythical treasures secretly harvested in the 2,000 years of human Emperor's city being fully open to the outside world for exploration are equivalent to the ultimate heritage of several super clans that have been passed down for more than 200,000 years. From this, it can be seen how terrifying the hidden interests in this Chaos Divine Land are. If not, why would the Chaos creatures born and raised on the Divine Land, the peak tribes that settled here after the end of the epoch, or the emerging civilizations like the Xinhua human civilization that have risen in the current epoch, be so keen to open more Chaos cities on this Divine Land for countless years? They just want to obtain more mythical objects, superclass resources, and amazing inheritances that are continuously derived from the Chaos Divine Land, so as to continue to strengthen the strength and foundation of themselves and the civilization tribes behind them. After more than 300,000 years of struggle and hard work, the Xinhua human civilization has barely entered this ranks, and has initially qualified to compete with those hegemonic civilizations and peak tribes. But that's all. If you really want to compete with these long-standing forces, a mythical immortal ship is not enough. The future of the Xinhua human civilization is still very long. With emotion, Song Qi stopped and found that he had come to the registration office of the city patrol team. As the entry conditions of the human Emperor city gradually relaxed, more and more Xinhua citizens came from the ancestral domain. Therefore, even though there were many captains who registered to explore the chaos in the past few thousand years, the number of new registrations every year has not decreased at all. Looking at the team in front of him, that seemed to have no end, Song Qi gave up the idea of keeping a low profile. Seeing him take the initiative to walk out of the queue and walk towards the advanced passage in front without hesitation, the captain of the city patrol team soon came to meet him. This is the advanced registration passage, not. The moment the huge pressure of the 8th level life on Song-Chi's body was released, the voice of the 5th level patrol captain suddenly paused, and a smile suddenly rose on his originally serious face. Member of the First Fleet of the Chiyu Imperial family, member of the Human Emperor City Patrol team. Li He, hello. Song-Chi nodded gently, and without introducing his name, he entered the registration office under the guidance of this person. Although he did not introduce his identity, the 8th level life pressure that emanated from him, which belonged to the captain of the galaxy, could not deceive anyone. If it is said that most of the Star Destroyer captains are not in the privileged class, and each time they have to hand over 10% of the total income from foreign exploration, the captain of the galaxy is completely different. No matter what their identity is, no matter what their background is, as long as they reach the level of the captain of the galaxy, they are undoubtedly the privileged class. Although the Star Destroyer captain can be regarded as the peak combat power of the entire Xinhua civilization, each one is enough to open up a high-level Xinhai civilization, but in terms of quantity, the Star Destroyers of the Xinhua civilization are as high as tens of thousands, or even more than 100,000. In comparison, the number of galaxy ships will be only 100 times less. It is hard to say whether there are thousands of galaxy ships in the entire Xinhua human civilization. After a simple report, Song-Chi left the registration office. Next, he will officially start his first chaos exploration in the true sense. Of course, before starting the exploration, he did not forget to tell his fortune. In the main control room of Tianxu Sangqiong, Song-Chi's eyes lit up when he saw the result displayed on the Tianming Sinan. The best fortune, the second best fortune. Does it mean that this exploration will have great gains? Thinking about it, Song-Chi has already controlled the mirror image split shadow component and summoned the Tianxu Sangqiong mirror worship. Even if the fortune is good, he will not let his body go out to take risks. With the absolutely safe chaos city of Renhuang City, and the mirror worship summoned by the colorful lower-level mirror image split shadow, only a fool would take risks in person under such good conditions. But then again, the lower-level mirror image is not without weaknesses. At least, the three-colored extreme-level artifacts on the main body of Tianxu Sangqiong, such as Time Chessboard, Destiny Compass and Light of Judgment, cannot be mirrored, which undoubtedly greatly weakens the combat power of the mirror worship. For this reason, before mirroring, Song-Chi had to temporarily borrow a three-color galaxy cannon from the master of Pijuan Palace stationed in the city. After the mirroring was completed, he returned it to improve the combat power of the mirror worship as much as possible. On the towering city wall of Human Emperor City that is thousands of light years high, the main body of Tianxu Sangqiong is quietly docked, and the mirror worship is floating above the worship. At this time, two figures walked out of the main body of the Tianxu Sangqiong. They were two 6-star ancient monsters. One of the two 6-star ancient monsters directly boarded the mirror battleship. It had been marked with the Divine Mind mark of Chapter of Divine Mind in advance. If the mirror battleship has any gains in the future, Song-Chi can take the initiative to let it take the remote recall. As for the other 6-star ancient demon, it did not enter the mirror battleship together. Instead, a black light shot out from the mirror battleship and quickly sank into its body. It was also a divine mark, but this one was cast by a replica of the divine chapter, and the purpose was the same. Later, as long as Song-Chi wanted, he could let the 6-star ancient demon recall the mirror battleship remotely. In addition, Song-Chi also took out several projection Emperor stones, and threw them into the mirror battleship. If there was any danger later, he could remotely summon the projection of the Tianxu Sangqiong to assist in the battle. Unfortunately, both the Divine Chapter and the Void Sea Projection Emperor Tomb were black parts. Under the status suppression of the semi-high-dimensional land of the Chaos God Land, the distance at which both could take effect was limited, and it was far from being able to be activated almost regardless of distance, like in the Broken Star Sea. According to Song-Chi's own estimation, these two parts should be effective at most within 500,000 to 1 million light-years away from Human Emperor City. If it is farther away, it must be of colorful mythical quality. Song-Chi was helpless about this, but he had no choice. Since the Zhutian market could not affect the chaos at present, he could only do so. If outsiders knew his troubles at this moment, they would probably be angry on the spot. You should know that in the past 2,000 years, more than 70% of the Xinhua captains who went out of the city to explore were exploring within 10,000 light years outside the Human Emperor City, and more than 90% were restricted to within 100,000 light years. After making all preparations, Song-Chi closed his eyes and gathered most of his mental power to the mirror battleship. Soon, the engine of the mirror battleship roared, and it shot all the way to the depths of the chaotic sky outside the city, quickly tearing through the chaotic clouds and disappearing at the end of the sight. At this time, several voices came from the connected communication group chat. Tam Lang, I wish you good luck. Tam Lang, how about we compete to see who has gained more this time? These voices came from several other Beidou Qixing Hall members, who were also docked on the Chaos City wall. Most of them were Star Lords, including Pijuan, the old Hall Master. Like Song Qi, they also stayed in the Human Emperor City with their real bodies, and chose to use the warship clones to explore the chaos. Song Qi smiled and said nothing, but fully controlled the actions of the mirror warship remotely. Chaos God Land has never been a treasure land. Endless chaos storms, chaos killing arrays hidden in the void, and chaos nests everywhere can take the life of an explorer at any time and anywhere. No creature dares to be careless. The sea of clouds wrapped in violent chaos energy surged outside the warship's porthole, like a stirred ink pool. Song Qi's mind was completely immersed in the ethereal body, in the main control room of the mirror battleship. He could hear every inch of the mirror battleship's hull humming slightly under the impact of the chaotic energy. Activate the replica Myth Pulse energy shield. As he whispered the order, a three-color light film immediately appeared on the surface of the battleship, isolating the chaotic mist that tried to erode the hull. Then he quickly called up the holographic star map. The coordinates of the Human Emperor City flashed a stable blue light behind him, and there was a vast unknown area ahead. According to the safe route provided by the patrol team, he should have traveled northeast along the third Chaos Corridor, where there were 7 ruins that had been initially explored. But when he was about to adjust the course, the battleship suddenly trembled violently. Warning, high-intensity chaos energy tide detected. The mechanized alarm sounded and pierced the silence of the main control room. Outside the porthole, the originally calm sea of clouds suddenly boiled, and several dark red energy torrents shuttled through the clouds like a giant python of destruction. Song Qi's pupils shrank suddenly. This is a precursor to the chaos storm, and the estimated storm energy level is far beyond imagination. Emergency evasion, start ultra-long-range space jump. The engine of the mirror battleship spewed out dazzling blue flames, and at the critical moment, it successfully pushed the mirror battleship out of the gap between the 2 energy torrents. Song Qi noticed that at the moment the mirror battleship disappeared, more chaos turbulence was forming, and in a blink of an eye, it formed a huge storm net that covered the sky and the sun. Taking a deep breath, he controlled himself to calm down. Chaos storm is one of the most dangerous and common natural phenomena in Shenlu. It is said that once caught in such a super large chaos storm, even mythical creatures will be in danger. Fortunately, through this timely space jump, the mirror warship has successfully escaped from danger. Even under the 10,000 times suppression of the semi-high-dimensional space of the God continent, this red sky jump still escaped nearly 700 light-years, and had already rushed out of the area formed by the super-chaotic storm. Time passed day by day, and in the blink of an eye, it was more than 10 years. In the past 10 years, Song Qi has almost been on the road, using the 2 jump components of the red sky jump device and the space jumper to continuously move away from the Human Emperor City. After more than 2,000 years of exploration, plus more than 200,000 years of continuous exploration, the value of the area around the Human Emperor City has basically been developed. If you want to gain something, you must stay away from the Human Emperor City. Over the past decade, the mirror battleship has been more than 400,000 light-years away from the Human Emperor City through ordinary and ultra-long-range jumps. There are still traces of the Xinhua battleship's firepower sweeping in this area, but it is extremely limited. Obviously, it is rare to be so far away from the Human Emperor City, even among high-level Xinhua battleships. However, Song Qi still did not stop. The battleship engine roared again, and was about to continue to shoot into the distance. At this moment, the Eye of Replica Truth suddenly captured an abnormal reading. That is, there is a relatively calm space in the area with the most chaotic turbulence on the side of the battleship. What is even more surprising is that there are geometric outlines with special rules looming in the energy vortex. That is definitely not a naturally formed scene. Song Qi hesitated for only half a second before making a decision. Instead of rushing into the storm, it is better to take a gamble. He made a sharp turn and dived towards the mysterious area. Chaos energy slapped the shield, making a rapid and sharp whistle. The energy shield value was decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. 85%. 72%. 59%. Just when the shield was about to collapse, the warship suddenly broke through an invisible barrier and broke into a spherical safe space. Song Qi did not relax at all. He first activated the replica Last Blessing component. When the energy shield value was partially restored, he turned his eyes to the surroundings, but was soon shocked by the scene in front of him. A black tower with unknown runes engraved on its surface, and a pitch-black body was suspended in the sky. The symbols on the tower were flickering with the rhythm of the external storm, as if breathing. There is a huge crystal on the top of the black tower, which constantly absorbs the chaotic energy around it. The ethereal body controlled by Song-Chi narrowed its eyes, and stared at the black tower in the sky. The moment he saw the black tower, the words unknown civilization relics came to his mind, but he shook his head quickly. No, this is not a civilization relic, nor is it a creation of intelligent creatures. It is more like a special form of chaos nest. Looking at the giant crystal on the top of the black tower, it constantly absorbs the chaotic energy from the outside world. It will vibrate every once in a while, just like a heart that has not lost its vitality, and the black tower below it is the same. As for why there are no chaos beasts around, Song-Chi also has a guess. This is most likely a chaos nest that has just been conceived. Judging from the energy level, it should be at the level of the first 9 levels, that is, the flood level chaos nest. Huang, breeding chaos beast up to level 6, Xian, can breed a large number of level 6 chaos beasts, D, up to level 7, Tian, a large number of level 7, Huang, level 8, Hong, level 9, Zhou, level 10 myth, Yu, level 11 myth. It's just that because the breeding has not been completed, the chaos beast has not been bred yet. Song-Chi was delighted to determine the specific origin of this black tower. A Hong-level chaos nest that is being bred can breed up to level 9 chaos beasts. As long as it can be cleared in one fell swoop, it can continuously produce various rare resources in the future, including the Master's True Spirit, the Star Sea Wonders, the origin of the floating land, rare minerals, etc., and if it is the first time to pass the level, the reward that can be obtained must be the highest, which is definitely a treasure pot. Of course, the most important thing is that this chaos nest is still in the process of gestation. He will be able to challenge it as soon as possible after it is completed. The chaos nest that has just been gestated is the easiest time to challenge, because they should not have time to breed too many high-level chaos beasts. I think this is the benefit I mentioned in the lottery. Muttering, Song-Chi controlled the mirror battleship and waited quietly. The gestation of chaos nests often takes a very long time, but this black tower-shaped chaos nest in front of him is obviously about to take shape, so Song-Chi naturally doesn't mind wasting some time waiting slowly. Only in this way can he seize the best opportunity to challenge later. Time passed slowly, and the chaos energy surged around the black tower like a tide. Those ancient runes flickered with the energy fluctuations, as if playing a symphony from the beginning of the universe. Song-Chi controlled the mirror battleship to keep a safe distance, and the battleship's scanning system was running at full power, constantly collecting data from this mysterious black tower. The fingertips of the ethereal body slid quickly on the holographic projection, calling up a series of data streams. At this rate of development, it will take about half a year to fully take shape. I hope it can go through safely. With good luck, there shouldn't be any accidents. Chapter 818. Time passed, and soon it was half a year. Perhaps Song-Chi had really good luck recently, and there were no accidents in the past 6 months. Only a group of micro-beasts led by dozens of 7th-level chaos beasts accidentally broke into this chaotic storm space once, and were easily dealt with by the mirror battleship. On this day, the ruined black tower in the sky trembled again, and the next second a familiar energy spread outward with it as the center. In the main control room of the mirror battleship, the ethereal body suddenly opened its eyes, and at the same time the warship's engine roared, quickly flying towards the sky. Song-Chi, who had challenged the chaos nest several times, was very familiar with this kind of energy fluctuation. It was the movement that only a complete chaos nest could emit. The mirror battleship swept along the way without a pause. Just as a strong rhythm appeared above the black tower nest that had just been bred in the sky, it wanted to intercept the rapidly approaching mirror battleship breeding chaos beasts, but a circle of weak ripples suddenly appeared around the mirror battleship, and disappeared suddenly the next second. The black tower nest once again sensed the existence of the mirror battleship, but found that it was already very close, and the two sides were only 10,000 meters apart. This also made it too late to make any response. The moment the mirror battleship touched the base of the tower, a huge absorption force surged out of the black tower. The ethereal body inside the mirror battleship only felt a sense of weightlessness. When he saw the scenery in front of him again, he found that he was already in a new world. Song-Chi's face was calm, knowing that he had arrived at the challenge space inside the chaos nest. In the desolate world with dark red as the base color, a blood-colored fog was continuing to surge and grow, and dense blood-colored figures were looming in the fog. Chaos Beast. The identities of those bloody figures were revealed in one sentence, and Song Qi, who was far away in Human Emperor City, showed a trace of as expected in his eyes. There seemed to be many bloody figures in the bloody mist, but in fact they were inferior to the heaven-level and earth-level chaos nests he had challenged before. Of course, there were several huge bloody figures that exuded terrifying life pressure. They were the 9th-level chaos beasts that could only be bred in the chaos nests of the Hung level and above. However, compared with those normal Hung-level nests, the current battle was obviously far inferior. And this was also the key point that Song Qi had been guarding here and wanted to use. Reprint Imaginary Seed Projection Emperor's Tomb Fourfold Projection. Buzz buzz buzz. The activation of this black component immediately generated waves of space fluctuations around the mirror battleship, and then 4 virtual projections of the battleship condensed rapidly. Go! As soon as the order was issued, the 4 warship projections turned into 4 afterimages, and rushed to the blood-colored fog ahead. The battle was about to start. The 4 warship projections pierced into the blood-colored fog like sharp swords, instantly stirring up a huge blood wave. A deafening roar came from the fog, and several blood-colored giant beasts that looked like crocodile dragons, with blood-colored bat wings on their backs and rune patterns all over their bodies, stood up. As their tails covered with bone spurs swept across, the 9th-level chaos energy surged from their bodies, and actually shattered the 2 projections directly. Sure enough, there is a 9th level. The pupils of the ethereal body shrank slightly, and the fingertips passed the afterimage on the console. The void around the remaining 2 warship projections suddenly twisted and deformed, turning into a law force field with a diameter of hundreds of millions of kilometers, temporarily imprisoning the 3 9th-level chaos beasts that were about to pounce. At the same time, the main gun of the mirror warship in the rear has been charged, and the black and gold energy spirals are intertwined in the diamond-shaped muzzle of the bow. It is the Infinite Cientian Quantum Star Destroyer cannon. Boom! The dazzling light column penetrates the sky and the earth, and the chest of the 9th-level chaos beast bound by the force field explodes with a huge hole with a diameter of more than millions of kilometers. But the splattered flesh and blood did not dissipate, but squirmed and reorganized in the air. Song Qi sneered, and another ship gun on the mirror warship was fired immediately. Swish, 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 countless purple thunder symbols shot out, and a purple thunder prison evolved in the area where the broken flesh and blood were located. 10,000 purple thunder symbols exploded in the center of the beast group, and countless purple thunders woven into a net, and the flesh and blood that were being reorganized were immediately covered by the thunder. No matter how strong their vitality is, they can only be turned into nothingness in this terrifying thunder prison. The death of a 9th-order chaos beast caused the blood-colored fog to surge violently, and countless blood-colored figures turned into a raging sea of blood. The ethereal body calmly activated the replica wings of Angel Kingship, and the shadow of the Holy Light Angel enveloped the entire mirror battleship. The moment the blood wave hit the shadow of the Holy Light Angel, the intermediate-level chaos beasts that touched the Holy Light seemed to have encountered a natural enemy, and their blood-colored skin began to corrode inch by inch in this infinite holy light. Seeing this, Song Qi, who was not prepared to continue delaying, controlled the ethereal body to activate a new part again. Kakaka! There were bursts of sharp friction sounds from the hull of the battleship, and finally the entire mirror battleship turned into a small neutron star. At the moment of evolving into a small neutron star, the terrifying heat waves spread outward with the neutron star as the center. Roar, roar, roar. The terrifying high temperature of hundreds of millions of degrees caused all the intermediate chaos beasts that gathered to vaporize in an instant. Only the hundreds of chaos beasts above the 7th level had high enough resistance, and were not melted by the terrifying high temperature at the first time, but they were also seriously injured and finally killed one by one under the dense firepower coverage of the mirror battleship. So far, there were only 2 9th-level chaos beasts left in the blood-colored fog in front. Although the Black Tower nest itself was still trying its best to breed new chaos beasts, how could the breeding speed be comparable to Song Qi's speed at this moment? Song Qi did not hesitate at all and controlled the mirror battleship to shoot straight into the blood-colored fog. Roar! The only 2 9th-level chaos beasts left in the fog wanted to stop them, but they were directly killed by the gamma-ray burst that Song Qi continued to stimulate. All the 9th-level chaos beasts were killed, which also meant that this newborn flood-level chaos nest was completely cleared. Before Song Qi could wait too long, a strong repulsive force had already acted on the mirror warship, and there was no room for any resistance. After the strong spinning, the mirror warship returned to the previous chaotic storm space, but the difference was that this originally extremely calm space seemed to have broken the rules that had existed before. The terrifying chaotic storm was raging, and it was originally in the eye of the storm. At this moment, it was no longer special, and the tearing and whirling force it suffered seemed particularly terrifying. Even if he was inside the mirror warship, Song-Chi could see how terrifying the terrifying storm-tearing force outside was from the trembling ship body. But he was not concerned about this at the moment. Compared with the terrifying storm outside, the several light balls quietly floating above the warship were obviously more concerned. The most eye-catching of the 4 light groups is the first one, in which is the black tower with ancient runes. This newborn flood-level chaos nest, since the mirror battleship completed its first clearance, no longer has the repulsion before, and now it is quietly floating above the battleship without resistance. As for the second and third light groups, they are all the master true spirits, and there are quite a few of them. The last light group exudes a dark light, and in it is a palm-sized badge. Obviously, these are all rewards after the clearance of this flood-level chaos nest. With a change of mind, the items in the 4 light groups were quickly pulled into the cabin. There was no time to check carefully. The engine of the mirror battleship roared, pushing the battleship to rush out of the chaos storm with all its strength. The energy level of this chaos storm is at the 9th level. Under the 3-color engine of the replica antimatter energy evolution engine, it can't hold the mirror battleship. After spending nearly half an hour to successfully break free from the gravitational field of the chaos storm and find a relatively safe low-altitude area, Song-Chi finally had time to check his previous gains. Needless to say, the small black tower is a chaos nest that has been cleared. It can be brought back to the Dragon Ridge continent in the future and become one of the foundations for the family to continuously produce the dominant true spirits and high-level floating land origins in the future. As for the 2 groups of dominant true spirits, one is the 9th level dominant true spirit, a total of 30 copies, and the other is the 7th level and 8th level dominant true spirits, more than 1,000 copies. Such a number of dominant true spirits is a considerable fortune even for Song-Chi now, but Song-Chi's attention is more on the last black metal. His intuition tells him that this thing is the most special of the 4 rewards, otherwise, these alone cannot match the upper middle fortune of Tianming Sinan. According to Song-Chi's speculation, based on the current color extreme quality of Tianming Sinan, the upper middle lot, which is second only to the upper lot, should correspond to a 5-color wonder. Obviously, a Hun-level chaos nest plus 1,000 strands of the master's true spirit is at most equivalent to a 3-color wonder, and is far from matching the upper middle lot given by Tianming Sinan. Thinking of this, Song-Chi controlled his ethereal body to lightly touch the last light ball. As the light of the light ball dissipated, this black wonder in the shape of a badge finally appeared in front of him. But originally, he just wanted to check it out first, determine its specific properties, and then decide whether to send it back to the original body of the human Emperor City as soon as possible. However, as the light of the light ball dissipated, the change suddenly came. The eternal dark light emanated from this palm-sized badge. No matter what means Song-Chi tried to suppress it, it was always useless. Just when he realized that something was wrong, a dizzying movement that was even more powerful than the previous chaos transmission platform enveloped the entire mirror warship. On the wall of the human Emperor City, Song-Chi, who had been sitting at the main control console, suddenly stood up, no longer in the calm state of having everything under control. In order to focus on controlling the mirror warship, he had already cut off the external communication group chat in advance, otherwise his current appearance would have been noticed by outsiders at the first time. Just before the mirror warship completely fell into darkness, Song-Chi captured the source of all the changes in the warship, which was the strange property of the black badge. Strange item: Transcendent City Entry Certificate. Quality: black. Convertible: none. Note: the entrance certificate of a super city located in the deepest part of the Chaos Sea. With this item, creatures will be allowed to go to the Transcendent City. After a quick glimpse, the other perspective deep in Song-Chi's mind suddenly turned into darkness, and he could no longer sense the situation on the other side of the ethereal body through the secret technique. Not only did the ethereal body's secret technique fail, Song-Chi, who was trying to stay calm, quickly came to the mirror image component, trying to connect this tricolor wonder with his mind. But the final result was still the same: there was no reaction at all. Then he tried to activate the Emperor's Tomb of Virtual Sea Projection and Chapter of Divine Thought respectively, but the answers he got were always the same. Just when the calmness in his heart was difficult to suppress, a flash of inspiration suddenly flashed through his mind. By the way, the Market of All Heavens. After thinking of the Market of All Heavens, his gradually sinking heart was slightly calmed down. Although the Market of All Heavens should not be able to affect the Chaos God land in this semi-high-dimensional land, Song Qi was such a person that he naturally did not forget to leave a market token after summoning the mirror battleship. This market token may not be activated at the moment, but as long as the market is promoted to the 9th level, the power it is blessed will officially break through the 10th level, and the result will be hard to say. Thinking of this, Song Qi quickly made up his mind. The effect of the mirror image component was not cancelled. At present, the mirror battleship only lost contact with the original body, but it did not mean that the mirror battleship had sunk. If the mirror battleship was cancelled at this moment, everything in the Transcendent City would have nothing to do with him. In fact, whether it was the mirror battleship, the Black Tower Nest, or the Master's true spirit, these were not the main reasons for Song Qi's loss of composure at this moment. In the final analysis, the mirror battleship could be summoned again if it was lost, and the Black Tower Nest and the Master's true spirit could be explored again in the future to try to obtain them. But the only thing that Song Qi caught a glimpse of was the Transcendent City entry permit. He knew that if he missed this opportunity, he would never have the opportunity to explore again in the future. As for the Transcendent City, although I have never heard of it before, just from its name, I can roughly tell that it is definitely not an ordinary place. Transcendence, a city that dares to be called this, is located in the deepest part of the Chaos Sea. How can such a legendary city be ordinary? Human Emperor's City, on the Chaos City wall. Seeing the Tianqiu Sangqiong suddenly rise in the air, the members of the Big Dipper Palace around them asked one after another. Tan Lang, where are you going? Where to? No, your battleship clone is not taking care of it. No way, Tan Lang, your luck is so bad. The battleship clone is in trouble now? In the communication group chat, Song Qi shook his head and did not explain much, but said that he had to go back to the ancestral domain. If he wants the Tianqiu Sangqiong city to be promoted to the 9th level faster, he must go back in person. In addition, he also wants to upgrade the Tianqiu Sangqiong to a superdimensional mothership in advance when he comes to the Human Emperor's City next time. What exactly is the Transcendent City, and whether it is dangerous or not, he has no idea. Even if the market is promoted to the 9th level and really contacts the mirror battleship, it is not safe to rely on the market alone. The stronger the strength, the safer it will be. The Dragon Spine Dynasty, the star field where the Xinhua Human River Community and the 8-armed Snake Demon River Community meet. The first transit floating land of Dragon Spine. With the sudden increase of tolls by the Song family 200 years ago, the daily flow of people in this transit floating land has naturally decreased. For this reason, all forces in the Dragon Spine Dynasty, including the Xinhua citizens of dozens of surrounding river systems, have strongly opposed it, but the attitude of the Dragon Spine Song family is particularly tough. On this day, the Dragon Spine Song family finally lifted the restrictions again, and restored the toll to the amount of more than 200 years ago. Once this news was released, it didn't take long for the popularity of the first transit floating land of Dragon Spine to surge again, and even surpass the flow of people at its peak. The Longji Song family saw this, but they didn't care much. Because all the high-level floating land origins that they had collected with all their strength in the past 200 years were used to greatly increase the transaction volume of the Zhutian market. Zhutian market itself has a characteristic that the floating land origins that have been traded once in the market will be recorded twice, but the amount itself will be greatly discounted. This is why the Song family has been trying their best to harvest high-level floating land origins from the outside for the past 200 years. Fortunately, after more than 200 years, everything they have done has now been rewarded. Swish! As millions of Shanghai aliens were sent out of the market, the ancestor Song Wujiang standing on the Zhutian transmission platform asked, Shaoqi, how is it? Does the transaction volume meet the conditions? Beside him, Song Qi opened the Zhutian market attribute panel and glanced at it. Soon he smiled and nodded. Name, Zhutian market. Market owner, Song Qi. Level, LV89. Required for upgrading, 1,000 strands of floating land origin, 8th level, 100 strands of floating land origin, 9th level, market transaction amount of 5.5 million strands of 8th level floating land origin, 554258/5500000, 1 9th level Master True Spirit, and 1 high level Chaos Crystal. Okay, ha. Seeing this, Song Wujiang laughed loudly. Zhutian market is the foundation of Song Qi's rise, and its importance is self-evident. Although Song Qi had mentioned to them before that once the market was promoted to the 9th level, it would try to open up to the entire Xinhua civilization and the Wizard civilization, further enhance the exchanges between the two human overlord civilizations in the Star Sea, and also enhance the strategic position of the Longji Song family in the entire Xinhua civilization. But at this moment, Song Wujiang had no idea about these things. He was happy for Song Qi from the bottom of his heart. After all, the stronger the Zhutian market is, the stronger Song Qi, the owner of the market, is. The two complement each other. Well, since all the conditions have been met, it's better to do it now than to wait for a day. Xiao Qi, you should quickly prepare for the subsequent promotion work. Yes. Song Qi was also full of expectations, and naturally had no intention of delaying. As for the high-level chaos crystal required for promotion, this is a top resource that can only be produced on the Chaos God land. Although the Song family does not have it in stock, it is not a problem for Song Qi. Whether it is replaced by Hunyuan copper or asked the Big Dipper Hall, this is easy to solve. Time passed, and several days passed in a blink of an eye. This day, Song Qi took the initiative to log into the Big Dipper Hall. In addition to taking the high-level chaos crystal that had been agreed with 1,000 stars honor, Song Qi also used the Star Hall points to exchange for a black blockade wonder to replace the secondary dimension barrier that had just been replaced when the market was promoted to the 8th level. At this point, all preparations for market promotion have been completed. Chapter 819. Although Hunyuan copper can be replaced, it is rare after all. Even for Song Qi now, the amount he has in hand is still extremely limited. Since he has a channel to get this high-level chaos crystal, he will naturally not touch the Hunyuan copper in his hands. 3 days later, in the Zhutian market, Song Qi summoned the Emperor of Azura and asked him to personally activate the blockade, a strange item, and he also officially started a new promotion of the market. All promotion conditions have been met. Are you sure to upgrade the level of Zhutian market to LV90? Confirmed. As Song Qi confirmed, the Zhutian market under his feet began to vibrate familiarly. Clicking on the detailed attribute panel of the market, confirming that the duration of this promotion is not too long, Song Qi quietly waited in the sky. Half a month later, a dazzling light suddenly rushed into the sky, but in the end, it was tightly restrained by the blockade light curtain held up by the blockade, and then the trembling sound on the surface of the market below also returned to calm. Above the sky, Song Qi, who had captured all this, was about to open the market panel, but the sudden surge of the market's origin blessing power around him startled him first. When the market was originally at the 8th level, the origin blessing power given was at the peak of the 9th level. This time, he successfully promoted to the 9th level. There is no doubt that the tremendous power bestowed on Song Qi at this moment has officially reached the 10th level of mythology. Song Qi, standing quietly in the sky, closed his eyes, and tried his best to feel the immortal power that suddenly rose in his body. He only felt that the depths of his soul seemed to explode thousands of stars. At the moment, when the 10th level mythology power was added, the underlying rules of the entire universe were clearly visible in his eyes. Those starry avenues that were originally invisible and difficult to capture and comprehend, now turned into countless brilliant light bands entwined around him, each of which contained the power of creating the world, allowing him to analyze and comprehend. He saw countless planes floating in the silver light band representing space, which could be born and destroyed with a touch of his fingertips, and the azure light band representing time was like a long river, and cutting off a section could create a closed loop of time and space. Further away, there was the scarlet avenue of killing, the emerald river of life, the dark purple torrent of destruction. The laws of the heavens and the worlds became strings that could be plucked at this moment. So this is the myth. Song Qi opened his mouth and uttered softly, and the sound waves condensed into substantial golden runes in the vacuum. These words automatically arranged into ancient mottos, and each stroke triggered the resonance of the corresponding avenue. The void thus gave birth to the chaos green lotus, which turned into a nebula vortex in an instant, which was the highest realm of saying what comes and what goes. He tried to clench his fist, and the entire avenue of power suddenly shrank and condensed. The aftermath between his fingers could easily annihilate countless low and middle-level creatures. The shadow of the Azura King trembled violently behind him. The overlord who once roamed the sea of stars was now full of awe. He saw micro-black holes swimming between Song Qi's hair tips, and what he exhaled when he breathed seemed to be concentrated galaxy clusters. Every breath seemed to be lingering with the truth of the avenue of the sea of stars. What was even more terrifying was the regular light band surrounding Song Qi. Any one of them, as long as it leaked a little power, was enough to make the 8th and 9th level dominant creatures disappear into ashes. My lord, have you already mastered the power of myth? The eyes of the Azura King were full of disbelief. The pressure emanating from Song Qi's body a moment ago was obviously similar to it, but how could such a huge change occur in the blink of an eye? Song Qi restrained his pressure upon hearing this, but found that regular patterns automatically emerged on the surface of his skin. This was the self-protection of the mythical power for the host itself. Those regular patterns were actually the Tao armor compressed to the extreme, and even if the broken star sea collapsed again, it would not hurt him at all. That's right, the creatures who truly stepped into the mythical level, even if the broken star sea collapsed again, they who already controlled the Tao rules, still had many ways to preserve themselves. And this is the fundamental reason why mythical creatures are honored as immortals. Because mythical creatures have long transcended reincarnation, their true spirits have long been initially imprinted in the rules of the heavens, and have indeed jumped out of the conventional concept of life and death. To completely kill them, unless the creatures of the same level personally take action, they will use the equally terrifying Tao rule power to forcibly erase the true spirit imprint left on the rules of the heavens. Song Qi slowly opened his eyes, and the pupils reflected the birth and death of thousands of stars. He gently raised his hand, and a nebula that was constantly collapsing and expanding appeared in his palm. This was the most primitive prototype of the universe. At this moment, he was playing with it casually like a toy. No, it's far from being completely controlled. Song Qi stared at the dark matter flowing in the nebula, sighed, and shook his head. I just temporarily touched this realm with the help of the origin of the market. After all, I am not a true mythical immortal, but even so, it can still greatly improve my speed in comprehending the laws and rules of the star sea in the future. Thinking, the nebula in his palm suddenly ran away. Countless supernovas exploded at the same time, and the prototype of the nebula was soon completely annihilated in these destructive energies. No longer paying attention to these, the surprised voice of the Azura King suddenly came to his ear. Following its gaze, Song Qi saw the amazing changes that had taken place in the market below. The streets originally paved with bluestone are turning into translucent crystals of rules. Each floor tile seals a miniature galaxy. Under the eaves of countless shops scattered throughout the market, glass lamps woven by the Tao are hung, illuminating the most primitive Tao power inside. The most amazing change occurred in the freestall area. At some point, 3 towering bronze pillars appeared on the edge of this area. The pillars were wrapped with chaotic energy, and ancient inscriptions appeared on the surface of the pillars. At this time, these ancient inscriptions were autonomously absorbing the rule fragments from the dark side of the outside virtual sea, and constantly filling them into the bronze pillars, like living things. Even if he just glanced at it from a distance, Song Qi knew that these 3 bronze inscription pillars were not simple at all. At least they were all mythical objects. He did not rush to check these 3 extraordinary bronze pillars, but first opened the attribute panel of the Zhutian market. What kind of transformation has occurred in this promotion? The attribute panel will give the clearest markings. Name, Zhutian market. Market owner, Song Qi. Level, LV90. Specifications, 200 million kilometers x 200 million kilometers. Basic configuration, 1 million shops, 1 stall area of 10 million kilometers x 10 million kilometers, 1 4-story inn, 1 LV89 full attribute training room, efficiency doubled when practicing psionic energy, 1 LV89 psionic energy protection array, 1 LV89 ultra-long-range space door random delivery platform, 1 9th level spiritual machine synthesis platform, 1 9th level strange object origin improvement platform, 1 LV89 Zhutian teleportation platform. Additional configuration, secondary barrier, gold, LV80, 7th level bloodline baptism platform, silver, Kingdom of God mission platform, gold, LV80, 11/34. Features, avoid evil, can move freely in the void, avoid natural disasters in the dark. Feature 2, space anchor point, can be broken. 8 coordinate anchor points are set in any star field in the star sea. Feature 3, mythological status, being in the market, you have the power of myth. Feature 4, mind control, being in the outside world, you can also achieve absolute control over the market. Feature 5, world anchoring space gate, every 100 years, you can anchor and connect to a star sea life floating land of no higher level than the market's secret realm itself, and the connecting space gate can last up to 24 hours. Feature 6, Avenue Origin Totem Pole, the owner of the market can actively consume an Avenue Origin Totem Pole to temporarily increase the power of the mythological status of the market of the heavens by half a level, which lasts for 10 minutes. The Avenue Origin Totem Pole can restore 1 by itself every 10,000 years, and up to 3 can exist at the same time. Required for upgrading, 100 strands of floating land origin, 9th level, the market transaction amount reaches 100,000 strands of 9th level floating land origin, and 1 9th level master true spirit. As a large amount of information poured into his mind, Song Qi quickly sorted out all the information about the market's promotion. His eyes stayed on the characteristic of the origin of the great Tao totem pole for a long time, and his fingertips unconsciously rubbed it. This promotion has brought a lot of changes to the market. In addition to the expected increase in area including spatial anchor points, the original dominant status has been directly transformed into a mythical status. Although this surprised him a little, he expected that mythical status might be a new characteristic. And the most important thing is undoubtedly the sixth characteristic that saves the quota for the characteristic of mythical status. The origin of the great Tao totem pole. My lord, these totem poles. The voice of the Ashura king was trembling. As a creature of the 9th level, it had reached the peak of the 9th level many times under the characteristics of the heavenly power control ring component, and even the 9th level limit. It knew what these pillars meant better than anyone else. It was a divine object that could directly materialize those illusory rules that countless creatures in the heavens had been seeking for from ancient times to the present. Without ever setting foot in the mythology, he could control the origin rules of the avenue in advance. What kind of shocking power is this? Song-Chi ignored the Ashura king. He suddenly raised his hand and shook it, and the bronze pillar on the far left suddenly roared and trembled. The inscription on the pillar faded like water, revealing the chaotic core wrapped inside. It was actually a group of primitive nebulae that kept changing its form, sometimes turning into a giant dragon, sometimes turning into a towering sacred tree, and each transformation caused the surrounding rules to vibrate violently. So that's it. Song-Chi's eyes reflected the changes of the nebula. Consume the fragments of the avenue rules gathered in the totem column, and then let the mythical status of the market be blessed and upgraded by half a level. This discovery made him breathe a little slower. Even though it was only half a rank, the cost was as long as 10,000 years. But this was in the realm of mythology. The difference in combat power between half a rank and the improvement was more than 10 times. The most important thing was not this point. The key point was that it could also act on the external projection of the market. The original projection of the market of the heavens would drop half a rank in combat power after crossing the boundless time and space. That is to say, the power of the origin blessing of the conventional myth level would drop to half a step myth, or even the 9th level limit level, once it was projected. But if the Great Tao origin totem pole was used in this process, the projected market projection would undoubtedly reach the true 10th level myth level. There seemed to be only one step difference between half a step myth and 10th level myth, but the meanings they represented were essentially different. What's more, the Great Tao origin totem pole consumed the power of the Great Tao rule fragments, and the half-rank improvement it gave was authoritative in rules. In simple terms, whether it is the current 10th level, or the 11th level, or even the 12th level in the future, its effect will not be discounted at all, and the half-level upgrade will still be half-level, and it will never change because of the upgrade of the big level. After sorting out these, Song-Chi's excited heart finally calmed down. The promotion of the market to the 9th level did give him a great guarantee of combat power, and 3 opportunities for the protection of true mythical combat power, which would undoubtedly greatly enhance his confidence in the future. However, he also knew that no matter how powerful these were, they could not change the fact that they were just external forces, which was not truly powerful. If he wanted to completely change this, he still needed to improve step by step with his feet on the ground. Fortunately, his current strength is not too bad. As long as the Tianshu Sanqiong can be promoted to a superdimensional mothership, and his own guidance technique breaks through the 9th level, and he officially ascends to the moment of a true superdimensional captain, with the foundation of the Tianshu Sanqiong, plus the assistance of the Zhutian market, he believes that he should be able to have the combat power to directly compete with the 10th level mythical creatures. Thinking of this, Song-Chi's heart became calmer, and even his thoughts became clearer. At present, he has only one thought in his heart. That is to wait for the upcoming day, when the Xinxia continent impacts the Xingqian continent. In the following days, Song-Chi has been adjusting his own state. He needs to improve his own state to the best before the promotion of the Xinxia continent arrives. In addition, with the help of the power of the mythical status of the market, he has not fallen behind in perceiving the ribbons of the rules of the avenues surrounding his body. In this process, his original perception of the Lord of the Law level, which he had just stepped into not long ago, is also improving at a very fast speed. Of course, he also did not ignore the monthly market transactions. After being promoted to the 9th level, the transaction amount requirements of the market itself will only become more difficult, so he must prepare early. With his orders, every time the market transactions, a large number of low-level clansmen of the Song family will gather in the market to continue to trade high-level floating land origins. But to be honest, Song-Chi is not really worried about this matter, because soon, after he completes his official promotion to a true superdimensional captain, he will take the initiative to mention the Zhutian market to the four emperors. He believes that with the convenient trading channel of the Zhutian market, it is not too difficult to make this happen. By then, with the full trade support between the two dominant civilizations of the Broken Star Sea, the Xinhua civilization and the Wizard civilization, he believed that the market would no longer have to worry about the issue of transaction quota. In this way, time continued to pass, and in the blink of an eye, another 100 years had passed. On this day, Song Qi, who was still quietly choosing his own state in the Zhutian market, suddenly opened his eyes. Just now, the colorful Xinhua seeds in the depths of his mind suddenly beat violently. This was someone actively contacting through the Xinhua network, and it was not an ordinary contact, but another fire seed with the same level of authority was calling. Since obtaining the highest authority of the initial Xinhua source, if the core members of the Song family have important matters, they can also contact him directly through the Xinhua network. This is the right he granted to some core members of the family with the highest authority, but it will never make his Xinhua seeds react so much. Your Majesty Emperor Ing? After a little perception, knowing that it was Emperor Ing who contacted him, Song Qi did not think much, and the spatial fluctuations passed, and his figure quickly disappeared in the Zhutian market. At the last second before leaving the Zhutian market, he caught a glimpse of the Azura Emperor sitting quietly in front of 3 Daoyuan totem pillars, with his eyes fixed on the pillars. Since the market was promoted 100 years ago, the Azura Emperor has been like this. The rule inscriptions engraved on these Daoyuan totem pillars have a certain auxiliary effect on its comprehension of the law of death and the Tao of death. Although the effect is not too strong, it is at least much better than forcing it to comprehend by itself. Longji Continent, Qinghua Manor. After leaving the market, Song Qi quickly logged into the Xinhua network to check the message sent by Emperor Ing. Zhutian Market. Original Fire Source Seed are both Chaos Wonders. In fact, he can also log into the Fire Network in the market, but now Zhutian Market has just been promoted to the 9th level, and it cannot be compared with the original Fire Source Seed that the Fire Civilization has nurtured for more than 300,000 years. Even if he himself has obtained the 5th highest authority of original Fire Source Seed, he cannot ensure that the 4 emperors will not notice anything. Naturally, it is safer to return to Longji Continent to check. The message sent by Emperor Ing is very concise, with only a few dozen digits. Wizard send a message, quickly gather at Xinxia Continent. After reading the message, although full of doubts, Song Qi did not delay, and quickly set off on the Tianshu Sanqiong. First of all, Emperor Ing personally sent a message, which is probably not a trivial matter. Secondly, Xinxia Continent is already at the last stage of promotion. Even if this does not happen, he will have to take the initiative to rush to Xinxia Continent in a short time. With the help of ultra-long-distance transmission, Song Qi did not spend much time to easily cross hundreds of millions of light years. Outside the Xinxia Continent, the Zenith Mechanical Fortress. In a spacious hall that is completely isolated from the outside world, 8 figures are sitting in it. In addition to Song Qi and the 4 emperors, the other 3 are the Rule Wizard Green of the Wizard Civilization, and the 2 behind Green are a male 9th level peak True Spirit Wizard and a female True Spirit Wizard, who has just entered the 9th level. The 2 are the direct descendants of the other 2 Rule Wizards of the Wizard Civilization. They are both core members of the Wizard Parliament, and can be regarded as the core of the Wizard Civilization. When everyone was present, with the nod of Emperor Jian on the main seat, the Rule Wizard Green directly said, "Through some relationships in my Wizard Civilization, the identity of the 36-winged Holy Angel has been confirmed." Hearing this, Song Qi and Emperor Ing narrowed their eyes, obviously paying great attention to this matter. Green did not hesitate, and said bluntly, "After personal confirmation from a surviving Holy Angel of the Angel Civilization, the 36-winged Holy Angel who died in the Human Emperor City was indeed from the Angel Civilization." Chapter 820. The eyes of the Xinhua Civilization people in the hall were all stern, and a bad guess came to their minds. If the 36-winged Holy Angel really came from the Angel Civilization, does it mean that it was really them who took the initiative to target their Xinhua Civilization? When they thought of this, Song Qi and the other 5 people's hearts sank, and they looked at each other subconsciously. As an old-fashioned Broken Star Sea Overlord civilization whose strength is not inferior to that of the Wizard Civilization, the Angel Civilization has occupied as many as 8 river communities hundreds of thousands of years ago. With a long heritage, they have a foundation that outsiders can hardly imagine. Although the Xinhua Civilization has now barely stepped into the ranks of overlords, it is obviously not good news if it is really targeted by such an old-fashioned overlord. You must know that before this, they had already forged a grudge with the Shur clan civilization. After looking at each other, The 5 people quickly returned to calmness and turned their eyes back to the Rule Wizard Green, waiting for his subsequent words. Anyway, he already has a powerful ally in the wizard civilization. As long as he doesn't directly offend the 2 super overlords, Eternity and Titan, everything will be fine. But the weird thing is, the voice of Green, the wizard, sounded again, and as expected, it attracted the attention of Song Chi and the other 5 people. He paused, as if he was organizing the next words. That was 2 million years ago. 2 million years ago? Green, what do you mean? Jiang Huang directly raised his doubts. The 36-winged holy angel who died in the human emperor city was lost in the abyss world 2 million years ago. Lost? Yes, it's like it disappeared out of thin air. No matter how the angel civilization searches and summons, there is no news of it. Even though they knew that Green had no need to deceive them, Song Chi and the other 5 still felt a little absurd. That was a mythical angel. How could it disappear out of thin air? Didn't the other holy angels of the angel civilization use their civilization heritage to search for it? This time, it was Emperor Ing who spoke. In his opinion, the angel civilization has been passed down for more than millions of years, and its civilization heritage is unfathomable. It is impossible that there are no mythical artifacts in hand, and there is a high probability that there are even 7-color artifacts. If the 11th level holy angel personally drives the 7-color artifact, he can trace back some clues. But Green's next words made people frown. As soon as this happened, the angel father took the initiative to use the angel clan's 7-color artifact, but it was still fruitless. The Rule Wizard Green seemed unwilling to say more about this matter, and his voice changed quickly. By the way, I have explained the details of the battle in Human Emperor City to the angels, and they have clearly stated that they have no intention of making enemies with our 2 tribes. But, at this point, Green did not continue, but waved his hands and clapped his hands. Soon, 2 figures walked in from outside the hall. They all exuded a strong sacred power, and there were 12 wings on their backs. They were 2 9th-level seraphim from the angel civilization. After the 2 seraphim entered the hall, they first saluted respectfully to Emperor Jiang and Green, and then took the initiative to explain their purpose. Respected Emperor Jiang, my father asked me to say hello to you on his behalf. Congratulations to your majesty for taking charge of the great Tao and entering immortality. In the center of the hall, Emperor Jiang smiled and nodded. But soon the 2 9th Order Seraphim spoke again. Your Majesty Jiang, we came to the noble ancestral domain this time. In fact, I also brought a request from my father. Claudius is a sacred angel of our clan. More than 2 million years ago, he was lost in the abyss world. Our clan has been searching for him for a long time without success. Now he suddenly appears. There must be a reason. My father hopes to get back Claudius's body, so as to pursue the initiator behind it with all his strength. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly changed. Not only the 5 people of Song Chi, but even the 3 people of the wizard civilization looked a little ugly. A 10th Order God corpse can not only extract a drop of mythical source blood that can help impact the mythical rank in the future, but also the traces of the origin of the Great Way retained on the body of the God corpse itself, which is a divine object that helps to comprehend the laws and rules. Even in the broken Star Sea Overlord civilization, there are not many such nearly complete God corpses preserved in the civilization. Either he is really stupid, or he is bullying others by taking advantage of his power. Otherwise, who would ask for it so directly? Jiang Huang's eyes dimmed slightly, and his fingertips gently tapped the armrest of the throne. The atmosphere in the hall became more solemn. The 2 9th-level seraphim seemed to have noticed something unusual, and the light wings behind them trembled unconsciously. Oh! Jiang Huang's voice was terribly calm. Claudius attacked my Xinhua ancestral domain, causing countless Xinhua people to die. Now he wants to take away the corpse with just a request. Angel civilization. Do you think my race is easy to bully? Before he finished speaking, the whole hall was suddenly surrounded by a layer of golden words. These golden words continued to interweave in the hall, turning into a magnificent epic. Finally, all of this evolved into an illusory martial arts dynasty world, where thousands of warriors practiced martial arts, countless sages sat and enlightened, and the phantoms of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors sat in the 9 heavens. It was the trump card level means that His Majesty Emperor Jiang had activated many times. The Book of the Human Emperor. The faces of the 2 9th-level seraphim suddenly changed, and the 12 light wings instantly unfolded into a defensive posture. The angel on the left said hurriedly, Your Majesty misunderstood. My father is willing to exchange a drop of the same level abyss demon god blood, and also a drop of Holy Spirit source liquid. Song Chi's eyes condensed. The Holy Spirit Source liquid is a super-level resource unique to the angel civilization. It is said that it can reshape the true spirit. Even after the 9th level master falls, as long as the true spirit has not completely dissipated, it can be reborn. However, the most important thing is that it can assist the promotion of the Shinhua battleship. At least when the galaxy ship is impacting the superdimensional mothership, it can increase the promotion success rate by 18%. Although it is not clear how much the superdimensional mothership can increase the success rate of promotion when it attacks the mythical immortal ship, it is certain that it will be effective. Song Qi and the other 4 did not speak, but waited for Emperor Jiang to speak. As the only mythical combat force of Shinhua civilization, Emperor Jiang is undoubtedly the highest decision-maker of the entire Shinhua civilization, and only he can make a decision on this. Emperor Jiang's fingertips gently paused on the armrest of the throne, and the golden text in the entire hall suddenly stagnated, as if time and space were frozen. Abyss Demon God Source Blood plus Holy Spirit Source Liquid? He slowly raised his eyes, and there seemed to be eternal stars flowing in his eyes. It seems that the importance that the angel civilization attaches to Claudius is far more than just a god corpse. The seraphim on the right bowed his head slightly, and the holy light on his wings dimmed slightly. Your Majesty, Claudius was lost in the abyss that year, and our clan suspected that he had been contaminated by the will of the abyss. This time he suddenly appeared and attacked the Shinhua ancestral domain, and there must be the power of the abyss behind him. My father hopes to use his body to trace the source to avoid harm to the entire Star Sea. Grim Wizard suddenly sneered. If that's the case, why don't you share the information directly? Do you have to ask for the corpse of the god? Could it be that the angel civilization is worried about what we will discover? The 2 seraphim were silent, and their faces were gloomy under the holy light. Song Qi's eyes flickered, and he suddenly said, Your Majesty, how about this? Our clan can temporarily hand over Claudius' body, but our clan and the wizard civilization must participate in the investigation together, and the angel civilization must sign a 3-clan oath, and the information obtained must be shared. I heard that the glorious golden wheel of the wizard civilization has a restraining function, so why not use it to sign an oath? After Song Qi finished speaking, Emperor Jiang and Green on the side all nodded gently, obviously agreeing with this suggestion. When the 2 turned their eyes back, the 2 9th-level seraphim understood that they must give a definite answer. The seraphim on the left said in a deep voice, This matter. We 2 have no right to decide, we need to ask my father. Jiang Huang smiled faintly. Okay, but you only have half a year. After the voice fell, he waved his sleeves, and the golden text of the entire hall suddenly shrank, turning into a jade talisman with the words Human Emperor imprinted on it, floating in front of the 2 seraphim. Take it back and report. If there is no response in half a year, my clan will work with the wizard civilization to dissect Claudius's body. The 2 seraphim looked at each other, and finally took the jade talisman respectfully, bowed and retreated. When their figures completely disappeared, Emperor Ing snorted coldly. There is indeed something wrong with the angel civilization. Wizard Green stroked his staff, with a deep light flashing in his eyes. Not necessarily, maybe those abyss demons in the depths of the abyss are really planning something in secret? After the 2 9th-level seraphim left, the people in the hall had different expressions. Their eyes were uncertain, and I don't know what they were thinking about. After a while, Green also stood up and said goodbye with the 2 people behind him. Then Jiang Yuan, I have to go back to the wizard ancestral domain first. This matter needs to be discussed in detail at the wizard meeting. I will come again in half a year. Okay. When only Song Qi and the other 5 were left in the hall, after looking at each other, Emperor Jiang Yuan spoke first. He turned his eyes to Emperor Ji on the right. Ji Heng, if you add the drop of Holy Spirit Source liquid, are you willing to let Xian Wang Qiyu try to upgrade in advance? Hearing this, Song Qi, Ying Yi, and Pei Dinan couldn't help but focus their attention on him. It is not difficult to see from the tangled look on Ji Heng's face that this Emperor Qiyu Ji had no intention of doing this at all. According to his own plan, the promotion of Xian Wang Qiyu should be at least a few thousand years, or even 10,000 years later. Now that Shinhua civilization has a mythical force in place and has successfully stepped into the realm of Overlord, no blind civilization in the Broken Star Sea will come to provoke at this time. He has enough time to make full preparations for the promotion of Xian Wang Qiyu, and there is no need to be so anxious. Perhaps understanding Ji Heng's thoughts, Jiang Yuan explained in a deep voice, I don't mean to urge you, but you have seen the current situation. Whether it is the Chaos Divine Land, or the Broken Star Sea, there are signs of chaos. I don't know how long this surface calm can last, but whether it is from the secrets between the angel civilization and the bottomless abyss, or the wizard civilization's eagerness to seek comprehensive allies. This undoubtedly indicates that this time will never be too long, so it is definitely not wrong to do our best to improve our own strength. Hearing this, the vague doubts in the hearts of Song Qi and the other four disappeared completely. Not to mention that they had the same concerns before. Even if they didn't, they could clearly feel that this was not alarmist after listening to Jiang Yuan's straightforward example. After a long silence, Ji Heng seemed to have made a decision. He estimated the preparations made by Xian Wangqiyu. If a drop of Holy Spirit Source liquid was added, including 2-time retracings, the success rate of promotion was actually not low. What's more, he still retained his own fire luck. If it really doesn't work, the success rate of promotion can be further improved. I have no problem with this, but Tan Lang. The eyes of the 4 emperors immediately turned to Song Qi again. The 4 of them were silent, but the 5 of them knew what Ji Heng meant. If Xian Wangqiyu changes its plan and directly uses the subsequent promotion of Xinxia continent to make a breakthrough, then the 2-time chessboards will undoubtedly be temporarily requisitioned, and this will inevitably affect Tianxu Sangqiong, which is also preparing for promotion. In silence, Song Qi was about to take the initiative to break the column, but was preempted by Jiang Yuan. In this case, time chessboard must be requisitioned, but the promotion of Xian Wangqiyu does not necessarily use all 3 promotion opportunities. Tan Lang, if time chessboard is still used in the end, we will take out enough time source crystal to restore its cooling. If it is not used, then you will still be promoted normally. As for the best promotion node of the energy tide of the star continent that was missed because of the Xian Wangqiyu, how about using this extra promotion resource to make up for it? As he said, he threw a walnut-sized spiritual fruit. Song Qi knew this thing. It was called 9-turn chaos fruit. It was a super-level extra promotion resource that could only be produced in the abyss. When the galaxy ship was promoted to a superdimensional mothership, it could increase the promotion success rate by 2%. Specifically, he actually made a profit, because the effect of the original tide bathing reduced by the delay was only about 1%, and more often it was less than 1%. That's fine with me. Since all the results had been perfectly arranged, Song Qi would naturally not refuse. Time flew by, and half a year later, the 2 9th-level seraphim came back, but with them was a 10th-level holy angel. Obviously, the oath of the 3 tribes was not a trivial matter in the eyes of the angel civilization, and it must be watched by the mythical unit in person. When the representatives of the 3 civilizations of Xinhua, wizards and angels were all present, the Rule Wizard Green quickly mobilized the terrifying magic power in his body. The void above the mechanical fortress was shaking violently. At a certain moment, the void suddenly broke, and a golden wheel emitting 2 kinds of light, chaos and gold, was projected from the depths of the void. Chaos Wonder Glorious Golden Wheel, of course. What Green summoned was only the projection of the glorious golden wheel. Even if it was almost materialized, it was still just a projection. The real glorious golden wheel has always been controlled by the 11th level rule wizard of the wizard civilization. The signing process of the oath of the 3 tribes was solemn and solemn. The projection of the glorious golden wheel slowly rotated in the void, and the lines of chaos and golden light flowed on the contract scroll. When Emperor Jiang, Wizard Green, and the 10th Order Holy Angel simultaneously imprinted the rule mark into the scroll, 3 pillars of light suddenly appeared above the Xinhua ancestral domain. In the holy pillar of the angel civilization, countless angel phantoms were chanting hymns. In the chaotic pillar of the wizard civilization, billions of runes flowed like galaxies, and in the red gold pillar of the Xinhua civilization, the phantom of the chaotic fire stood proudly in the sky. The 3 pillars of light gradually merged under the coordination of the shining golden wheel, and finally turned into a 3-color crystal that sank into the void. This is an eternal contract witnessed by the will of the Xinghai Avenue. The contract is done. The holy angel put away Claudius's body, and the 36 wings behind him suddenly unfolded into a state of judgment. This pursuit and exploration process will be very long. Please prepare your 2 tribes, but if there are any interim results, our tribe will notify you as soon as possible. After speaking, the sacred wings behind it suddenly spread out, and the next second, it carried Claudius' body, including the 2 9th-level seraphim, and turned into a holy light that soared into the sky and quickly disappeared into the depths of the sea of stars. After the angel civilization left, Green Wizard suddenly pinched his fingers and cast a spell, and a chaos barrier enveloped the hall. The Rule Wizard's eyes flashed with a strange silver light. I left the trace of truth on Claudius' body, even if the angel civilization wants to hide something. Before he finished speaking, a wisp of chaos fire suddenly flew out from Jiang Huang's sleeves. This seemingly weak flame actually outlined the trajectory of the holy angel's departure in the air, and even faintly revealed a coordinate hidden in the deep space. The source of the fire can illuminate eternity. Jiang Huang chuckled. Since we have formed an alliance, we might as well speak frankly about our plans. The two mythical beings smiled at each other. In fact, even if they did not make these backup plans, the angel civilization would most likely not be able to hide anything in the future. The binding force of the Chaos Wonder shining golden wheel was definitely not just talk. After that, Green and his companions left quickly, leaving only Song Qi and his companions in the hall again. However, they did not stay for long this time. All the plans had been discussed before, and now they only needed to strictly follow this plan. Decades later, in the core space of Xinxia continent, the core of the floating land origin, the Xianwang Qiyu was quietly floating in the middle of the core space, and not far away was the core light group of the floating land origin of Xinxia continent. Under the warship, Ji Heng, who had closed his eyes for several years, suddenly opened his eyes. It's okay, the Xianwang Qiyu has made all preparations. Hearing this, Jiang Yuan nodded gently. He logged into the Xinhua network with the Xinhua seed, and soon sent the action instructions to the outside world. The next second, a huge core light ball was pulled out from the Xianwang Qiyu, and headed straight for the floating core of Xinxia continent. At a certain moment, when the two cores officially touched, a violent swallowing and fusion reaction followed. As the core of Xinxia continent continued to swallow this new floating core, the entire Xinxia continent began to tremble. Feeling this abnormality, the millions of Xinhua captains gathered in various places of Xinxia continent instinctively focused their attention. They knew that the promotion of Xinxia continent had begun. Chapter 821. The blue sky is like a blue curtain, which has always contributed a unique charm to the vast Xinxia continent for millions of years. Today, the peace and tranquility of the past countless years were broken, and red meteors tore through the blue sky, presenting their most beautiful scenes to the eyes of millions of Xinhua captains in Xinxia continent at this moment. Although most of them will eventually turn into ashes due to friction and heat with the air of Xinxia continent during the rapid fall, there are still many large ones that will eventually crash into the surface of Xinxia continent, creating huge craters in those uninhabited areas. However, it is precisely because of the continuous incorporation of such asteroids, floating land fragments, and small floating land that the Xinxia continent under our feet has been continuously expanding. 4,000,000 light years. 5,000,000 light years. At a certain moment, when the vertical and horizontal diameters of Xinxia continent barely exceeded 10,000,000 light years, the expansion of the entire super-floating continent slowly stopped, which also meant that this live floating continent successfully completed the transformation into the star continent. At the moment of transformation, the millions of Xinhua captains on the floating continent not only did not relax, but became more focused. Everyone knew that the 10th level star continent source energy tide was about to come. In the core space of Xinxia continent, there were only 3 people left out of the original 5, excluding Ji Heng, who was impacting the myth immortal ship, and Song Qi and Pei Dinan. The only thing Song Qi and the others needed to do was to be ready to activate the 2-time chessboard components loaded in their ships at any time to provide the Xianwang Qiyu, which might fail in the impact, with a second or even third chance to be promoted. Time was slowly passing, and the source tidal energy gathered in the core space of Xinxia continent was constantly surging, and the white mist-like energy tide swept like a storm. Ji Heng stood not far from the Xianwang Qiyu, surrounded by the power of the law that had already reached the limit level of the Lord of Law. He closed his eyes, and tried his best to sense and control the Xianwang Qiyu above the core light group of the floating land in front. Let's start. At a certain moment, Ji Heng's voice came through the Xinhua network, steady and powerful. Ji Heng took a deep breath, and his mind suddenly changed. In an instant, the hull of the Xianwang Qiyu burst into a dazzling light, and every line on the surface of the hull seemed to come alive, turning into a dragon flowing on the surface of the hull. At the same time, the energy tide in the core space was also pulled, forming a huge vortex to converge on the warship. Song Qi stood not far away, staring at this scene intently. He could feel that this was not the time when the tide of the source energy of Xinxia continent was the strongest, but he also understood Ji Heng's meaning. He wanted to put a higher success rate of promotion on the next, or even the next 2 opportunities for repromotion. In addition, he also felt the 5-colored fire in his body trembling slightly, which was the resonance between the highest authority of the fire. Pei Dinan had already activated the preparatory state of the mirror image time chessboard. The black and white chess pieces on the chessboard moved automatically, and could start time reversal at any time. Buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly, A crisp buzzing sound suddenly resounded throughout the core space of the Earth. The three people in the space reacted surprisingly consistently, and their eyes all looked at the Xian Huangqiyu in the sky in the distance at the first time. The three of them knew that the buzzing sound just now came from the Xian Huangqiyu, and this was also the last moment of the promotion of a Xinhua warship. The hull of the Xian Huangqiyu was still surrounded by colorful fluorescence, and the warship was still making the final sprint, but before Song Qi and the other two could react, the light emitted from the hull of the Xian Huangqiyu suddenly turned the next second, and the entire hull quickly dimmed. Seeing this, the three people's hearts sank at the same time, but without anyone reminding, Pei Din and Akelamon in the Heaven Holy Light had activated the mirror image time chessboard in the shortest time. The colorful stream of light shot out, and the small piece of time and space above the core light group of the origin of the Xinxia continent suddenly reversed, and in just a moment, it returned to a few seconds ago. It's now! Before Pei Din finished speaking, Ji Hung, who was standing below, suddenly condensed his eyes. In a trance, the five-colored fire seed between Song Qi's eyebrows suddenly trembled, and then a vague chaotic ocean emerged in his mind. In a certain area of the chaotic ocean, the infinite chaotic aura was rapidly withdrawing. Sensing this scene, his sight quickly turned back to the Xian Huangqiyu in front of him. Obviously, Ji Hung has used up all the fire luck that belongs to him in the pool of luck. It makes sense. At this moment, the source tidal energy gathered in the core space has reached the strongest node. At this time, using the fire luck bonus can increase the success rate of Xin Huangqiyu's promotion to the highest. If it is like the previous Xinxiajiuli, which can increase the success rate of promotion to more than 50%, Ji Hung will never make such a choice. You must know that it is all the fire luck accumulated in the past 300,000 years. If it is all used up this time, it will take at least 100,000 years to recover in the future. But the fact is not so. Compared with the Xinxia dynasty, which has been established for a longer time and is more powerful, the Qiyu dynasty behind him is much worse. Taking into account all kinds of preparations, plus the blessing of the original energy tide of the Xinxia continent, the promotion success rate of the Xian Huangqiyu is still not optimistic, and it is still a little short of 40%. So, even if there are 3 promotion opportunities, he still doesn't have much confidence. Rather than waiting for the promotion to fail again this time, and then using the blessing of the Xinhua luck for the 3rd time, wasting 1% of the promotion success rate in vain, it is better to bet everything on this 2nd time. What Song Qi and Pei Din didn't know was that as the Xinhua luck belonging to Ji Hung in the pool of luck was injected into the Xian Huangqiyu, the promotion success rate of this superdimensional mothership suddenly began to soar. 40%, 45%, 50%. Until the end, the promotion success rate broke through 60%. At the moment, when the origin energy tide reached its peak, the entire Xian Huangqiyu ship radiated brilliant light. In the 2 warships suspended in the distance, Song Qi and Pei Din's breathing was almost stagnant. Although the ship promoted at this moment was not their flagship, it was related to the future of the entire Xinhua civilization. As one of the few rulers standing at the top of the Xinhua human civilization, everything here was originally shared with them. Until a certain moment, a sharp friction sound suddenly came from the hull of the Xian Huangqiyu ship in the distance. It was the hull of the Xian Huangqiyu ship that was slowly expanding. It's done! The Xian Huangqiyu ship has been promoted to a mythical immortal ship. The Xinhua emperor, who used to be dignified, laughed out loud without caring about his image. Looking at the somewhat out-of-control Ji Hung below, Song Qi and Pei Din also showed deep joy in their eyes. However, the two did not respond, but instead activated the flash escape components on the battleship. When the 2 battleships appeared again, they were already at another top origin tide bathing point on the Xinxia continent. Tan Lang, hurry! Hearing Pei Din's reminder, Song Qi reacted faster, and everything he had prepared in advance was quickly thrown out by him. With the integration of these various resources, the battleship promotion task panel that appeared in front of him was also constantly changing. Warship promotion mission, Tianxu Sanqiong. Current promotion success rate, 66.00001%. Initial 0.00001% plus bathing in the blood of the 9th level Chaos Demon Ape 8% plus bathing in the blood of the 9th level Shur Clan 5% plus bathing in the blood of the 9th level Abyss Flame Demon 1% plus bathing in the blood of the 9th level Ember Destroying Flame Dragon 1% plus the blood of the 10th level Evil God 15% plus the 9 turn Chaos Fruit 2% plus the Red Devil Stone 5% plus the 9th level Chaos Blood 7% plus the 9th level Peak. Overlord Source Blood 3% plus the blood of the 10th level Holy Angel 1% plus the Special Resource Formula 10% plus Bathing in the Star Continent Origin Energy Tide 8%. After seeing the value of 66% on the mission promotion panel, it is impossible to say how satisfied he is. According to Song Chi's previous promotion experience, there is usually no 80% or even 90% promotion success rate. He will never let Tianxu Sanqiong try it at will. But he had no choice. First of all, he had been mentally prepared. After all, he was only over 8,000 years old, and it had only been a few thousand years since he was promoted to the captain of the galaxy. If he was allowed to accumulate for a few thousand years, or even more than 10,000 years, he was confident that he could increase the success rate of this promotion to more than 80%. Secondly, the Tianxu Sanqiong is now a galaxy ship. It is well known that it is difficult for a galaxy ship to impact a superdimensional mothership. An 80% promotion success rate may be possible with some effort, but a 90% success rate is basically impossible, unless he has a superpower like the 4 great empires of Xinhua behind him, and is willing to support him unconditionally. Obviously, no matter which of the above points, Song Chi is in the current situation, so he can only gamble. Of course, it is not a complete gamble. At least the time chessboard on the Tianxu Sanqiong has not been used yet, and he has 2 lives. Even if both lives fail to be promoted, Pei Dinan in the Heaven Holy Light beside him will directly use the super rare resource time source crystal to complete the cooling of the mirror time chessboard, so that the Tianxu Sanqiong will get a 3rd promotion opportunity. 66% basic promotion success rate, plus 3 promotion opportunities. To be honest, the overall success rate is actually far beyond imagination. Of course, if Song Chi really used the 3rd promotion opportunity, he would need to repay the time source crystal consumed in the future. After all, it was an asset of the entire civilization. Not only Song Chi, even if Ji Hung used it before, he also needed to repay it. As time passed, the trembling of the Tianxu Sanqiong ship continued. It was just a situation that just happened, but Song Chi felt it was extremely long. The two of them always focused their eyes on the Tianxu Sanqiong ship, quietly waiting for the final result. The hull of the Tianxu Sanqiong trembled violently in the energy tide, and the law patterns on the surface of the ship wriggled like a living thing. Song Chi seemed to be able to clearly feel the hissing coming from the warship's hull. That was the tearing sensation caused by the hull's essence during the forced jump. The hull structure has begun to reorganize. Pei Dinan suddenly whispered, and then a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. The armor layer of the Tianxu Sanqiong was continuously rubbing, revealing the Xinhua hull with a faint glow inside. This is a process that a Xinhua warship will experience when it is successfully promoted, and it is already a precursor to the hull's expansion. At this moment, the cold sweat oozing from Song Chi's palm finally faded slowly. The 66% success rate seemed not low, but there was still a 1/3 chance of sinking. Fortunately, things did not develop to the worst side. Even Song Chi had a big surprise. He thought he would use the time rewind feature at least once, but he didn't expect that it would finally be in vain after more than 8,000 years. A direct promotion was successful, which was obviously very good news. Looking at the Tianxu Sanqiong hull that was continuing to expand and expand in front of him, Song Chi's eyes were filled with unconcealed excitement. Although he no longer needs to worry about the subsequent breakthrough of the 9th level in the guidance technique after successfully ascending to the 9th level in the Zhutian market, compared with the mythical power that can only be obtained in the market projection in the outside world has a strict time limit, and the Tianxu Sanqiong is his real external force deterrence. Now that the Tianxu Sanqiong has been promoted to a superdimensional mothership, its significance to him can be imagined. As time goes by, the hull of the Tianxu Sanqiong becomes more and more exaggerated, and along with its hull, there is actually a circle of special force field spreading around. Song Chi knew very well that this was a superdimensional force field unique to the superdimensional mothership. Why is the 9th level Xinhua battleship called a superdimensional mothership? It is because of the existence of this superdimensional force field, which can not only reduce the volume of all units entering the force field by up to 10,000 times, but also completely remove the restrictions on the carrying of people on the Xinhua battleship. And all creatures can freely enter and exit the superdimensional mothership cabin. Under these 2 points, the Xinhua battleship at the 9th level directly has a terrifying carrying capacity. Its own length is more than 100 million kilometers, and coupled with the all-round volume compression of foreign objects, this undoubtedly raises the carrying capacity of a 9th level Xinhua battleship to the limit. Under this premise, each 9th level Xinhua battleship has undoubtedly become the best mothership carrier. With enough supply resources and an elite fleet, it has directly transformed into a mobile space combat base that can move freely in the starry sky. And this is also the ultimate origin of the name of the superdimensional mothership. In the past 200,000 years, the human civilization of Xinhua has launched foreign expansion wars again and again in this way. Among them, the most famous one of the Xianqing dynasty is the Xinghan series of expeditions. Before Song Qi could check the detailed attribute changes of the Tianqiu Sangqiong, which had completed the final promotion, the five-colored Xinhua seed between his eyebrows suddenly trembled, and a message came from Emperor Jiang. After logging into the Xinhua network and seeing the message from Emperor Jiang, Song Qi's eyes condensed. Coordinates XXXX, 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 the matter is urgent, come quickly. Without much hesitation, he quickly boarded the warship, and then directly used the speed effect of Posha Zen Seal to directly complete the charging of the Qiqiong Jump feature of Qiqiong Jump. In just a moment, the Tianqiu Sangqiong quickly disappeared above the sky, along with the heaven holy light. Chapter 822. After rushing out of the jump channel, Song Qi first saw a giant warship that was completely dim, and had completely lost the splendor that a Xinhua warship should have. Of course, the word giant may not be appropriate at the moment, because the captain of the Tianqiu Sangqiong is now 100 times longer than that. This is a galaxy ship, an extreme galaxy ship with a length of 1.6 million kilometers, an extreme galaxy ship that has failed to be promoted. The moment he saw this scene, Song Qi instantly understood why Emperor Jiang called him over without anyone reminding him. Buzz buzz buzz. The colorful light flashed inside the Tianqiu Sangqiong, and a colorful beam of light shot out from the hull, accurately sinking into the hull of the already sunk extreme galaxy ship below. After that, the galaxy ship that was just confirmed to have sunk due to failed promotion a few seconds ago began to regain its color. Finally, it returned to the moment when it was about to be promoted 10 seconds ago. Seeing this, the captain who reacted immediately turned from despair to ecstasy. He was filled with infinite gratitude, but he didn't have time to express anything at this moment. His mind was spinning rapidly, and he controlled his own ship to start the promotion again. This person's face was full of expectations, or confidence. Although the best time for promotion of the floating land's origin energy tide has been missed, as the ancestor of a giant force that has been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years, the preparations for more than 100,000 years are not just talk. The previous promotion failure was purely due to luck. In fact, this time, the promotion success rate of his ship was close to 60%. Most of the promotion success rates failed once, and he didn't believe that he would fail again the second time. Facts have proved that the first time was indeed just an accident. Not long after, the rejuvenated extreme galaxy ship finally began to expand the warship body. Obviously, this second promotion was successful. And this also means that the Xinhua human civilization has one more superdimensional mothership. For the Xinhua human civilization, which has just entered the hegemony, the appearance of each superdimensional mothership is undoubtedly a further growth of the civilization's foundation. This is what all Xinhua citizens are willing to see, including Song Qi, Jiang Huang, and the other five. Yixing Chamber of Commerce. Liao Tianshang, thank you friends for your help. The expansion of the extreme galaxy ship's body has not yet ended, and the gratitude of its direct captain has already been heard. Liao Tianshang, the founder of the Yixing Chamber of Commerce, turned out to be him. Song Qi's mind suddenly emerged with various information about the other party, but at this time Jiang Huang's communication had already come over, which was also the reason why Liao Tianshang's voice was suddenly interrupted. After seeing Jiang Yuan's communication projection appear in the communication channel, Liao Tianshang's face suddenly became serious. Greetings, Your Majesty. Jiang Yuan nodded, and didn't want to talk much, and directly explained the purpose of his visit. Tianshang, the previous time travel is related to the foundation of our Xinhua civilization. Once leaked, these heaven-defying parts that assist the promotion of high-level warships will surely cause great fear among other alien civilizations. Do you understand? As a veteran captain who has lived for nearly 200,000 years, how could Liao Tianshang not hear the hidden meaning in Jiang Yuan's words? He just bowed and nodded quickly and said, Your Majesty, I am willing to take the initiative to sign a 7-color confidentiality agreement to ensure the confidentiality of this matter. Yes. After he finished speaking, a colorful chain quickly fell from the sky above the sky. Under the premise that Liao Tianshang had no resistance, the colorful chain easily merged into his body. After completing this step, Jiang Yuan did not stay for long. He still needed to rush to Jiheng. The appearance of a brand new mythical immortal ship was a big deal even for him, the immortal captain. Song Qi naturally would not stay for long, and went directly to the core space with Jiang Yuan. Before leaving, Liao Tianshang, the ancestor of the Yixing Chamber of Commerce, said something at the end. Master Tan Lang, I am grateful for this matter. If you need my Yixing Chamber of Commerce in the future, just ask. Song Qi accepted this promise with a smile. It was reasonable. The time retracing feature of Time Chessboard has a cooling time of up to 1,000 years, and this is still under the premise that the super high cooling reduction of Time Chessboard itself has taken effect. Isn't it not too much to pay such a price in exchange for a promise? Jiang Huang did not make any comments on this matter. His original purpose was just to improve the foundation of Xinhua civilization. Now his purpose has been achieved, but it is Song Qi who paid the price. He has no reason to prevent Song Qi from getting equal returns. Taking advantage of the gap in the journey, he no longer thought about it, but quickly opened the battleship attribute panel of Tianxu Sangqiong. Now, he really has time to check the detailed attributes of Tianxu Sangqiong after it was promoted to a superdimensional mothership. Name, Tianxu Sangqiong. Model, Xinhua superdimensional psionic mothership. Level, LV90. Additional features, air stabilization, self-healing. Basic parts, 5-color Xinhua hull LV90. Superdimensional railgun, 0 to 1 none. Galaxy cannon, 1/1 light of judgment, color/extreme, LV99. Star destroyer, 2 halves Wuji Xianxian quantum star destroyer, black, LV90, high dimensional particle collapse cannon, color/lower, LV100. Super main gun, for force red phoenix feather cannon, black, LV90, shield breaker streamer cannon, black, LV90, blood spear, gold, LV80, all spirit destruction bow, silver, LV70. Main gun, June 8th antimatter energy annihilation cannon, gold, LV80, roar. Roaring water dragon cannon, gold, LV80, world destroying copper spear, gold, LV80, purple sky god thunder cannon, gold, LV80, sky god killing cannon, silver, LV70, soul destroying pupil light cannon, silver, LV70. Secondary cannons, 1316 moon wheel cold shadow cannon, black, LV90, soul shattering demon sound cannon, gold, LV80, sharp gold streamer, gold, LV80, greenwood streamer, gold, LV80, sunflower water streamer, gold, LV80, fiery fire streamer, gold, LV80, thick earth streamer, gold, LV80, explosive particle cannon, silver, LV70. Gold source armor piercing cannon, silver, LV70, shadow demon breaking cannon, silver, LV70, red fire sky curtain cannon, silver, LV70, electromagnetic lightning cannon, silver, LV70, cold light sky frost cannon, silver V70. Hull armor, 1-to-1 neutron star core armor, color/lower, LV100. Engine, 1/1 antimatter energy evolution engine, color/lower, LV100, cold nuclear fusion reactor, gold, LV80, energy shield, 1/1 myth pulse energy shield, color/lower, LV100. Patrol radar, 1 out of 1 eye of truth, color/upper, LV100. Phantom training room LV32, 32/38. Additional parts, time chessboard, color/extreme, LV100, destiny compass, color/extreme, LV100, 3 realms 5 element certificate, color/upper, LV100, immortal binding traction rope, color/upper, LV90, void warehouse, color/lower, LV100, mirror. Shadow, color/lower, LV100, miracle clone chamber, color/lower, LV100, savage god guardian, color/lower, LV100, scale of thorns, color/lower, LV100. Black hole evolution layer, black, LV99, void sea projection emperor's tomb, black, LV90, chapter of divine thought, black, LV90, creation Bagua furnace remnant, black, LV90, chaos godhead, black, LV90, eternal true spirit nest, black, LV90, dominate ivory horn, black, LV90, dragon blood demon locking chain, black, LV90, devouring ship blade, black, LV90, yang concentric pendant, black, LV80, heavenly power control ring, black, LV90, sky intelligence brain system, black, LV90, angel kingship. Wings, black, LV90, demon Buddha purifying relics, black, LV99, eternal fire hibernation chamber, black, LV90, resurrection metal, black, LV90, Cheat Songs number 004 Cultivation Secret Realm, Black, LV90. Posha Zen Seal, Gold, LV80, Mythical Python's Eternal Scales, Gold, LV80, Blood Battle Monument, Gold, LV80, Starlight Shimmering Stone Talisman, Gold, LV89, Flame Elf Soldier Tree, Gold, LV80, Hunyuan Copper Mother Collision Horn, Gold, LV80, Mirage Dragon 1 Wapearl, Gold, LV89, For Elephant Wheel Seal, Gold, LV80, Space Jumper, Gold, LV80, Domain Hedge, Gold, LV89, Plasma Guardian, Gold, LV80, Frost Void Prison, Gold, LV80, Strength Seal, Gold, LV80, Void Membrane, Gold, LV89 Sky. Breaking Cone, Gold, LV80, Starseed Beacon Launcher, Gold, LV80, Red Sky Jumper, Gold, LV80, Resuation Pod, Gold, LV80, Life System Medical Repair Cabin, Gold, LV80, Oath Contract, Gold, LV80, Last Blessing, Gold, LV80, Void Shadow Killing Clan Warrior Tree, Gold, LV80. Death Tracking Seal, Silver, LV70, Super Body Contraction Card, Silver, LV70, Sky Locking Seal, Silver, LV70, Master Servant Contract, Silver, LV70, Mother-Child Soul Control Ring, Silver, LV70, Behemoth Heart, Silver, LV70, Super Power Controller, Silver, LV70, Soul Summoning Demon Puppet, Silver, LV70, God Binding Chain, Silver, LV70, Totem Spirit Pillar, Silver, LV70, Long Distance Communication Plate, Silver, LV70, Tai Soul Calming Monument, Silver, LV70, Battleship Transposition Device, Silver, LV70, Proportional Zoom Device, Silver, LV70, External Armor Piercing Cobalt Bullet Launcher, Silver, LV70, Brainwave Remote Control System, Silver, LV70, Escape Orb, Silver, LV70, Phantom Thruster, Silver, LV70, Multifunction Converter, Silver, LV70, Star Destroyer Man Certificate, Silver, LV70, Hearthstone. Return Device, Silver, LV70. Chapter of Shadow Advent, Orange, LV50, Abnormal State Purifier, Orange, LV50, Virus Spore Repellent Membrane, Orange, LV50, Holy Cross Beacon, Orange, LV50, Ultrasonic Geomagnetic Detector, Orange, LV50, Psychic Beam Interlocking Device, Orange, LV50, Wing Delivery Platform, Orange, LV50, Water Molecule Isolation Outer Membrane, Orange, LV50. Fixed Point Delivery Platform, Blue, LV30, Blood Soul Seal, Blue, LV30, Sound Wave Silent Field, Blue, LV30, Shinhua Warship Man Certificate, Blue, LV30, 223/398. Psionic Pool, 56000000/56000000. Supplies, Heaven's Fate Slashing Sky Sword, Meteorite Spear, 125 strands of 10th level Floating Land Origin, 48 9th level Master True Spirits. After reading the attribute panel in front of him, Song Chi raised his eyebrows. This time, after being promoted to a superdimensional mothership, the changes in various aspects of the warship were obviously different from the previous ones. Apart from the aforementioned superdimensional force field, the number of people on the warship is no longer restricted. The most important thing is that only one basic component slot has been added. Looking at the extra superdimensional railgun slot, and the Galaxy Cannon, Star Destroyer Cannon, Super Main Gun, and Secondary Gun slots that have not been added, although he had known about it before, he still felt bad. After all, this is equivalent to the growth of firepower being weakened. Although the number of arrays of 16 secondary guns has increased from 100,000 to 1 million, each of the 16 secondary guns can mirror out 1 million secondary guns of the same attribute. 16 is 16 million secondary guns, but the more powerful main guns and Star Destroyers have not been added, which is obviously a bit disappointing. In addition, the effect bonus of all basic components of the warship has increased from 600% to 700%. This increase is not large, but if more than 10 million secondary guns are counted, the increase is still good. In addition, there are new special slots. Since the previous promotion to the 5-colored Fire Seed, plus this battleship promotion, the special slots of the Tianshu Sanqiong have skyrocketed to 398. Now there are a lot more blank slots, so there is no need to worry about this for a long time. After seeing the changes in the battleship itself, Song Chi quickly turned his attention back to the various components. But it was not so bad, and now that his attention was turned back, he immediately got a headache. After the battleship was promoted to the superdimensional mothership, the components can be strengthened to level 110 at the highest. Although there are not many colored upper level and above components on the Tianxu Sanqiong now, there are only 6 pieces, but if you want to strengthen all 6 of them to level 110, you need 60 pieces of mythical soul. Thinking that he didn't have any at the moment, he couldn't help but feel a headache. Myth soul, that is something that can only be stably produced by creatures at the 10th level of myth. Just think about it, which peak tribe, or hegemonic civilization, dares to claim that it can stably kill myth units of the same level to continuously produce myth soul? I'm afraid that even the Eternals, Titan Giant Civilization, and Chaos Demon Ape, such super forces, can hardly do it. Thinking of this, how can Song Qi not have a headache? If he could directly strengthen his ship to the same limit level, as soon as he was promoted every time he was promoted, then this time it would be completely impossible. What is the initial promotion, senior, and limit? These are the 3 levels of Xinhua warships in each stage. The initial promotion is easy to understand. The Xinhua warship that has just been promoted has no conditions. Senior warships have very clear conditions among the Xinhua warships of the same level, requiring at least 10 pieces of parts on the warship, and the strengthening level exceeds the warship itself by 1 large level. The limit battleship is even more strict. Either the battleship is equipped with more than 40 parts that are 1 level higher than itself, or it has more than 10 parts that are 2 levels higher than itself. The current Tianxu Sanqiong, because of the foundation laid before, is now considered a senior superdimensional mothership, but there is still an essential gap from the limit superdimensional mothership. However, it seems that the mythical soul is not only surpassed by the creatures of the mythical level. Whether it is the Broken Star Sea or the Chaos God Land, there are some special environments that can stably breed the mythical soul. If such an area can be found, the Tianxu Sanqiong can solve the current problem. But Song Qi did not hold much hope for this, not only because such special areas are rare, but also because such areas have been occupied by various superpowers for a long time. It is difficult to tear a piece of meat from them. The core space of Xinxia continent. When Song Qi and the others returned again, Ji Heng had already entered the interior of Xian Wangqiyu. Seeing the two return, Ji Heng finally came back from excitement. Jiang Yuan, Tam Lang, how is the outside world? Everything is going well. The 3 galaxy ships that impacted the super dimension have all succeeded so far. Although there were failures on the Star Destroyer side, they were only a few. Hearing this, Ji Heng was obviously relieved. In that case, I can rest assured to retreat. As he spoke, he glanced at Jiang Yuan and Song Qi respectively, and continued to add, the next matters related to the ancestral domain and the Chaos God Land will depend on you first, and in addition. As soon as the voice changed, just as Song Qi was wondering what else he wanted to add, he saw a colorful light ball suddenly shot out from the Xian Wangqiyu and rushed straight to the Tianxu Sanqiong. When the traction beam took over the light, Song Qi quickly saw the specific information of the items inside the light ball. 3 Corpses Shrine Ju LV-110. Quality, Color/Extreme. Unique feature, God 3 Corpses Super Mecha. Effect, the warship equipped with it will gain a layer of God's Skull Halo, which is not affected by all external soul energy. Note, this component requires 30 slots to be loaded. God 3 Corpses Super Mecha. Consume 10 million psionic points, actively activate the same characteristic ability, load 2 homologous components on the warship for super combination, and transform into a 3 Corpses Super Mecha, temporarily gaining infinite combat power blessing. The longest duration is 60 minutes, and the cooling time depends on the existence time of the Super Mecha. 3 Corpses Shrine, Ji Heng took the initiative to give him one of the super combination parts. Song Qi turned his eyes, and looked at the 2 emperors here. However, both of them smiled and nodded. Obviously, this was not Ji Heng's impulsive behavior, but the result of the 4 emperors' early discussion. Tan Lang, now you have obtained the highest authority of the 5th original fire source seed. We have said before that we will train you as the 5th emperor, and it is not just talk. Now that the Xian Wangqiyu has been successfully promoted, I will go into seclusion with all my strength. This seclusion breakthrough may take 10,000 years, or thousands of years. During this period of time, civilization may encounter many challenges and dangers. Now that your ship has been promoted to super dimension, these are also what you should provoke. Song Qi did not refute, but silently pulled this colorful component into the battleship and directly consumed 30 slots to load it. Ji Heng was right. In fact, this was what he wanted. With the promotion of Tianxu Sanqiong to a superdimensional mothership and the support of Zhutian market, He thought that he was now qualified to be equal to several emperors. Even if Ji Hung did not speak up this time, he would take the initiative to fight for these. As for the problem that the guidance technique had not yet broken through, he had already made targeted arrangements after the promotion of Zhutian market to the 9th level. Now, whether it was the Dragon Ridge dynasty, the Demon Snake continent, or the Demon God floating continent, the Song family had already taken the initiative to release a message. With the 7th level Time Realm fruit and the 8th level Golden Apple, the breakthrough resources that could have a decisive effect on the breakthrough of the guidance technique to the 9th level, under the attraction of the 2 rare spiritual fruits, he believed that there would be results soon. At this time, Jiang Huang, who spoke again, took the initiative to mention the issue that Song Qi was most concerned about at the moment. The Xian Wang Qiyu has been successfully promoted, and your ship, Tan Lang, has also been promoted to superdimensional, plus the Xinxiajiuli. They are all big consumers of mythical souls. Hearing this, Song Qi was still a little confused, but Ji Hung seemed to understand the meaning. Jiang Yuan, do you want to go to the Meteoric Sea to get involved? Now that our Xinhua human race has become a hegemon, why not? Chapter 823. Meteoric Sea. What is that place? Without much hesitation, Song Qi directly raised his doubts. Through the conversation between Jiang Yuan and Ji Hung, it is not difficult to hear that this so-called Meteoric Sea is most likely a special area that can stably produce mythical soul, and it is precisely because of this that he has a greater interest. Jiang Yuan and Ji Hung took the initiative to mention this matter in person, and they naturally had no intention of hiding it. Meteoric Sea is a special war relic, a super war relic existing in the Chaos God land. Hearing the word super, Song Qi's heart suddenly became serious. Being called a super war relic by Jiang Yuan, who has already entered the myth, he can roughly guess the vague origin of Meteoric Sea. The existence of this so-called war relic is definitely not an ordinary mythical creature, at least a powerful person of the 11th level, or even the 12th level. According to Song Qi's idea, the latter possibility is more likely. Without giving him time to think further, Jiang Yuan continued to explain. That is a collapsed area with a diameter of more than 10 million light-years, and its area is still expanding over time. The most important thing to pay attention to is the super brainstorm that may be triggered from time to time, including the soul-devouring beasts wandering in it. Super brainstorm, soul-devouring beast. Are they all aimed at the mental level? Song Qi just raised his doubts, and saw Jiang Yuan nod very directly. Why did such a unique environment arise? It is said that in that shocking battle, a transcendent of telekinesis fell here. Transcendent? Just a few words, but Song Qi was puzzled twice. Fortunately, Jiang Yuan was very patient with his doubts. Whether it is the Broken Star Sea or the Chaos God land, those 12th order mythical units are called transcendents. Of course, rather than transcendence, it is better to say that they are those who seek transcendence. After all, although the 12th order is the limit of the heavens, it cannot be called transcendent. Those great beings standing on the top of the heavens are all seeking opportunities to transcend. Hearing this, Song Qi's eyes flashed wildly. These words obviously touched him greatly. Jiang Yuan and Ji Hung didn't think much about it. They just thought that it was the first time Song Qi heard these peak secrets, and it was normal to be touched. What they didn't know was that Song Qi's change of mentality at this moment had nothing to do with these. What emerged in his mind at this moment was everything related to the Transcendent City. Originally, he did not understand the meaning of the word transcendence. Now, after listening to Jiang Yuan's detailed explanation, the 4 words Transcendent City only felt more mysterious in his heart. I just don't know whether the transcendence of Transcendent City is transcendence itself, or as Jiang Yuan just said, seeking transcendence. Thinking to this point, Song Qi was about to continue to think deeply, but was brought back to reality by Jiang Yuan's voice again. As early as tens of millions of years ago, before the Broken Star Sea era, everything in the Meteoric Sea area was divided up by many peak tribes on the Chaos God land. Later, many overlord civilizations in our Broken Star Sea rose up. After many bloody negotiations, it was difficult for us to become one of the carve-ups. So, if we want to fight for this benefit, we must first be prepared for a bloody conflict. I will remind Yi and Pei Dinan. Tan Lang, you only have one task now, to break through the 9th level of the guiding technique as soon as possible. Understood? The moment he stepped into the all-attribute training room, the psionic energy that was so dense that it was almost liquid surged like a tide. This training room has been upgraded many times, and has now officially reached the 9th level. The concentration of psionic energy inside has long exceeded that of the outside world by countless times. Every breath seems to be swallowing the essence of the entire galaxy. Song Qi stood in the center of the training room. The moment the standard guiding technique training posture was put in place, the psionic energy around him automatically condensed into a materialized crystal mist, which quickly circulated in the air and finally rushed towards his body. It's time. While muttering, he raised his hand and waved, taking out two special resources from the storage capsule in front of him. Dragon Essence Crystal, obtained from a transaction on the demonic snake continent, it is said to be refined from the corpse of a ninth-order western dragon species, which contains the purest ninth-order dragon essence and has an excellent effect on auxiliary guidance. Phantom Demon Seed, obtained from a transaction on the demonic god floating continent, which can help users enter the most realistic illusion, in which users can truly simulate their own situation after the breakthrough, and personally experience the various changes after the breakthrough, so as to increase the success rate of subsequent breakthroughs. These two resources are very rare. In order to obtain them, the family paid a lot of price, but everything is worth it. At least Song-Chi thinks so. Now it has been 150 years since the Xinxia continent was promoted to the Star continent, and there is not much time left for him to break through. The crystal-clear Dragon Essence crystal was suspended in the center of the training room, with a liquid gold-like luster flowing on its surface. This essence from the 9th level Western Dragon Seed constantly changed its sharp-edged cross-section under the illumination of psionic energy, and it seemed that a flame that would never go out was sealed inside. Song-Chi sat cross-legged at the core node of the all-attribute training room, with an amplification matrix composed of 360 psionic crystal cores under him. He adjusted his breathing and felt the psionic energy in the room, which had reached liquid concentration, circulating between the lung lobes. Every time he inhaled, a visible psionic flow flowed into his nasal cavity, and every time he exhaled, it brought out the impurities precipitated in his body. Let's get started. He held the Dragon Essence crystal in his right hand and crushed the Phantom Demon Seed with his left hand. The moment the purple mist exploded, the temperature of the training room dropped sharply, and fine frost flowers condensed on the ground. The energy fields generated by the two top resources entangled with each other, forming an energy force field with a diameter of 3 meters around Song-Chi. The first to take effect was the magic seed. Countless purple light spots penetrated the skin and formed a microscopic stimulation network at the nerve endings. Song-Chi felt that his thinking speed suddenly increased 100 times, and all the vague perceptions in the past practice became clear at this moment. Countless energy nodes of the 8th stage of the guidance technique lit up in the sea of consciousness one by one, forming a complete human star map. So it turns out that what is stuck for me is the conversion efficiency of the 12th vertebral node. Song-Chi suddenly realized that under the overclocking state brought by the magic seed and the analysis of the illusion, he clearly saw the details that he had overlooked in his previous practice. Whenever energy flows through the middle section of the spine, there will always be a slight delay. This tiny defect has formed an insurmountable bottleneck over time. The Dragon Essence crystal began to melt at this moment, and the golden liquid spread along the meridians in his palm, outlining complex lines under the skin. The violent energy unique to the Western Dragon species should have destroyed the meridians instantly, but under the regulation of the Phantom Demon Seed, including his own 8th order extreme physique, these energies became docile and controllable. Song-Chi guided the Dragon Essence up along the spine, accurately flushing the stubborn energy node. The monitoring equipment in the training room issued a sharp alarm. The energy reading exceeded the 9th order threshold. The liquid phantom energy was ionized into a plasma state, and dragon scale-like energy armor appeared on the surface of Song-Chi's skin, which was a sign that the Dragon Essence crystal began to merge with the body. Not enough. Song-Chi suddenly raised his hand and waved, and the Tianqing forging liquid neutralized with more than 100,000-year-old deep-water clam pearl powder was poured into his mouth, and the only remaining home spirit fruit was also swallowed in one gulp. Soon, the blazing energy rose in his lower abdomen, which made the Dragon Essence that was about to calm down boil again. The spine made a crisp explosion, and the stubborn node was finally broken, and all the energy nodes in the body were connected into a perfect closed loop. Song-Chi's pores all over his body sprayed like golden mist. These were the residual substances after the Dragon Essence crystal was purified, and they were now expelled from the body by the new 9th level guidance system. The training room suddenly fell into absolute darkness, and all monitoring equipment failed at the same time. This was a local law disturbance caused by the transition of individual life levels. 3 seconds later, when the lights came on again, Song-Chi was already standing in the center of the training room. He simply clenched his fist, and the air was squeezed to produce a sonic boom. No instrument detection is required, and the sense of transformation at the cellular level is clearly discernible. The density of muscle fibers increased, and the bones that turned silver after the promotion to the 7th level began to faintly emerge in light gold. The finest capillaries can carry the operation of violent phantom energy. This is a life level that truly belongs to the 9th level. Song Qi felt the seemingly inexhaustible power in his body. He felt very good at the moment. Although this was the 9th time his life was sublimated, every time he experienced it again, he would feel fascinated. His eyes moved and swept to every corner of the practice room. He seemed to be able to vaguely sense the different energy concentrations in various places in the practice room. This was the leap in perception brought about by the breakthrough of the guiding technique. He stepped out of the practice room. Outside was the Zutian market, which had been promoted to the 9th level. In the 9th level vision, he could see a large number of traces of the origin laws in the Zutian market, including various rich energies. This is the world of the 9th level. Song Qi raised his right hand, and a ray of phantom energy condensed at his fingertips. Unlike the 8th level, the current phantom energy is more condensed. A ray of energy flow of the same size has a fundamental difference in the destructive power contained in it. This is a sign that the energy has completed further transformation. He flicked his finger lightly, and the phantom energy turned into an energy arrow and shot into the wall. Soon there was a dull explosion. With the power of the mythical status, Song Qi wiped out the impact of the explosion and turned to open his personal terminal. There were 27 unread communications on it. The latest one was from Emperor Jiang, with only a short sentence: "See you in the human emperor's city." Ripples appeared in the space, and Song Qi stepped out of the folded state. Under his feet was a giant platform that spanned the galaxy. The looming chaotic energy flowed between them, keeping it in a state of constant energy. Leaving the chaos transmission platform, Song Qi went straight to the human emperor palace. Deep in the hall, there were 4 thrones floating, representing the highest power of the Xinhua civilization. At this moment, 3 figures were already in their positions. Emperor Jiang sat on the purple crystal throne, and the light crown of the Avenue Rule rotated slowly behind him. Emperor Ying sat on the golden throne, and the shadow of a tall golden man appeared around him. The light throne of Saint Emperor Pei Dinan was shining with holy light. When Song Qi arrived, the 4th originally dimmed silver-gray throne suddenly lit up like a star. It seems to be successful. Emperor Jiang's eyes swept over Song Qi's pale golden knuckles, at least 100 years earlier than I expected. Song Qi saluted the 3 people, and each step left a shallow energy mark on the stargold ground. This was a manifestation of the breakthrough that had not yet been completely converged. Seeing this, the 3 human emperors smiled and said nothing. They saw Emperor Jiang suddenly raised his hand to unfold a holographic star map with a diameter of 1 kilometer. Against the distorted starry sky background, a gray ocean was slowly expanding, and chaotic land was constantly being swallowed and disintegrated at the edge. In this star map, 7 areas flashing red light were particularly eye-catching, and 3 of them were erupting with blue ripples unique to super brain storms. The latest situation of the meteoric sea. Emperor Jiang pointed to the red area with the densest blue ripples, the Titan clan control area. The garrison is King of the Sky, Gore, an 11th level mythical Titan. As he spoke, he quickly pointed to another area with the same dense ripples. The Chaos Demon Ape control area. The garrison is Skull Crusher, Golden Ape, an 11th level ape god. Song Qi's pupils shrank slightly. Although he knew that he would face a mythical existence, he still felt suffocating pressure when he actually saw the mark. Not to mention that there were 2 11th level mythical creatures among them. His eyes swept across the green light spots on the edge of the star map. What are these? Allies and potential allies. Emperor Jiang zoomed in on one of them, showing a skull symbol wrapped in green flames. Wizard Civilization Skeleton Tower, a direct subordinate force of the Wizard Black Bone of the Wizard Civilization Rule. At this time, the star map suddenly flickered violently, and a black area spread from the core area. The shadow of the golden man behind Emperor Ying flickered violently. Another destructive super brainstorm. This time it was 30 standard years ahead of schedule. Hearing this, Saint Emperor Pei Dinan on the side said in a deep voice, "Because someone is trying to salvage that thing." The holy light behind him flickered. The Nether Soul Clan of Chaos Divine Land. There are rumors that they have found the specific coordinates of the remains of the Transcendent. In response, Jiang Yuan sneered. Just for lying on them. Although the Nether Soul Clan is also one of the top races in the Chaos God Land, its strength is not that strong. It only controls a top Chaos city. Even if they follow the Soul Consciousness path and have a natural advantage in resisting super brainstorms, they want to enter the deepest part of the meteoric sea with only 2 ordinary 10th level combat forces? But if it weren't for them, why would this destructive super brainstorm come early? The Holy Emperor Pei Dinin wanted to continue asking something, but was quickly interrupted by Jiang Yuan. These are not important. What we have to do now is to find a way to reach into this meteoric sea. It just so happens that this destructive super brainstorm will break out, and a large number of mythical souls will be blown out from the core area. As long as we can intervene, no matter how much territory we can get, we will definitely gain a lot. Hearing this, Song Qi and others nodded. They understood what Jiang Yuan meant. But the problem now is that, apart from the wizard civilization, which has a good chance, how can other forces let them easily get involved? Perhaps we can start with the mechanical sect. The mechanical sect, Jiang Yuan, are you referring to the creation mechanical civilization? Listening to the two people's words, Song Qi's mind automatically emerged with information about the creation mechanical civilization. The creation mechanical civilization is one of the 10 dominant civilizations in the Broken Star Sea recorded by the Xinhua civilization, and it is also the only mechanical civilization among the 10 dominant civilizations. Its ranking among the 10 dominant civilizations is not high, at least it is not as good as the wizards, angels, and the Buddhists, but it is much stronger than the Three-Eyed Tribe and the Rakshasa tribe. Chapter 824. For hundreds of thousands of years, the contact between the creation mechanical civilization and us has been very limited, and it is not easy to get them to cooperate. That being said, it is a fact that we in the Broken Star Sea have always been at a disadvantage in the distribution of rights and interests in the Meteorite Sea. The addition of a new dominant civilization is not a bad thing for all parties in the Broken Star Sea. We just need to give it another push on this basis. While talking, Jiang Yuan's eyebrows suddenly flickered with a faint light, and a colorful wonder emerged from his ancestral orifice. Wonderful item, brain of technology. Quality, color/top. Convertible, none. Effect, brain of technology, computing overclocking, intelligent brain bank, super mechanical technology. Note, the last remnant of a super technological civilization in the multiverse era. Jiang Yuan, are you saying to use this as a bargaining chip? Jiang Yuan shook his head. This brain of technology alone is not enough. As he said, he looked at Emperor Ying and the others. The meaning is very clear. They are all members of the Xinhua Tianzhu royal family. If they have anything suitable, they should take it out. Soon, the three emperors present took out several items. Among them, the one that Emperor Ying took out was a 10th order mythical level intelligent brain. This intelligent brain is not in the form of a star sea wonder. It has great uncertainty for the Xinhua civilization. Therefore, Emperor Ying has kept it sealed since he got it, and has never actively activated or used it. However, although this thing is useless for them, who follow the Xinhua battleship system, its value is self-evident for the mechanical civilization. The three emperors did not pay attention to Song Qi in their impression. Song Qi and the Longji Song family have only been prosperous for 11,000 years, and their foundation is still limited. However, Song Qi was unwilling to do nothing. Even if he did not speak at this moment, he believed that the human emperors would not say anything, but he could not sit idly by. Since he had made up his mind to put himself on the same level as the 4 human emperors, he should strive for equality in everything, rather than just seeking benefits and ignoring the efforts, which would only make the 4 human emperors look down on him. After taking the initiative to greet him, Song Qi returned to the Xinhua ancestral domain. There was the Zutian market that promoted him to the 9th level. Now he could quickly switch between the Chaos God Land and the Broken Star Sea, and soon he returned to the Human Emperor Palace. However, compared with the empty hands when he left, he now had a tricolor wonder in his hands. Special item, Master of Machinery Mirror Image. Quality, color/lower level. Transformable, none. Effects, Master of Machinery, Mechanical Energy Transmission, Heart of Mecha, Mechanical Armor, Mechanical Energy Communication, City of Intelligent Machinery. Note, the last essence of a mechanical civilization in the multiverse era, which has a strong auxiliary effect on the technological civilization. That's right, the special item Song Qi took back was the Master of Machinery that he had traded to Xianqin Heavy Industry Group, and the Master of Machinery was mirrored with Chaos Mirror Stone. Compared to Technology Brain, the quality of Master of Machinery is indeed one level lower, but with its attributes, I believe that Creation Mechanical Civilization will never ignore it. Okay, considering the value of these items, I believe the Genesis Mechanical Civilization will be very interested. Let's set off as soon as possible without delay. 2 days later, a mythical immortal ship, more than 10 superdimensional motherships, and a total of 15 Xinhua warships rushed out of Human Emperor City in a hidden state, all the way to Meteoric Sea tens of millions of light years away. because the distance is too far, except for Jiang Yuan and Song Qi, who are still staying in Human Emperor City. The other 13 people all accompany along the way. Of course, this does not mean that the other 13 superdimensional motherships are all the original bodies. In fact, these 15 Xinhua warships are all warship clones, but except for Jiang Yuan and Song Qi, the other 13 people are all in the Xinxiajiuli warship clone. There is no way for the 9th level captain, even if their ships are equipped with colorful extreme warship clone parts, the remote control distance that can be achieved in this Chaos God land is at most tens of millions of light years, and it is impossible to do it further. Only by boarding the Xinxiajiuli warship clone and accompanying along the way can we accurately maintain control of all warship clones. As for the only two exceptions, Jiang Yuan is the only official immortal captain of Xinhua civilization. His mental power has long been transformed into an immortal soul. His long-range radiation ability is 100 times higher than that of a 9th level captain. In addition, the warship clone parts carried by Xinxiajiuli are also of extremely colorful quality. He can easily reach areas beyond tens of millions of light years, not to mention hundreds of millions of light years. As for Song Qi, he naturally used the Zhutian market. The market was promoted to the 9th level, and obtained the blessing of the mythical status. It can normally affect the Chaos God land. With the help of the power of Zhutian market, the range he can remotely control may be larger than Jiang Yuan. 15 Xinhua warships drew a dark blue wake in the chaotic void. Every few hours or days of sailing, the team would make a collective jump. Through the special induction of Zhutian market, Song Qi could clearly see the energy ripples left by the fleet on the surface of Chaos God land. Just like the ripples formed by running your fingertips across the surface of Mercury. When the fleet had no idea how many times it had jumped, the monitoring systems of the 15 warships that had rushed out of the jump channel suddenly captured abnormal readings. The patrol radar holographic projection showed that a group of twisted dark matter clouds were pulsating regularly dozens of light years ahead. It's a group of soul-eating beasts. Jiang Yuan's voice came through the fleet's magnetic wave communication group chat. The scale is about 300, and the leader should be at the 9th level. Song Qi called up the battleship database, and detailed information about this creature was immediately displayed. The soul-eating beast looks like a jellyfish, and its translucent body flows with golden light paths like nerve veins. Its attack method is to disintegrate the enemies by releasing thinking toxins that can corrode the soul. Do you want to bypass it? The 9th level captain in charge of navigation asked. Jiang Yuan responded quickly. Of course, the challenges from those peak tribes have not yet arrived. What we need to do now is to conserve our energy. According to Jiang Yuan's order, the team chose to take a detour. As they passed through, the scene outside the window inevitably came into view, making all the crew members hold their breath. The so-called meteoric sea is not an ocean in the traditional sense at all, but a deadly vortex group composed of countless broken laws and rules, including super brain storm belts. The blue storm group with a diameter of more than 3 light years spreads in the void like cancer cells, and each energy pulsation will cause spider web-like cracks in the space. The reading is abnormal. The leading Qiyu Divine Dynasty's 9th level captain trembled in his voice. The intensity of the outer storm has reached the peak of the 9th level, and the energy fluctuations in the core area have exceeded the monitoring limit. Song Qi's pupils reflected the torrent of data. Through the special perspective of the Zhutian market, he saw more terrifying details. The skeletons of giant creatures were floating in those blue storms, and the smallest ones were also the size of giant asteroids. Some kind of black vine-like substance was wrapped around the skeleton, absorbing the energy of the storm and growing slowly. God-eating vine. Jiang Yuan's projection suddenly appeared on the command platform. The companion creatures nourished by the flesh and blood of the transcendent, the creatures entangled by it, including warships, will become mummies within 3 minutes. As if to confirm this sentence, a twisted metal wreckage suddenly shot out from the edge of the storm. It was obviously the mothership of a certain advanced civilization, but at this moment, it was as shriveled as a hollowed-out can, and the hull was covered with wriggling black vines. Before the fleet adjusted its formation, 3 hostile perceptions suddenly locked on them from different directions. The void on the east side twisted, and 300 chaos demon apes came stepping on meteorites. These giant apes with blood-colored flames burning all over their bodies were at least tens of thousands of kilometers tall. The leader, Skull Crusher Golden Ape, carried a molten flame war stick made of the core of a star on his shoulder, and the chains wrapped around the stick were strung with the heads of hundreds of powerful people from different civilizations. The space in the west was broken like a mirror, and the ghost fleet of the Soul Clan slowly emerged. Their warships seemed to be made of solidified shadows, and the bows were inlaid with living brain-like organs. When the scanning wave of a certain Xinhua warship passed by, those brains suddenly opened their dense compound eyes at the same time. Xinhua humans, this is not the place you should come to. A sneer with an echo sounded in the mental communication. A weak civilization that has just appeared less than 10,000 years ago. A meteorite rain suddenly fell in the north, and the rock giants of the mountain-splitting clan tore through the space and descended. Their bodies are made of the blue obsidian unique to the Chaos God land, and the red core inlaid on their chests constantly releases gravity ripples. The leader waved a giant palm like a mountain range, and directly smashed a nearby 9th-level limit god devouring vine into powder. Jiang Yuan's projection appeared in the chaotic sky, and the mythical pressure swept across the 4 directions. According to the agreement between the peak clans of the Divine Continent and the overlords of the Star Sea, the newly crowned overlord civilization of the Broken Star Sea has the right to participate. Agreement? The Golden Ape's wild laughter resounded through the world. That thing is too hard to wipe your ass. It suddenly pointed its war stick at the human fleet. Either you get out, or I will make you get out. At the critical moment, 2 new pressures tore through the void. Green flames bloomed in the void on the left, and the skeleton fortress of the wizard civilization tore through the dimension and descended. Tens of thousands of floating skeletons formed a magic circle, and the black-robed wizard in the center raised the staff inlaid with 13 eyeballs. Wizard civilization recognizes the right of human entry. The shadow of precise gears emerged in the space on the right, and the arc fortress of the creation mechanical civilization completed the jump. Hundreds of millions of nanomachine bugs formed a galaxy vortex, and condensed into a metal giant, based on logical judgment. Adding variables is more conducive to exploration efficiency. With the open support of the wizard civilization and the creation mechanical civilization, coupled with the looming shadows of the titan giants in the depths of the void behind, including the shadows of the 36-winged holy angels, even if they were unhappy, the peak tribes of the Chaos God land could only withdraw their aggressive posture. Under the witness of many parties, the ancient god meteorite dual protocol was activated. A dual field with a diameter of more than 10 billion kilometers was generated in the void, and the rules were simple. Both the Xinhua civilization and the peak tribes would send 5 representatives to fight a 9-level life-and-death battle. The civilization to which the final winner belongs will gain control of a small area of the meteorite sea. Golden light pierced through the chaotic void, and Emperor Ying Xian Qin Zulong leaped out from the folded space. Energy veins composed of bronze inscriptions flowed on the surface of the ship. The black muzzle of the bow looked like a devouring beast that would choose its prey, ferocious and terrifying. The first match, I do it. The voice came from the immortal Qin Zulong, and a figure soon emerged from the opposite peak tribe team, a 9th-level Kinjiashi mountain-splitting clan. After both sides stepped onto the battlefield, the battle was about to break out. The Kinjiashi mountain-splitting clan was obviously not an ordinary 9th-level mountain-splitting clan. Not only did his aura reach the 9th-level limit, but even the earth law surrounding his body was extremely condensed, and even had a tendency to transform into the earth law. His Kinjiashi leg suddenly stepped on the battle stage, and soon the immortal Qin Zulong billions of kilometers away felt a strong geomagnetic force surging from below. This strong geomagnetic attraction immediately greatly reduced the flexibility of the immortal Qin Zulong. Blue Dragon Tyrant Body. Ingi activated an active immune control component at the first time, but the next second the Kinjiashi giant had stepped under the immortal Qin Zulong. The giant axe of Qingyao stone in his hand slammed fiercely on the side of the Xian Qin Zulong ship, and sparks flew everywhere. Feeling that the energy shield and the armor of the warship were damaged at the same time, Ingi responded quickly. He did not immediately control the warship to pull away. In this limited range of the battle arena, he was very clear about the disadvantages of the warship form. On the contrary, the Lishan clan, who was in charge of the Earth and suspected of mastering the secret magic of shrinking the Earth into an inch, was the biggest beneficiary in this situation. Under the gaze of countless eyes around, the Xianqin Zulong ship clattered, and finally turned into a mythical mecha giant with a height of more than 200 million kilometers, holding a colorful halberd in his hand. Obviously, he wanted to engage in close combat with the Qingyao Stone Mountain Splitting Clan. The moment the colorful halberd collided with the Qingyao Stone Giant Axe, the spatial structure of the entire dual field groaned under the heavy load. At a certain moment, 9 bronze chime shadows suddenly lit up on the chest of the mecha giant controlled by Emperor Ing. As the bells vibrated, the law patterns on the body surface of the mountain-splitting clan warriors began to retreat. Suanio battle flag ritual collapse and music deterioration. 360 Suanio battle flags unfolded behind the mecha, and each flag projected a war scene from different periods of the Xianqin civilization. The Qingyao stone giant would not be afraid, and roared and smashed the 7 battle flags. When the Qingyao stone giant axe fell, a cold data stream flashed in Emperor Ying's eyes. The warning from the shipboard intelligent brain flickered on the retina. Gravity disturbance exceeds the threshold. Conventional evasion efficiency is only 17%. Start the light of order charging sequence. The Blackbird battle flags on both sides of the ship suddenly gathered together, forming 7 battle flag rings in the void. When the giant axe of the mountain-splitting clan warrior shattered the 3rd ring, the chest of the mythical mecha giant of the immortal Qin Zulong suddenly cracked, revealing the crystal diamond crystal inside. Law-level defense breakthrough detected. The arbitrator of the mechanical civilization flashed, warning. Rule weapon fluctuations detected. The star core in the chest of the Qingyao stone giant flashed wildly, and instinctively wanted to activate the magic of shrinking the earth into an inch, but it was too late. The pure white beam shot out from the diamond crystal penetrated his core in 1/10,000th of a second. There was no explosion, no energy dissipation. In the area hit by the light of order, even the chaos rules were forcibly corrected to an absolute order state. The giant remained frozen in the posture of swinging his axe, and the azurite on his body began to arrange itself in an orderly manner at the molecular level, eventually transforming into a perfect 12-sided crystal. The target entropy value is 0, and the battle is over. The mechanical arbitrator declared calmly. The crystallized blue jade giant reflected a strange spectrum in the void, and each ray of light followed a perfect geometric angle. The 10th level myth leader of the Mountain Splitter clan in the spectator seat suddenly stood up, and the core of his chest suddenly began to crystallize synchronously uncontrollably, and finally took the initiative to cut off the energy connection to eliminate it. The winner is Xinhua civilization. The electronic sound of the mechanical arbitrator rarely fluctuated. Warning. The rule structure of the 37th area of the dual field has been permanently changed. Song Qi saw from the perspective of the market that in the space swept by the light of order, even the free energy began to be arranged in a prime number sequence. What's more terrifying is that this order is spreading outward at a speed of 3 kilometers per second. However, these were quickly skipped. After Emperor Ying, the Xinhua civilization sent 2 superdimensional captains one after another, including the Shinichungyu of Jiangyi of the Xinxia dynasty. However, the results were not optimistic, and both battles ended in failure. Until the 4th game. The platinum warship of Saint Emperor Ferdinand drew a cross-shaped trajectory and entered the arena. His opponent was the Memory Eater of the Wraith clan. The Xinhua civilization was already behind 1:2, and Saint Emperor Ferdinand was under great pressure. After boarding the new battle platform, the humanoid black mist transformed by the Memory Eater of the Wraith clan released a large number of memory pollution ripples as soon as it appeared, trying to first circle the activity area of Ferdinand's ship Heavenly Holy Light. Chapter 825. Above the clone of the Heavenly Holy Light warship, a familiar projection of the Scroll of Gods emerged. Facing this phantom of the gods emitting colorful colors, the trend of the soul energy ripples suddenly stagnated, and then began to shrink sharply, as if it had encountered a natural enemy. The world of rules you. The 9th level Soul clan instinctively wanted to question Saint Emperor Pei Dinen's malicious use of mythological means, but then thought of the presence of many mythological creatures from the Peak clan behind him. If this was true, there was no need for him to question it. Since no one stopped him, it meant that the means used by Pei Dinen were within the rules. This is indeed the case. The projection of the gods summoned by the Heavenly Holy Light was originally a replica of the god's body carried by the Heavenly Holy Light body. Strictly speaking, it is a colorful extreme-level mythical trump card. In the previous 2 battles, the participants of the Mountain Splitter clan and the Chaos Demon Ape were also given 7-color wonders. On the other hand, Jiangyi and the other 2 from the Xinhua civilization had warship clone parts of lower color quality, and could only reproduce 3-color parts at most. Even if their warships were equipped with 5-color or 7-color parts, they would not have any auxiliary effect on the warship clones. In this case, Jiang Yuan did not express any dissatisfaction. Now that Saint Emperor Pei Dinen had 7-color warship clone parts in his hands, he could reproduce 7-color parts for battle. If the major tribes expressed dissatisfaction at this moment, it would only make people laugh. Since the battle has not ended, the final result of this battle is naturally needless to say. Under the comprehensive suppression of the replica of the gods picture strengthened to LV-110, the 9th Order Soul clan tried their best to fight, but in the end, they could not escape the result of being completely wiped out by the rule realm evolved by the gods picture scroll. You heard it right, it means complete annihilation. This gambling fight is related to the continuous production of mythical souls in the future. For any civilization or ethnic group, the importance of mythical souls is irreplaceable. For the forces present, This is by no means an ordinary battle. The win or loss of each game is particularly important. That is why each battle is a matter of life and death. If not, Jiang Yuan would not have rejected Jiang Yi and the other two who had taken the initiative to ask to play in their true form. The Xinhua civilization is different from the other forces present. They have just entered the hegemony. Every 9th level superdimensional captain born in the next tens of thousands of years is extremely important. After all, Song Qi had already informed them of the relevant information of the High Dimension Sea. Facing the mythical war that is likely to happen in 20,000 years, they must make every effort to accumulate strength. After the 4th game, the score between the two sides has reached 2-2. The final 5th game will determine the final result of this gambling fight. Xinxia Jioli Magnetic Wave Communication Group Chat. Jiang Yuan. The opponent is Gene Tuesday. This ape is well known, and is known as the first prodigy of the Chaos Demon Ape clan in the past 500,000 years. There are 2 colorful artifacts in his hands. One is the Rui Star Breaking Axe, and the other is the Heavenly Demon Possession Armor. With these 2 items, Gene 2 defeated a mythical creature's blood projection head-on 8,000 years ago. Speaking of this, Jiang Yuan paused, probably because he was afraid that everyone didn't understand the meaning, so he further explained, although it is just a blood projection, not the mythical creature itself, and that mythical creature is just like a foot, it is the bottom of the recognized mythical rank, but even so, myths are still myths, and they are fundamentally different from the dominant creatures. It is no exaggeration to say that even if Ji Heng, who has not yet been promoted, is here, it is hard to say whether he can win the opponent. Originally, this last match was to be reserved for Pei Dinan, but plans cannot keep up with changes, so I will not directly name anyone for the 5th match. You can discuss it among yourselves. Having said so, but far above the chaos wall of Human Emperor City, Jiang Yuan glanced directly at Song Qi after saying this, the meaning of which was self-evident. The final result of the discussion was not unexpected. Song Qi's Tianqiu Sangqiong was selected as the warship participating in the 5th match. A great battle is about to begin. The void in the center of the duel field rippled, and the dark red streamlined hull of Tianqiu Sangqiong slowly emerged. The ethereal body stood in the main control room, tapping the holographic console with his fingertips, and the patterns on the outer armor of the warship lit up one by one. The 5th match, Xinhua Civilization Tianqiu Sangqiong against Chaos Demon Ape Clan Golden Slaughter. The electronic sound of the mechanical arbitrator echoed in the dual field with a diameter of 10 billion kilometers. The space on the opposite side suddenly twisted, and a giant ape covered with golden hair stepped out of the void. He was more than 200 million kilometers tall, carrying a giant axe wrapped in blood-red thunder on his shoulder, and the dark golden armor on his chest was engraved with ancient magic patterns. The most eye-catching thing is the chaotic aura flowing under his golden fur, which exudes madness and tyranny all the time. Human Xinhua, after today, your worship will become chaotic dust. Gene 2's voice exploded directly in Song Qi's mind, with a shock at the level of law. Song Qi did not respond, his eyes were calm and deep, just staring at the other party quietly from a distance. The duel begins. As soon as the mechanical arbitrator's announcement fell, Gene 2 had disappeared on the spot. The pupils of the ethereal body shrank suddenly, and the alarm of the shipborne Qiongtian intelligent brain sounded throughout the main control room. Warning, space folds detected, high energy response at 9 o'clock. The armor on the left side of Tianqiu Sangqiong suddenly dented, as if it was hit by an invisible giant hand, and the entire warship moved sideways for tens of billions of kilometers, and the creaking sound of metal distortion came from the inside of the hull. Looking back at the original position, the Rui Star Breaking Axe in Gene 2's hand, which was glowing with colorful light, was slowly taken back by him. The blood-colored lines on the axe blade that seemed to be decorated seemed to come alive, turning into energy veins, like blood vessels. When the first line was fully lit, all metal objects within billions of kilometers around the entire dual field trembled at the same time. Obviously, it was this Rui Star Breaking Axe that just smashed the Tianqiu Sangqiong. That is, the pupils of the mythical titan giants shrank, the star core resonance characteristics of the star-breaking axe have been activated. Song Qi suddenly saw the red warning of the shipboard intelligent brain. Abnormal gravitational constant detected. All defense measures such as stars and starlight are invalid. Before he could react, Gene 2 had already chopped out the second axe. There was no gorgeous energy beam, only a simple and unpretentious slashing trajectory. But this seemingly ordinary attack caused the small neutron star that Song Qi had converted in advance to emit a series of shattering sounds, and the neutron star shell transformed by the neutron star core armor collapsed rapidly in silence. "How is it possible?" he exclaimed instinctively, but reacted quickly the next second. Star-breaking axe, star-breaking axe, so that's it. Before he could think about it, Gene 2's grim smile had come through the mental shock. Human, how do you think the name of the star-breaking axe came from? It doesn't cut other substances, but all the stars in the Chaos Star see. With a roar, the third axe followed. The axe blade with the real shield-breaking attribute tore open the Myth-Pulse energy shield, and the axe blade brushed the left wing of the ship, and the star armor that was touched was immediately covered with a layer of gray. Energy shield value reduced by 28%. Hull armor damaged by 31%. Warship hull damaged by 6%. Listening to the Sky Intelligence brain prompt sound ringing in his ears. Start last blessing. Activate the Barbarian God Guardian component. Song Chi could only grit his teeth and give the order while activating the time chessboard. That's right, after Barbarian God Guardian, he activated the time chessboard component. There is no such component on the mirror battleship, but it does not mean that there is no such component on the main body. The Tianxu Sangqiong on this battle stage at this moment is not a mirror battleship, but the main body of the Tianxu Sangqiong. As early as when the Heaven Holy Light was still fighting, he quietly used the convenience of the Zhutian market to send the main body of the Tianxu Sangqiong over. Song Chi is very clear about the importance of this part of the rights and interests of the meteoric sea to the future 20,000 years of Xinhua civilization. Only by letting the main body of the Tianxu Sangqiong participate in the battle can it be ensured as much as possible. The colorful light was centered on the Tianxu Sangqiong ship. One after another, colorful chess pieces condensed above the warship. They were arranged in an orderly manner, and a colorful chessboard was constructed at a very fast speed. Seeing this, Gene 2 did not give any breathing space. While the chessboard was not yet constructed, the demon-possessed armor on his chest suddenly oozed black mucus, which quickly covered his entire body, forming a set of flowing shadow armor. When the armor was formed, many mythical strongmen in the spectator seats stood up at the same time. Demon Essence. The rule wizard Black Bone of the wizard civilization spoke indifferently, and all 13 eyeballs on the staff in his hand opened. The Chaos Demon Ape clan actually gave this kind of thing to a 9th level? Countless painful faces appeared on the surface of the demon-possessed armor. They were the remnants of the souls of the devoured strongmen. Gene 2's breath began to rise wildly. His muscles swelled to the point of tearing his skin. 7 bone spurs pierced his spine, and scarlet eyes opened at the top of each bone spur. Roar! Gene 2, who seemed to be in a rage, suddenly disappeared, not because of his speed, but because he sank directly into the depths of the void. The next second, the right side of the Tianxu Sangqiong sank without warning, and the entire warship rolled and flew out, with dozens of flames bursting out from the inside of the hull. The energy shield and hull armor that had just been repaired began to be damaged again. Even under the influence of this attack, the time chessboard that was being constructed almost collapsed, but fortunately Song Chi controlled it in time. But this is not over yet. In the depths of the void, Gene 2 is fully accumulating power, and the next attack will destroy the world. 3 realms and 5 elements certificate beyond the 3 realms, and not in the 5 elements. This strongest life-saving feature was activated almost immediately, and the energy storage of Light of Judgment was also opened. The crystal prism of the Light of Judgment had just risen, and a crack appeared in the space in front of the warship. Gene 2's 8 demonized bone arms swung out at the same time, and a miniature black hole was rotating in the palm of each hand. This is another top-inherited magical power of the Chaos Demon Ape clan, 8 Wasteland Annihilation. Among them, the Rui Star-breaking axe gathered a trace of chaos rules on the axe blade. Even though the Tianxu Sangqiong, which was locked by it, was separated by an infinite distance, Song Chi could feel a scalp bursting. Even with the state of nothingness given by the 3 realms and 5 elements certificate, he still had a strong intuition that if this axe really came down, even the Tianxu Sangqiong in the state of nothingness would be severely damaged. Starlight Shine Stone Talisman Starlight Shine Escape. He wanted to dodge by evasion, but the activated Starlight Shine Stone Talisman strangely did not work, and the warship remained in place. At the same time, a new colorful light flashed on Gene 2 in front of him, was also captured by the outside world. The third colorful wonder, Gene 2 actually has another colorful wonder on him. Song Chi also caught this, but he didn't have time to think about it at the moment. The star-breaking axe that was slashing horizontally was approaching rapidly, and he had to think of another way to deal with it as soon as possible. At this moment, the giant colorful chessboard phantom above the battle platform was finally formed. The time law visible to the naked eye quickly filled the entire battle platform from top to bottom. The flow of time was slowing down, and the colorful giant axe that was slashing horizontally seemed to be in slow motion. The time slowed down hundreds of times, which bought enough time for the Tianxi Sanqiong at this critical moment. Light of Judgment, Single Judgment, Fire. The colorful cannon that had been storing energy for a long time exploded at this moment. Boom, boom, boom. The Light of Judgment collided with the 8 Devils' hands. At this moment, it seemed that the entire starry sky changed color, and the monitoring equipment of the entire dual field was overloaded. The dimensional crack spread in the void like a spider web. Because of the time chessboard field, the explosion shock wave of the entire dual area spread very slowly, allowing the outside spectators to fully capture the scene clearly. When the light dimmed a little, the spectators could fully see the specific situation in the field. The front hull of the Tianxi Sanqiong completely disappeared, and the exposed hull structure was uneven as if it had been gnawed by a giant beast. Jin Tu's situation was even worse. His lower body was completely vaporized, and the ultimate judgment beam made the rest of his body full of cracks. But the terrifying thing was that the demon possession armor was reshaping his body at a speed visible to the naked eye, and evil runes were jumping on the surface of the new flesh and blood. It's useless, human. Jin Tu's voice already carried the unique accent of the demon. As long as the demon is not destroyed, I will not die. How long can your broken copper and iron last? But before he could finish all the words, another beam of destruction shot out. This time it was no longer Light of Judgment, but high-dimensional particle collapse cannon. Compared with the ultimate single-body judgment of Light of Judgment, the power of high-dimensional particle collapse cannon is naturally much worse. But the key is that Jin Tu is still recovering at this moment, and his condition is not good. The surging high-dimensional particle flow submerged it for the second time. It's useless. As long as the demon possession armor is not destroyed, I will be immortal. Jin Tu, who was still reshaping his body at a high speed, was still arrogant, but Song Qi sneered at this. Demon possession armor is a 7-color wonder that can give the wearer a certain degree of resurrection ability, and the effect is incredible. But no matter how effective it is, this ability must be limited. If it can really revive and reshape infinitely, this wonder will not always be in Jin Tu's hands, and it will most likely be worn by the Skull Crusher Golden Ape. I want to see how many times you can reshape. Song Qi's eyes flashed with cold light, and following this high-dimensional particle flow, it was the gamma-ray burst of the neutron star core armor. And then it was the devouring star crushing slash of the devouring ship blade. The absolute collision of dominant ivory horn. Huan Yuan copper mother horn. With destructive attacks again and again, Jin Tu's flesh and blood are also reshaped again and again. At a certain moment, when the mythical mecha giant transformed by Tianxi Sanqiong raised the destroying ship, slashing blade in his hand again, and there was a sacrifice singularity attached to the blade of the ship slashing knife, Jin Tu's face finally showed deep fear. No! Feeling the deadly danger, he instinctively played his last trump card. A colorful platinum tower flew out of his body, expanding wildly all the way, and instantly turned into a tower with a height higher than Jin Tu himself, about to cover his entire body. Chaos airflow flows on the surface of the tower, and different cosmic scenes can be vaguely seen on each floor. Chaos Void Tower. Many Chaos Demon Apes watching the battle explained, the ancestor actually put this space treasure. Before the voice fell, a colorful light shot out from Tianxi Sanqiong again. With the help of the time chessboard field, the colorful light flew at a very fast speed, and before the Chaos Void Tower covered Jin Tu, it was the first to wrap around the colorful platinum tower body. Although the colorful rope could not completely restrict the Chaos Void Tower, it was enough to block it for a short time. Swish! The black blade of the devouring slash ship blade fell straight down, and with just one last blow, it could cut off Jin Tu's head. But at the last moment, a faint space ripple appeared in the field. In an instant, Song Qi felt that the mythical mecha giant could no longer move at all. An indescribable shocking force enveloped the entire battle platform. In front of this terrifying force, both he and the mythical mecha giant transformed by the Tianxi Sanqiong seemed to be ants among ants. Fortunately, at almost the same time, the rule boundary belonging to Xinxiajiuli also covered over, instantly reducing more than 80% of the pressure on the giant Tianxi Sanqiong. The sudden confrontation between Xinxiajiuli and the Skull Crusher Jinxing made the hearts of all civilizations present tense at the same time, until an untimely voice sounded. The final winner. Xin was civilization. The fall of the mechanical arbitrator's voice also represented the final result of this gambling fight. From the Peak Tribe headed by Chaos Demon Ape, several cold eyes were cast over, which aroused the vigilance of Jiang Yuan, Black Bone, Creation Mechanical Civilization and other parties. But in the end Chaos Demon Ape did not trigger a conflict. After all, Jin Tu did not fall. Before several Peak Tribes left, Jiang Yuan's projection appeared above the dual field, and his voice spread to every corner. According to the agreement, after today, the ownership of the 7th cantilever area of the meteorite sea will be officially assigned to our Xinhua civilization. A few days later, when all forces had left, Jiang Yuan's voice was the first to be heard in the magnetic wave communication group chat. As the hero who won the bet this time, as long as the 7th cantilever area is still in our hands in the future, Yingyi, Pei Dinan, and Song Qi will all receive a certain proportion of the mythical soul income. Does anyone else have any objection to this? Naturally, no one of the other 10 people who witnessed the entire battle results of Song Qi and the other 2 expressed any dissatisfaction. After completing the rough arrangement of the 7th cantilever area, Emperor Ying patted Song Qi on the shoulder and said, "The coordination between the various parts of the warship is perfect, but you are very brave to use the main body to participate in the battle." Hearing this, Song Qi smiled and responded, "For the rise of civilization, it is worth taking this risk." Of course, although the words are beautiful, the reality is that he holds 2 trump cards in his hands, Zhu Tian Market and Time Chessboard. The mythical status of Zhu Tian Market. The 12 life and death chess of the Time Chessboard. The 2 gave him the confidence to take risks with the main body of the warship. Chapter 826. In the eyes of many other superpowers, it is just an inconspicuous area, but in fact it is much larger than imagined. The 7th cantilever area of the meteorite sea is like a special prism, with the outermost diameter exceeding dozens of light years. Although it becomes narrower as it approaches the center of the meteorite sea, it can still reach the depths of the meteorite sea. More than 10 warships are distributed in a vast area of dozens of light years. It is conceivable that each warship needs to monitor the area. But even so, after half a month, not even a trace of mythical soul has been found, but there are many master true spirits of the 7th, 8th, and 9th levels. Song Qi and his party did not have too many surprises about this. The meteorite sea is a special place that produces mythical souls stably. It is true that over countless years, each standard year has a rough output, sometimes more, sometimes less than in previous years, but most of them are stable within a specific range. However, these are only relative to the entire range of the meteorite sea. The 7th cantilever area occupied by Song Qi and his team is just a small corner of the entire meteorite sea. According to the speculation of several human emperors, in each standard year, their 7th cantilever area can only produce 1 Nisol at most. If they are unlucky, it is possible that there will be no production in a certain year, or even several years. Fortunately, for the people present at the moment, the oldest still has a long life of more than 600,000 years, and they can all wait. Even if we calculate from the myth war that may explode in 20,000 years, they can at least harvest thousands or tens of thousands of myth souls. For the new hegemon civilization's successor humans, this will undoubtedly allow most of the peak combat power in the civilization to be further improved. This is also the fundamental reason why Song Qi had to win the battle as much as possible, even at the risk of sinking the main body of his ship. The people of Xinhua civilization were lucky enough to find the first mythical soul brought out from the deep sea of meteorite by the super brainstorm one day half a year later. With this first example, the subsequent production became normal. Basically, according to the average progress of 1 per year, the number of mythical souls has always been accumulated in an orderly manner. Time flows, and 120 years have passed in a blink of an eye. This day is still the 7th cantilever area. The area responsible for Beidou Star Lord of the Xianqin Divine Dynasty. Specified energy frequency fluctuations are found, coordinates with the prompt from the shipboard intelligent brain. The superdimensional captain, who had just been promoted to the 9th level, looked happy, and soon the warship began to turn around and flew towards the designated coordinate point. Lucky, 2 of them appeared at the same time. After arriving at the designated coordinates, looking at the 2 familiar light balls on the projection screen, the Big Dipper Star Lord's face was more satisfied. Swish! When the Yaoguang Tianqing approached a certain distance, 2 traction beams were quickly shot out from the warship, pointing directly at the 2 mythical souls. In fact, there were a lot of master true spirits around the 2 mythical souls, but compared with the mythical souls, the value of these master true spirits was far less, so the Big Dipper Star Lord naturally collected the mythical souls at the first time. But just when the traction beams touched the 2 mythical souls, and began to slowly pull them towards the Yaoguang Tianqing, something strange happened. In the cabin of the Xinxia Jili far away, the Big Dipper Star Lord, who was closing his eyes, and remotely controlling the warship clone, suddenly opened his eyes, and his eyes were filled with strong fear. Looking at the area where the Yaoguang Tianqing warship clone was located, a gray shadow suddenly appeared in the calm starry sky not far from the 2 mythical souls. This shadow had no entity, and it itself showed a special four-hoofed beast. The moment it appeared, the beast's mouth had already opened to a terrifying arc, and it did not give the Big Dipper Star Lord any time to react. A soul-devouring light wave shot out and reached the Yaguang Tianqing in an instant. In the past 120 years, each worship has already encountered a large number of soul-devouring beasts of various levels, and the Yaguang Tianqing is the same. If it was just like this, it would naturally be impossible to make the Big Dipper Star Lord, who was far above the Xinxiajiuli clone, extremely frightened. The key reason is that the energy fluctuations emitted from this new soul-devouring beast far exceeded the 9th-level soul-devouring beast he had encountered before. A 10th-order mythical soul-devouring beast. This was the first judgment made by the Lord of the Big Dipper, but just as this thought came to mind, the terrifying soul-devouring light wave had already reached the battleship. Buzz buzz buzz, the black telekinetic halo components on the clone of the Yaguang Tianqing battleship only lasted for a moment before they collapsed under the terrifying erosion of this mythical soul-devouring light wave. As for the battleship's energy shield and hull armor, under the soul-minded attack methods, these two most defensive components on the Yaguang Tianqing did not play any role at all. Z-Law. The soul-minded erosion passed through the body, and the appearance of the clone of the Yaguang Tianqing battleship seemed unchanged, but in fact, a large number of components and control systems inside the clone of the entire battleship were paralyzed, and the entire battleship lost its ability to move. Beidou, what's wrong? On the Xinxiajiuli, Jiang Yuan's mind immediately sensed the abnormality of the Lord of the Big Dipper. Mythical soul-devouring beast. A 10th-level soul-devouring beast appeared in the area I am responsible for. The coordinates are. Hearing this, Jiang Yuan, who was far away in the human emperor city, felt a chill in his heart, but soon his eyes flashed with interest. In addition to the two mythical souls mentioned by the Lord of the Big Dipper, the 10th-level soul-devouring beast itself also has great value. As long as it can be killed, a large number of mythical souls can also be extracted from its body. The 10th-level soul-devouring beast usually moves in the deepest part of the meteoric sea. In the past, I don't know how much super brain energy and mythical souls it has devoured. After killing it, at least more than 20 mythical souls can be extracted. In addition, creatures like soul-devouring beasts also produce a special soul. The soul in the body of the 10th-level soul-devouring beast is a rule soul. This level of soul is enough to enhance the perception of the same level mythical creatures on the specific rule avenue. For the creatures of the mythical rank, this is a huge temptation. After all, the perception of the avenue rules directly determines the strength of every mythical creature. Without much hesitation, the Xinxiajiuli warship clone quickly shot towards the coordinates given by the Big Dipper Star Lord. The Xinxiajiuli warship clone turned into a bright stream of light, drawing a gorgeous trajectory in the starry sky, and rushed towards the depths of the 7th cantilever area. In the battleship cabin, dozens of figures looked solemn, and time was urgent. At this time, it was impossible to let everyone leave the Xinxiajiuli first. In fact, even if there was plenty of time, Jiang Yuan would not allow it. Compared to the restless 7th cantilever area, it is obviously safer to stay inside the Xinxiajiuli, even though a mythical battle will soon begin. At the same time, at the location of the Yaguang Tianqing battleship clone, the shadow of the 10th-level soul-devouring beast has completely solidified. It looks like a huge sea wolf, with 4 hooves stepping into the air, surrounded by gray soul mist, and a pair of deep eyes flashing with greed. It lowered its head, and sniffed the 2 mythical souls fixed by the traction beam, then opened its huge mouth, and swallowed them directly into its stomach. Roar! The soul-devouring beast let out a satisfied roar, and the soul mist on its body suddenly expanded, and its breath became stronger. Inside the Xinxiajiuli battleship clone that came at a high speed, the Big Dipper Star Lord gritted his teeth and scolded. Damn it! It swallowed the mythical soul. Jiang Yuan didn't seem to care too much. Don't worry, it can't escape. Intelligent brain, prepare to activate the replica Human Emperor's shocking book. As the order was issued, the weapon systems of each ship were activated at the same time, and colorful light overflowed from the warship hull, quickly condensing a martial arts dynasty world above the Xinxiajiuli. Energy beams intertwined in the starry sky, forming a huge energy network that enveloped the soul-devouring beast. These beams were not ordinary attacks, but soul-destroying rays specially targeted at soul creatures on the Xinxiajiuli, which had a strong restraining effect on the soul-devouring beast. The soul-devouring beast sensed the danger and suddenly raised its head, with a trace of violence flashing in its deep eyes. It howled to the sky, and the soul mist around it suddenly condensed into countless sharp tentacles, stabbing towards the surrounding energy network. Boom! The energy network collided with the soul mist tentacles, bursting out dazzling light, The starry sky seemed to be torn apart, and violent energy turbulence swept in all directions. Feeling that the firepower network formed by the soul-destroying rays seemed to be broken, Jiang Yuan frowned slightly, increased the attack intensity of the soul-destroying Aurora's secondary guns, and never let it break through the blockade. As a certain characteristic firepower amplification component on the Shinxiajiuli battleship clone was activated, the intensity of the soul-destroying ray firepower network increased again. The soul mist tentacles of the soul-devouring beast were suppressed little by little, but this did not make the 10th level soul-devouring beast give up, but became more violent. It jumped suddenly and pounced directly on the nearest Yoguang Tianqing wreckage. It wants to devour the energy in the wreckage of the battleship clone, Beidou Star Lord reminded. Jiang Yuan snorted coldly. Dream on. The dynasty world that had already condensed above the Shinxiajiuli warship clone suddenly fell, turning into a rural world and crashing down towards the 10th level soul-devouring beast. Human Emperor Shocking Book Martial Arts Dynasty World. The figure of the sage hung high in the stars, and thousands of warriors punched the sky. The energy contained in this martial arts dynasty world was extremely terrifying. Boom boom boom. As the martial arts dynasty world fell, the entire starry sky seemed to be suppressed. The soul-devouring beast let out a shrill roar, and its 4 hooves struggled frantically, but it was still firmly suppressed by the dynasty world. Now! Jiang Yuan's eyes flashed. Haotian Annihilation God-Killing Cannon Haotian Strike. I saw a blazing beam of light shooting out from the bow of the Shinxiajiuli ship, pointing directly at the 10th level soul-devouring beast that was tightly suppressed by the dynasty world. Boom! A violent energy shock wave swept in all directions, and the head of the soul-devouring beast exploded directly under this blow, turning into gray mist all over the sky. But soon, the mist began to condense again. It's not that easy to solve. Jiang Yuan was not surprised. Keep attacking, don't give it a chance to breathe. The various soul-minded weapons loaded on the Shinxiajiuli battleship clone fired at the same time, and countless soul-destroying beams intertwined into a net, covering the soul-devouring beast that was being reorganized. At this time, the shipborne mythical-level intelligent computer sent a quick reminder. Warning, a large number of high-level soul-devouring beasts are approaching at high speed at the 3 o'clock direction. Jiang Yuan's eyes condensed, and indeed saw dozens of gray shadows appearing in the distant starry sky, the weakest of which was at the 8th level. However, Jiang Yuan did not take it seriously, and was greeted with only a sneer. Don't worry about them. Let's deal with this 10th level soul-devouring beast first. He quickly gave the ship's intelligent brain a command, and then the Human Emperor's Shocking Book component was activated again. Human Emperor's Shocking Book Royal Dao Dragon Chi. In the Imperial world, 9 golden dragons roared out, each emitting terrifying rule fluctuations. They circled and pounced on the 10th level soul-devouring beast, entangled it tightly. Since even the conventional 7-color naval cannon Haotian Annihilation God-Killing Cannon could not play a big role, he simply used a special ability that was rarely used in the past. Compared to those ordinary naval cannons, the Golden Dragon transformed by the Royal Dao Dragon Chi itself contains the most upright and fierce energy, which just restrains the feminine soul creatures. The soul-devouring beast screamed in pain, and the soul mist on its body continued to evaporate under the burning of the Dragon Chi, but its resistance became more and more fierce, and the gray soul power hit the surroundings like a tide. Not good. It's going to self-destruct. Big Dipper Star Lord suddenly exclaimed. Jiang Yuan's face changed. Ultimate White Hole Armor White Hole Evolution. Almost at the moment of his thoughts, the body of the 10th level soul-devouring beast suddenly expanded, and then... boom! The terrifying soul power explosion swept across the entire starry sky. Even with the 7-color status of the martial arts dynasty, it was still shaken by the terrifying explosion shock wave. The large white hole transformed by the Shinxiajiuli battleship clone was also blown away by the shock wave. Fortunately, the white hole's own defensibility was strong enough and did not suffer too much damage. When the energy storm gradually subsided, there was nothing in the center of the battlefield, only countless tiny gray light spots floating in the starry sky. Jiang Yuan's mind was refocused, and he quickly checked the specific situation of the battlefield. The energy shield of Shinxiajiuli itself was damaged by 52%, and the hull armor was damaged by 21%. The damage to combat power was not serious. In comparison, he was more concerned about what the self-destructing 10th level soul-devouring beast left behind. Soon, he caught the scattered gray light spots in the center of the explosion in front of him. Those are fragments of Rule's souls. Jiang Yuan's eyes lit up. Collect them immediately. Although they are broken, their value is still inestimable. As the tractor beam was shot out, The gray light spots were collected into the warship one by one. After preliminary calculations, these fragments were enough to improve his rule perception a little bit. As for the remaining pure soul energy, at least 15 myth souls can be refined. Although there is a certain gap with the initial estimate, it is still a successful operation. It's a pity that the 2 myth souls were destroyed together, Beidou Lord said regretfully. Jiang Yuan shook his head. Not bad. The rule soul of the 10th level soul-devouring beast is much more precious than the ordinary mythical soul. As he said this, he looked at the high-level soul-devouring beasts that were about to escape in the distance. Now, it's time to deal with these guys. The next battle was much easier. Without the threat of the 10th level soul-devouring beast, these high-level soul-devouring beasts were quickly killed one by one. When the last 9th level soul-devouring beast was destroyed, the battle was over. Count the results of the battle, Jiang Yuan ordered. After a while, the intelligent computer gave a detailed report. A total of 28 rule soul fragments, 15 10th level mythical souls, and more than 1,000 dominant true spirits of various levels were harvested. Jiang Yuan was quite satisfied with this. But he did not relax. Continue patrolling. This 7th cantilever area is more complicated than we thought. We must be vigilant. Understood. Strictly speaking, this sudden mythical war is actually very rare, because in the entire meteoric sea area, soul-devouring beasts of the 10th level rarely appear in the outer area. For this special creature, soul energy is their greatest blessing. The further they go to the outer area of the meteoric sea, the weaker the environment's blessing on them. Conversely, the closer they are to the core area of the meteoric sea, the more amazing the combat power of these mythical soul-devouring beasts. Like the previous battle, if it happened in the core area of the meteoric sea, the final outcome would probably be rewritten. So, in fact, Jiang Yuan took a big advantage this time. But this was just an isolated incident after all, and there was no similar situation in the following hundreds of years. Compared to other people's interest in continuously accumulating mythical souls, Song Qi, who was far away in the human emperor city at this moment, had something more to focus on. After hundreds of years of detailed consideration, he still made a decision. After taking the initiative to greet Jiang Yuan, his figure quickly disappeared on the Chaos City wall. Jiang Yuan, who had seen it once before when the battleship's main body and clone were exchanged, was not surprised. He just thought that Song Qi was going to recall the main body of the battleship. In fact, it was not the case. In the meteoric sea, in the main control room of the Tianshu Sangqiong, Song Qi's figure appeared out of thin air. As soon as he came over, he quickly put the battleship clone that had been shrunk to the extreme into the dimensional space stone. After doing this step, he did not stay any longer, nor did he recall the main body of the Tianshu Sangqiong, and his figure disappeared again in the battleship's main control room. But the strange thing is that this time his figure did not appear in the human emperor city, nor did he return to the Xinhua ancestral domain, but went to the Transcendent City. Previously, because of a special entry certificate, the mirror battleship was directly teleported to the so-called Transcendent City, and he lost contact with him. Previously, when he returned to the Chaos God Land again, he took the initiative to go to the Transcendent City with the help of the Heavenly Market that had been promoted to the 9th level, and was enough to influence the Chaos. But that time, in order to bring back the mirror battleship, he only left a space anchor point in the Transcendent City, and had not yet started any exploration. This time, Song Qi went to the Transcendent City again, and his only purpose was to truly explore the ancient city located in the depths of the Chaos Sea. Chapter 827. Looking at the pure chaotic aura that surged in as soon as it appeared and enveloped his entire body at the fastest speed, Song Qi was still greatly shocked, even though he had experienced it hundreds of years ago. Not only because these chaotic auras that gathered together were interwoven with the purest chaotic energy, but in the outside world, even a single strand of chaotic energy was extremely valuable. After all, it was a super strategic resource that could greatly improve the comprehension of living beings. Moreover, the chaotic gauze condensed by these chaotic auras on the body's surface had extremely strong concealing properties. Just like the ethereal body that Song Qi had actively summoned, under the cover of this layer of chaotic gauze, everything on his body seemed extremely blurred at this moment. If he hadn't known that the ethereal body was the one he had just summoned, even with the blessing of the 8th level double pupil, he would never have been able to recognize its identity. Is this to actively conceal the identity of all the creatures who accidentally enter the Transcendent City? A certain guess flashed through his mind, but Song Qi did not think much about it. He quickly summoned the Tianshu Sangqiong mirror battleship in the dimensional space stone, and took the initiative to cancel the space anchor point left before, and set the anchor point back to the main control room of the mirror battleship. After doing this, he quickly disappeared in the mirror battleship. The surroundings were all shrouded in white unknown fog. Although he did not sense any danger, Song-Chi was not at ease to stay here in person. The task of exploring the Transcendent City in detail was naturally best performed by the battleship clone. As for himself, he was fully remotely controlling the entire city. Energy analysis completed. This white mist energy does not belong to any energy recorded in the current database. White mist energy is extremely mild, has high shielding properties, and is not destructive. The sound of the replica Sky Intelligent Brain Analysis prompt sounded in his ears, which surprised Song-Chi. Hearing the analysis results, the strange white mist energy that permeated the Transcendent City seemed to be a new energy. However, it was obviously impossible to infer too much based on these. Under his control, the mirror battleship was slowly moving in one direction. He wanted to see if all areas of the Transcendent City were filled with this white mist energy. Or were these the special energy layers used by the Transcendent City to cover itself? As time went on, the Tianqiu Sky Mirror battleship continued to move forward, and even Song-Chi himself did not know how far the battleship had traveled. But at a certain moment, when the warship was moving forward and penetrated another piece of white fog, the ship's Sky Intelligent Brain suddenly issued a prompt. Spatial structure changes detected. White fog density reduced by 23.6% through holographic projection. Song-Chi quickly noticed that the mirror warship that had left the foggy area seemed to be entering a circular square made of dark gold metal. The ground of the square was engraved with complex star patterns, and 12 pillars engraved with unknown runes stood at the edge of the square. Is this the reception square of the outer city? The two rune pillars in the middle were clearly engraved with several Avenue rule characters such as Outer City and Reception Square, which also allowed Song-Chi to roughly know where the mirror warship was at the moment. However, before he could learn more, the early warning system of the replica Sky Intelligent Brain suddenly sounded. 3 figures wrapped in chaos gauze appeared from different directions in the projection screen, one of which was riding a strange bronze chariot. Sure enough, this Transcendent City is not absolutely closed, and there are special means or channels that allow creatures to enter and exit freely. Without paying too much attention to this matter, the mirror battleship turned and began to turn around in the so-called outer city area. About a few hours later, the mirror battleship, which had basically walked through the entire outer city area, stopped in front of a giant chaos portal. Outer city area seems to be just an area used by Transcendence City to receive outsiders. In the entire area, except for a few new outsiders that occasionally appear, almost nothing else can be seen. And the chaos portal in front of the mirror battleship is the only passage to leave the outer city area, and it is connected to the inner city area. Buzz, after a slight chaos ripple, the mirror battleship disappeared in the outer city area. Inner city is one of the higher level areas of Transcendent City. Its entire city area is actually not as large as outer city. However, compared to the lonely outer city, there are many more creatures in this inner city. Looking around, there are no less than dozens of blurry figures that can be seen through the perspective of the ethereal body, and some of them go to other areas through the portal from time to time. Song-Chi can guess that the creatures that can appear in this Transcendent City are definitely not simple stuff. There are definitely many 10th level myths, and there are probably no shortage of 11th level creatures. Even 12th level myth transcendents will probably appear occasionally. After all, the Chaos Sea where the Transcendent City is located does not belong to the Chaos God Land, but it does not belong to the new land of the Broken Star Sea. Those 12th level powerful people, who have accumulated endless years in the Chaos God Land may find this ancient city by chance. Song-Chi spent some time walking through the entire inner city area and found that in addition to the Chaos portal connecting to the outer city area, there are 4 other portals in the inner city area. Trading area, Exchange area, Transcendence area, Mission area. After thinking for a while, the entrance detection mechanical sound of the trading area sounded in the center of the square, and then the ground star map suddenly flowed, and soon a strange glowing path appeared in front of the mirror battleship. A giant balanced shadow was suspended above this path, which meant that the principle of the trading area itself was fair barter. As soon as the mirror warship entered the light path, the white fog around it suddenly turned into countless holographic advertisements. 9th level ancient queen insect eggs, priority trading of mythical souls. Selling Chaos God Land star map with a diameter of 20 million light years. Priority trading of space-type colored wonders. Colored upper-level wonder shield of the blue sky. Priority trading of same-level attack, flash escape-type wonders. 1 top-grade Chaos Mirror Stone, only exchanged for 11th level mythical souls. After these pieces of information came into contact with the Chaos Gauze, they were automatically filtered into encrypted data streams, and presented one by one in front of everyone passing through. When passing through an unknown long trading corridor, the warship was suddenly forced to be towed to a transparent platform. At this moment, dozens of figures wrapped in the aura of chaos were gathering here, and what they were doing was a small trade fair. This kind of transaction is not common in this transcendent city. Compared with the commissioned option on the corridor behind, the trading objects of this temporary trade fair are limited to the dozen people on the spot, and it is difficult to option the highest value. Generally speaking, only those creatures who are in urgent need of time or have not found suitable trading items in the trading corridor will participate. Song Chi was not too interested at first, but when he saw that the item placed on the trading table was a 10th level golden apple, he immediately became interested. Compared with the 3-color upgraded fire source that can be evolved from this 10th level golden apple, what needs to be evolved more now is another part of the Tianxu Sangqiong. Blood Holy Grail. This part is now of black quality, but if it wants to play a role in the future impact of the Tianxu Sangqiong on the Myth Immortal ship, it must be evolved into a 3-color quality as soon as possible. The same is true for the Tianquan control ring. Once it evolves to the 3-color quality and activates the Slavery Seal Frenzy feature, whether it is the Azura King or the Megalodon Shark, they can truly temporarily obtain mythical combat power. There are also Poshazin Seal, Black Hole Evolution Layer, etc. Too many parts need to be further evolved. The heat in his eyes flashed away, but Song Chi did not have much hope. The value of the 10th level golden apple, this super level starry sky plant fruit, is too high. Even some mythical creatures may take the initiative to compete for it. Song Chi does not think that the resources he controls have much advantage. Unless he is willing to take out the drop of myth ancestor blood obtained from the Batian ruins. But this thing is the mythical promotion resource he prepared in advance for the Tianxu Sangqiong. Song Chi will never use it for trading. As for the Soul of Mythology, he did have dozens of copies of it, thanks to the production of the entire 7th Cantilever area over the past few hundred years, but they were prepared for several components, such as Time Chessboard, Destiny Compass, Light of Judgment, and they could not be used casually. Song Chi didn't intend to keep more, but he happened to hear the words of the owner who took out the 10th level golden apple. I only need high-level floating land origins, the more the better, and there is no need to take out the 7th, 8th, and 9th level ones. Hearing this, the mirror battleship suddenly paused. The next second, Song Chi's quotation came from the mirror battleship wrapped in the chaotic aura. 100 strands of 10th level floating land origins. 1 strand of 11th level floating land origins. He may not have other resources, but he has no shortage of high-level floating land origins. Not to mention what was obtained in the Demon God floating land, the Immortal Realm, and other places before, the 10th level floating land origin that the family obtained when they were developing the Heaven Realm before was not a small number, and even several strands of the 11th level floating land origin were obtained. In addition, don't forget that with the promotion of the market to the 9th level, the spiritual machine synthesis platform can synthesize the 10th level floating land origin at most. Although it takes a long time, and can only synthesize 1 strand every 100 years, it is also a stable production channel. Maybe they want to continue to wait for the price, but neither Song Chi nor the other dozen figures on the trading platform made a second offer. Although as long as it is the Star Continent, it can basically produce the 10th level floating land origin stably. The Star Continent is not everywhere. In addition, even if the Star Continent wants to breed the 10th level floating land origin, it is not easy. The 10th level floating land origin that can be truly produced each year is very limited. In fact, the value of the 10th level floating land origin is not low. 100 strands of the 10th level, plus 1 strand of the 11th level, this is not a low offer. Finally, Song Chi successfully exchanged for this 10th level golden apple. After sending the golden apple to the market, he was not in a hurry to explore other areas. He still had a lot of high-level floating land origins in his hands. If there were any super-level resources, like the 10th level golden apple, that were invaluable in the outside world, he would definitely try to get it again. Unfortunately, although many precious things appeared in the subsequent trading fairs, they did not meet his expectations. After that, Song Chi controlled the mirror battleship and left the trading area directly. He had to check the other 3 areas. Unlike the trading area, the exchange area is an ancient hall supported by 72 dark gold pillars. A huge chaos eye is suspended in the center of the hall. When the mirror battleship approached, the chaos eye suddenly turned, and a cold mechanical voice came from it. The exchanger is detected. Please select the exchange area you want to view. Song Chi's mind moved slightly, and he looked at the chaotic eye in front of him from the perspective of the ethereal body. The next second, A special projection light screen appeared in front of him. The light screen neatly displayed 3 different exchange areas. Basic exchange area. Rare exchange area. Special exchange area. As his eyes fell on the first item, basic exchange area, the 72 pillars began to rotate slowly, and a spiral light gate soon opened in the center of the hall. When the mirror warship entered the light gate, the hall suddenly trembled violently. The space rules here forced the warship to be compressed to a length of 100 meters. After passing through the light gate, what appeared in front of him was a circular building complex suspended in the chaotic void. Countless figures wrapped in chaos gauze shuttled between various buildings, and in front of them were floating light screens similar to holographic screens. Song-Chi soon discovered that these light screens showed a list of exchangeable items, and the exchange currency required various high-level resources to be exchanged for the exclusive exchange currency of this exchange area. So that's it. Song-Chi suddenly realized that this place was more like an automated trading center. As long as you have various high-level resources, you can exchange all the items you need. He let the mirror battleship dock at the nearest exchange point. When the battleship's tractor beam touched the exchange column, a projection light screen immediately unfolded in front of him. Basic exchange area, 8th level golden apple. Exchange price 1,000 exchange coins. Chaos mirror stone, low grade. Exchange price 12,000 exchange coins. 9th level dominant true spirit. Exchange price 40 exchange coins. Then he checked the other 2 exchange areas. Rare exchange area, color / lower level eternal barrier. Exchange price 25,000 exchange coins. Color, upper level mirror of space and time. Exchange price 500,000 exchange coins. Chaos mirror stone, middle quality, 350,000 exchange coins. Special exchange area, requires permission to unlock. Song-Chi's eyes stayed on the special exchange area for a long time. Although he could not see the specific content of this special exchange area, the colorful rays of light looming on the edge of the light curtain suggested that there might be a colorful mythical level of strange objects here. Just as he was about to explore further, the exchange column suddenly sounded an alarm. Warning. Abnormal scanning fluctuations detected. I saw 2 light columns suddenly descending not far away, turning into figures wearing silver uniforms. The chaotic gauze on their bodies showed a unique grid pattern, and they wore a badge similar to a scale pattern on their chests. It's the law enforcer of Transcendence City. A low cry suddenly sounded around, and Song-Chi's heart tightened. He immediately controlled the mirror battleship to enter a silent state. He didn't think that the 2 law enforcers came for him. As long as he kept quiet, he believed that he would not be hurt. Of course, the focus was still on the 2 law enforcers. He noticed that the 2 law enforcers were suspected to be 11th level existences. The leading law enforcer raised his hand and released countless light spots. The cold voice echoed throughout the exchange area. Illegal exploration behavior was detected in the B714 area. All creatures immediately stopped the current operation and accepted inspection. Song-Chi reacted very quickly and directly cut off his connection with the ethereal body. Although he didn't think that the other party came for the mirror battleship, it was always right to be on the safe side. Just as the law enforcer was about to scan the area where he was, a sudden space ripple interrupted the inspection. A dazzling chaotic light suddenly broke out in the direction of Transcendence Zone. All of a sudden, all the law enforcers turned around and turned into streams of light and flew away. Taking advantage of this gap, he turned to control the mirror battleship to sail towards the mission area. Although he was curious about the changes in the Transcendence area, his intuition told him that he would never end well if he rashly got involved. The structure of the mission area was unexpectedly simple, with countless bubble-shaped light balls suspended in the center. Each light ball represented a task of different difficulty, and completing it would earn the corresponding Transcendence contribution points. This is one of the universal currencies of the Transcendence City. It can not only be exchanged for exchange coins at a 1-to-1 ratio, but is also the key to applying to become a Transcendence City law enforcer. Only when the Transcendence contribution points meet certain conditions can one be eligible to apply to become a law enforcer of the Transcendence City. As for the benefits of becoming an enforcer, as far as Song-Chi knows, if you want to view the information of the special exchange zone, you must become an enforcer. In addition, when you exchange all items, you can get a specific discount. In addition, the enforcer can freely enter and exit the Transcendence Zone. Song-Chi randomly touched a large light ball, and the task information immediately flooded into his mind. Hunting task. Target, world-devouring worm. Level 10 peak, roaming in the Chaos Sea. Reward, 50,000 Transcendence points. Additional information. The target last appeared in the Chaos Seed Broken Star Belt No. HT927. Just as he continued to check different task light balls and prepared to accept the task, he suddenly saw a task that surprised him. Collection task. Target: purchase high-level flesh and blood creature corpses. Task reward: depending on the life level and specific number of the creature corpses handed in, a large number of Transcendence contribution points will be awarded. Note: there is no upper limit to the number of acquisitions. The more corpses that meet the conditions are handed in, the higher the reward. Seeing this task, Song-Chi instinctively felt a little confused. He subconsciously thought of the source blood of high-level creatures. But on second thought, the transactions between the various parties in this Transcendence City involved very few source blood transactions. If Transcendence City wanted to vigorously develop the source blood transaction policy, he felt it was unreasonable. But apart from this, he couldn't think of any other possibility that required a large number of high-level creature corpses. Seeing that he couldn't figure it out, he simply stopped worrying about it and carefully considered the task he was going to accept. Chapter 828. First of all, those hunting missions related to mythical creatures are basically not considered. The current Tianqiu Sangqiong and Zutiangsu City do have the combat power to fight against conventional mythical creatures, but it is limited to the most ordinary mythical beings. To be able to enter the hunting mission list of this Transcendent City, you can imagine what level these hunting targets are. Not to mention the invincible 10th order mythical level, but at least the kind of existence, with extremely strange whereabouts, and extremely difficult to kill. Facing such a target, Song-Chi currently has no idea. When the mirror image split shadow component evolves to a color upper quality in the future, the mirror battleship can normally reproduce the time chessboard. Light of Judgment, and other color extreme components, then maybe you can try to accept it. Thinking, Song-Chi's eyes quickly swept across the countless task information. After more than 10 minutes, he roughly locked on several tasks. Trading mission, mission content, purchase of all types of Star Sea Wonders. Note: exchange with transcendent contribution points according to the quality and value of the wonders themselves. Hunting mission, mission content. Destroy the ancient land of Tianqing Blood Vampire Plunder Group. Additional information. Chaos God Land. Tianqing Ancient Land is extremely chaotic, and the Blood Vampire Plunder Group is committing all kinds of evil. The following coordinates are the areas where they often appear. Mission reward: 20,000 transcendent contribution points. Slave mission, mission content. Accommodate those with outstanding genetic potential in the myriad worlds. Mission reward: for each river community level genius creature submitted, 500 transcendent contribution points can be obtained. For each super river community level genius submitted, 1,000 transcendent contribution points can be obtained. For each sub-civilization genius submitted, 5,000 transcendent contribution points can be obtained. For each civilization genius submitted, 10,000 transcendent contribution points can be obtained. For each sub-chaos level genius submitted, 100,000 transcendent contribution points can be obtained. For each chaos level genius submitted, 500,000 transcendent contribution points can be obtained. Song-Chi's eyes fell on the last accommodate the myriad worlds genius mission, and his continuously flickering eyes seemed to silently tell his uneasy heart. Thinking about it now, he can still clearly recall the excitement when he first challenged the Pajuo Heritage Tower, and was evaluated as Super River System level prodigy. Even with such an evaluation, he could not even meet the minimum requirements of the task information in front of him. Judging from the fact that a River System community level prodigy creature is only worth 500 transcendent contribution points, the value of a Super River System level prodigy will never exceed 100 transcendent contribution points. Even for him now, Song-Chi estimated that it would be between 10,000 and 100,000 transcendent contribution points. Of course, if the ultimate trump card Jutian market is also taken into account, Song-Chi estimates that it should not be difficult for him to rush to the Chaos level prodigy. As for the Chaos level prodigy, he really can't be sure. After all, so far, he thinks he has not encountered a real Chaos level prodigy. Having not encountered one, naturally there is no way to judge what level a real Chaos level prodigy is. As for the Eternal Luo Jia encountered before, including the Chaos Demon Ape Golden Slaughter, both of them are at most the level of the sub-Chaos Genius. But the reason why he turned his attention to this task is because Song-Chi is very clear that the Broken Star Sea is endless, and although the Milky Way community level and Super Milky Way community level genius creatures are rare, they are by no means few, and even the sub-civilization and civilization geniuses can be seen occasionally. With the current energy of the Longji Song family, it is not difficult to go all out to capture those genius creatures whose current level is still low, but have great potential. He can even send this task to the entire Xinhua human civilization, relying on the terrifying size of the entire Shinhua civilization to search for low-level genius aliens in the alien star domain on a large scale. After confirming that he would take on the above 3 tasks, Song Qi did not rush to leave the Transcendent City, but quickly went to the market. When he reappeared, he had hundreds of various levels of rare objects in his hands. These rare objects were all from the Market Rare Object Exchange shop that could not be converted into shipboard parts, but the Transcendence City only purchased all levels of rare objects at a 20% discount. Yet he was not in a hurry to exchange for a Transcendence contribution point first, and then exchange for a basic Transcendence City entry order. He would not even be willing to take out these hundreds of rare objects. Naturally, no one is willing to do a loss-making business. As the market was promoted to the 9th level, the number of spatial anchor points in the Zhutian market is still only 8. Since there is an extra anchor point, why not? With 100 Transcendence points, he successfully won a Transcendence City entry order. Taking the opportunity of testing, Song Qi also returned to the Dragon Ridge continent. Soon, an urgent family mission message was sent to the communication group chat of the core members of the Longji Song family. Family head Song Yiming. Now an urgent family first-level mission is issued. All the family's energy is mobilized to make every effort to acquire and hunt down supergalactic community-level genius aliens. There is no limit on the level. As long as the purchase price does not exceed 1 silver wonder, you can bring it back. First straight vein Song Lingzhang. Oh, there is no limit on quantity and time. This is a long-term mission. Hunting down alien geniuses who have not grown up. How can I be missing out on such an exciting mission? Connection Song Yueying. Supergalactic community-level geniuses. The requirements are so high? This kind is hard to find. Can't it be a little lower? Not only on the Song family's Longji continent, but also on the Longji shops of large trading floating lands such as the Demon Snake Floating Land and the Demon God Floating Land, as well as on the Red Maple Kingdom in the Heaven Realm. Song Qi released the news as soon as possible. Whether it is an individual or a family, manpower is limited. Only by issuing the entire task to the entire Shinhua human civilization can the advantages of the newly emerged overlord civilization of Shinhua humans be fully utilized. The key is that with Song Qi's current strength, he has enough confidence to hold back this commotion that has attracted the attention of a large number of Shinhua forces. After dealing with these, he returned to the Transcendent City again. From everything he has seen so far, this Transcendent City gives him a sense of déjà vu of an alternative Zhutian market. Now only the last Transcendence Zone has not been explored, and he will naturally not stop there. The violent energy fluctuations that suddenly came out of the Transcendence Zone may be 2 or even more mythical creatures fighting each other. This made all the outsiders, who sensed it instinctively feel doubtful and even uneasy, but driven by curiosity, Song Qi decided to go and investigate it himself. Of course, the main reason is that the original body is in the market, which is enough to ensure safety. As for the warship clone, even if it really encounters danger, it will only wait for a period of time to cool down. Transcendence Zone is located in the core area of Transcendent City. It is covered by a hazy chaotic light curtain. Only those who hold Transcendent City entry order can enter. Song Qi activated the entry order in his hand, and a silver-white light column enveloped the mirror warship, and then the figure of the warship disappeared. When it appeared again, the mirror warship was already in a vast starry sky. There is no land, no buildings, only countless suspended stars and crisscrossing light bands. Is this the Transcendence Zone? Song Qi looked around curiously. He felt that the surroundings were filled with extremely dense energy, which was even several times purer than the energy in the Zhutian market. The efficiency of practicing here is definitely far superior to that of the outside world. Suddenly, a violent energy fluctuation came from a distance. Song Qi looked along the fluctuation and saw 2 figures fighting fiercely in the void several light years away. One of the figures was completely black, with 36 wings on its back. Each wing was engraved with ancient dark runes, exuding a heart-pounding dark atmosphere. Fallen Angel? Song Qi roughly recognized the identity of this creature. As a new creature that was originally transformed from the Fallen Angel, although it is rare, its strength is unquestionable. The other figure was a group of constantly changing colorful light mist, sometimes turning into a human form, sometimes into a beast form, and each change was accompanied by a terrifying energy burst. Mythical creature. Song Qi's pupil shrank. The auras emitted by these 2 figures were vast and aggressive, posing a great threat to him. Without using the power of the Tianxu market, even if the Tianxu Sangqiong was fully deployed, it would probably be difficult to resist their attacks. Is this the norm in the Transcendent Zone? Can mythical creatures fight here recklessly? Song Qi was secretly shocked. He carefully concealed his aura to avoid attracting the attention of the two beings. At the same time, he was also trying to find some valuable information. Soon, he found some anomalies. There were actually some buildings and facilities on those suspended stars. On some stars, human figures could even be seen flashing. Could there be other non-mythical creatures here? Song Chi's heart moved. The engine of the mirror battleship roared, and it quickly flew towards the sky. As the distance got closer, Song Chi saw the scene on a certain star clearly. A huge city was built on the surface of the star, and people came and went in the city, which was very lively. What surprised him most was that although the aura of these people was strong, they did not reach the mythical level, and most of them were between the 8th and 9th levels. It seems that the creatures in the Transcendence Zone are far beyond imagination. You know, this is just one of the stars, and in the vision he saw before, the number of these stars was more than thousands. Controlling the landing on the edge of the city, the ethereal body restrained its aura, disguised as an ordinary 9th level creature, and mixed into the crowd. The architectural styles in the city are different, obviously from different civilizations. Various strange races can be seen everywhere on the streets. Some are covered with scales, some have 3 eyes, and some are simply a group of energy bodies. Song Chi walked on the street, and heard the voices of various languages. Of course, more of them were Shanghai Common Language. Have you heard? And Yi and Qin Huan are fighting again. This time it seems to be for a Chaos Source Crystal. It's just for a chance to improve the combat power. You know, creatures like us who are taken into the Transcendent Zone cannot leave on our own initiative. We either die here or transcend in one fell swoop. The once-in-a-century Transcendent Challenge is about to start. Who doesn't want to be one of the Transcendents? Song Chi captured some key information from the conversations of passers-by. Transcendence Challenge, unable to leave. His heart moved. Could this Transcendence City really have the legendary way to transcendence? At this moment, a melodious bell sounded suddenly from the center of the city. All pedestrians stopped and looked up at the sky. Song Chi also looked up, and saw a huge light curtain slowly unfolding in the void above the city. Lines of text appeared on the light curtain. A new century-long Transcendence Challenge is about to start. Those who are willing to participate in the challenge should rush to the Transcendence Land within 10 years. Transcendence Land? Song Chi's heart was shocked. He looked around and found that the creatures of various races on the street had different reactions. Some looked fanatical, some looked solemn, but more were numb and fearful. Another century-long reincarnation. A 3-eyed tribe member beside him sighed in a low voice. The last challenge? Less than 30% of them came back alive. But as long as you can successfully transcend, you can get rid of this cage. Another alien covered with metal scales clenched his fist and roared. Song Chi was thoughtful. It seemed that this Transcendence Zone was not just a place for trading, but more like a special prison for holding the strongest men in the world. And the fighting among those mythical creatures was probably related to this so-called Transcendence Challenge. He approached the 3-eyed tribe member calmly and spoke in the common language of the Star Sea. My friend, I wonder what the specific rules of this challenge are? The 3-eyed tribe member looked at him warily for a few times, and seeing that Song Chi's aura was pure and had no malice, he whispered, New here? I advise you not to rush to participate. The Transcendence Challenge is not a child's play. Crossing the storm sea to reach the Transcendent Place is only the first step, and then you need to climb the tower to challenge. No one knows how many levels of the tower you need to break through to transcend in one fell swoop. Based on the strength, age, potential and other aspects of the challenged creatures themselves, the number of levels required to break through the tower is also different. But the same point is that as long as the next level of challenge is opened, there is no option to give up unless the challenge is successful. Because of this, the mortality rate of this Transcendence Challenge is extremely high every time it is opened. Hearing this, Song Chi's eyes kept flickering, and soon he asked another question. In that case, what if I challenge with my clone? The 9th level alien beside him stared at Song Chi as if he was a fool. A clone? Come on, there aren't many creatures that can complete the Transcendence Challenge with their original bodies every 10,000 years, and you still want to challenge with a clone? Song Chi's focus was a little different. So, can you really challenge with a clone? In the endless years, are there any examples of clones completing the final challenge? What was the final result? Song Chi obviously attached great importance to this point. After all, if he were asked to take on this Transcendence Challenge with his original body, he would not be very interested, at least for a long time in the future. Chapter 829. It is said that the city of Transcendence has been passed down for countless years. I am talking about the Broken Star Sea era, and even before the Multiverse era. In these countless long years, what kind of evil beings have not appeared? As far as I know, 8 million years ago, an evil being from the Eternal Clan successfully completed the clearance with a clone. Hearing this, Song Chi's interest was completely seduced, but the 9th level alien in front of him suddenly paused. The strange one eye on his head looked at Song Chi, and his eyes were filled with inexplicable colors. In this regard, Song Chi understood the hidden meaning in the other party's eyes. I saw the ethereal body slightly raised his hand, and a ball of high-level floating land origin light was quickly thrown to the other party. Taking this ball of floating land origin, the one-eye scanned the number of floating land origins in the light ball, and the 9th level one-eyed alien was very satisfied. More than 99% of the creatures in this transcendence zone are prisoners who cannot leave freely. Apart from the absolute energy circulation rules of the transcendence zone itself, prisoners like them can only obtain it from those newcomers if they want to continuously strengthen themselves. After collecting the origin of the floating land, the 9th level one-eyed alien continued. After the clone completes the clearance, the Transcendence Tower in the Transcendence Land will directly lock the creature's body. As for the final result, this has not yet been determined, but what is certain is that once locked by the Transcendence Tower, the locked person will disappear from the public eye without exception. No exceptions? There are ancient rumors that there seem to be 2 exceptions in the multiverse era, and there have been several cases before the multiverse era, but whether it is true or not is unknown. Hearing this, Song Chi not only did not have any vigilance, but became more curious. No matter what the final outcome of the creatures locked by the Transcendent City was, he was still very confident in himself. Not to mention the other things. Just the fact that Ju Tian Market could freely set up space anchor points inside and outside this Transcendent City made him know that the status of this Transcendent City under his feet was at most at the level of Chaos Wonders. With the same status, he believed that if there was any accident, the original body in Ju Tian Market would still be enough to guarantee safety. With this speculation, Song Chi no longer hesitated. The ethereal body turned quickly, and soon the mirror battleship soared into the sky again, following the guidance of the golden curtains in the starry sky, and swept all the way to the so-called Transcendence Land. As the mirror battleship continued to move deeper into the core area of the Transcendence Zone, the surrounding energy fluctuations became more and more violent. Song Chi noticed that on the floating stars along the way, more and more figures rose into the sky, poured into the starry sky, and then moved in the same direction. It seems that there are many creatures participating in this challenge. Song Chi was secretly alert and controlled the warship to keep a relatively safe distance. After a period of observation, he had already discovered that most of the creatures who chose to participate in this transcendent challenge were not weak, and more than 90% of them were 8th and 9th level beings, and even mythical creatures were not in the minority. In the short journey, the number of 10th level mythical units that he personally confirmed exceeded the number of palms, and there was also an 11th level mythical creature. This discovery made Song Chi extremely frightened. Although it seemed that there was no difference on the surface, his vigilance in his heart had already been fully raised. He knew very well that the area that the mirror warship had previously traveled through was just the tip of the iceberg in the entire Transcendence Zone. The number of mythical creatures in the entire Transcendence Zone was probably far beyond imagination. Hundreds? Or hundreds? As soon as this thought came to mind, Song Chi felt that his breathing was a little stagnant. So far, the idea that there must be a shocking secret hidden in the Transcendent City has been completely engraved in his heart. There is another point, which is a hidden rule of this Transcendence Zone that he deliberately summarized. This place is like a huge coliseum, and all entrants must prove their worth in the Transcendence Challenge. The winner will receive unimaginable rewards, and even transcend the heavens and the worlds, while the loser will stay here forever, and after death, the energy in his body will return to the transcendent starry sky, maintaining the continuous circulation of the extreme energy of this Transcendence Zone. The storm sea has arrived. A boundless ocean of energy suddenly appeared in front of the warship, and the violent chaotic energy formed huge waves. Each ordinary wave contained a terrifying force that was enough to tear apart a 7th level, or even an ordinary 8th level strongman. Is this the first test? Song Chi looked solemn, but did not retreat. The replicas of the Myth Pulse Energy Shield and Neutron Star Core armor on the Tianqiu Songqing Mirror warship were all fully activated, and the detection performance of the replica Eye of Truth was also stimulated to the extreme. Once a huge chaotic wave that was enough to threaten the mythical creatures appeared, he would immediately control the mirror warship to avoid it. Buzz. Just as the warship rushed into the storm sea, the chaotic wave that covered the sky and the sun completely engulfed the mirror warship. Song Chi felt a flash in front of his eyes, and the warship hull was shaking continuously. The warship hull was bearing the crazy impact of the storm sea outside again and again. At the beginning, it was okay. Most of the chaotic waves outside stayed at the level of the 7th and 8th levels. Even the occasional 9th level waves were only the destructive power of the first 9th level. But as time passed, the mirror warship gradually sailed into the depths of the storm sea. The energy turbulence around it was more than 10 times more violent than the periphery. What was more terrifying was that he could clearly feel that there were countless powerful auras lurking in this sea area. Roar. A deafening roar came, and a giant beast with a body size far exceeding that of a star broke through the waves and rushed straight to the warship. 10th level mythical creature. Song Chi's pupil shrank suddenly, and he activated the starlight flashing stone talisman without hesitation. Under the starlight flashing escape, the brilliant white light cut through the chaotic ocean, and before the mythical giant beast approached, the mirror warship disappeared in advance. When he appeared again, he was already far away. In this mysterious transcendent city, unless it was absolutely necessary, he had decided not to use the power of Zhuti market easily, so as not to be targeted by the possible controller behind this transcendent city. Moreover, this storm sea was the absolute home ground of that mythical marine creature. Unless Song Chi was really stupid, how could he really collide with it head-on? However, what shocked him was that the starlight flashing spirit escape had escaped nearly a light year, but it still could not completely get rid of the mythical beast. Looking at the black shadow that had been following the mirror battleship on the star map displayed by the replica Eye of Truth, Song Chi thought about it, and without too much hesitation, the replica Posha Zen meditation seal was activated, and the next second starlight flashing spirit stone talisman was cooled down again. Once again, the flash effect was activated instantly, without the need for specific charging, and it was destined not to be interrupted by the chaotic waves all around. This time, the mirror battleship finally got rid of the pursuit of the mythical beast behind it. In the following time, there were no more unexpected things. One day, when the mirror battleship passed through the last violent storm zone, the new scene that appeared in front of him made him breathless. The land of transcendence is like a bright pearl, quietly suspended in the center of the chaotic star sea. There are no stars surrounding it, no light bands interweaving, only the pure source of chaos flowing in the void, forming an absolute area with a diameter of about 100,000 light years. The most shocking thing is the towering tower standing in the center of this vast area. It is dark gold all over, and countless mysterious lines flow on the surface of the tower, and each line seems to contain a complete law of the universe. The top of the tower pierced into the void, as if it had sunk into an unknown dimension, with no end in sight. This is the Tower of Transcendence. The ethereal body's pupils reflected this tower, which shocked Song Chi, who was far away in the Zhuti market. The detection system in the warship was frantically alarming. The high-level color replica Eye of Truth radar was unable to analyze this tower at all, and the form of this tower's existence had exceeded the conventional definition. What made Song Chi most uneasy was that in this so-called Tower of Transcendence, he actually saw the shadow of the Posha Heritage Tower. It's not just a simple resemblance, but a true common origin. Although the original Pajuo Heritage Tower was far less magnificent and majestic than the current Transcendence Tower, Song Chi would not mistake the familiar ancient patterns on the two towers. After discovering this, countless thoughts suddenly surged in his mind. The strongest one was the speculation about the specific relationship between the two towers. Could it be that the Pajuo Heritage Tower is the projection of this Transcendence Tower in the Broken Star Sea? Is it for the purpose of searching for geniuses for this Transcendence City? Once this idea came out, and he thought about it, he was only a super galaxy-level genius at the beginning, and the minimum threshold for this Transcendent City to acquire alien geniuses was the galaxy community-level genius. Song Chi felt that this speculation was more and more credible. Just thinking about it, the mirror battleship was also continuing to sail towards the Transcendence land, and he needed further confirmation. In addition, Song Chi always had some speculations about the purpose of this Transcendence City spending such a huge price to collect countless geniuses from all the heavens and worlds. In any case, he had to take a look at this so-called Transcendence Tower in person. The mirror battleship was constantly approaching the central area of the Transcendence land. It was unknown how long it had been. When the mirror battleship really arrived at the core area of the Transcendence land, the Transcendence Tower that was already in front of it finally revealed its true face. This Posha Transcendence Tower looking at the 5 ancient characters on the tower in the distance. If Song Chi had some doubts about the connection between this tower and the former Posha Heritage Tower before, then now he has completely confirmed his previous thoughts. This Pajuo Transcendental Tower is the upper tower of the Pajuo Heritage Tower, and the two sides must be the main and the deputy. After confirming this, Song Chi calmed down. Because he had challenged the Pajuo Heritage Tower before, if the challenge format of this Pajhuo Transcendental Tower did not change much, it would obviously be a certain advantage for him. As for what the purpose of the controller behind this Pajhuo Transcendental Tower is, these are not what he can deeply pursue at present. At least he has to wait until he officially steps into the myth, and his current task is to try to challenge this Pajhuo Transcendental Tower again, with a mirror battleship. I heard that this Pajhuo Transcendental Tower is the same as the former Pajhuo Heritage Tower. The higher the challenge level, the higher the reward in the end. Unlike the countless alien races that find it difficult to leave this transcendental zone, they are not very interested in these rewards. After all, as long as they cannot complete the real transcendental challenge, these things will not really belong to them. Song Qi was different. With the Zhutian market, he could truly obtain these so-called challenge rewards through the Zhutian market. Are you sure to start the Transcendence Challenge? Sure. With Song Qi's confirmation, the Transcendence Challenge of the Tianqiu Sangqing Mirror Battleship officially started. In the first layer, the enemy was 100 7th level aliens and 10 8th level aliens. This kind of lineup was enough to easily crush the mirror battleship even if it did not have the full combat power of the main body. This situation continued for quite a few times, until it officially reached the 300th floor. The pressure on the mirror battleship really increased. After breaking through the 300th floor, the enemies faced on each floor are at least 100 or more ordinary 9th level masters. As you go higher, even 9th level late stage star beasts, and even 9th level titans gradually appear. Fortunately, the mirror battleship inherited all the high quality parts of the Tianqiu Sanqiong, and all the lower level parts on the Tianqiu Sanqiong. Even if its combat power is not as good as the original body, it can be regarded as a ceiling-like existence among the same level. When the mirror battleship broke through the trial of the 349th floor of the Posha Transcendence Tower, and stepped into the 350th floor, Song Qi's pupil suddenly shrank. In this floor, there is no complicated law maze, no vast battlefield of civilization, only a pure chaotic void. And in the center of the void, there is an indescribable terrifying creature. Its body is like a small mythical star, and dark golden chaotic lines flow on its dark shell. Each line is like a scar left when the universe was first opened, containing the most primitive law of devouring. Its head is shaped like a giant dragon, but more ferocious. 6 pairs of scarlet compound eyes flash with cold light, as if they can directly penetrate the soul. The most frightening thing is the pair of insect wings behind it that cover the sky. They are not physical, but made of pure chaotic energy. Every time they flap, the surrounding space will be distorted and collapsed, forming countless micro-black holes, and then annihilated in an instant. The target energy fluctuation is detected to be the 10th order mythical level. Please escape the battlefield as soon as possible. The alarm of the replica Sky Intelligence brain is sharp and piercing, and the radar energy reading inside the battleship is soaring wildly, almost breaking the detection limit. Song Qi took a deep breath and activated all defense systems without hesitation. Myth Pulse Energy Shield. Neutron Star Core Armor. Starlight Shimmering Stone Talisman is fully charged and ready for space jump at any time. However, before he could take the initiative, the 6 pairs of compound eyes of the primordial Emperor Worm suddenly locked onto the warship, and an invisible mental shock came like a tsunami. Song Qi felt as if his brain was hit by a heavy hammer, and the part of his mind connected to his ethereal body was almost torn apart. Although his mind was blessed by the mythical status of the Market of the Heavens, plus the seeds of the 5-colored fire, the colorful lower-level Yumming Immortal Talisman sect, Akala Ming Wang Talisman, and other multiple protections, it would not be clearly affected, but the ethereal body was not him. Under this terrifying mental shock wave, he almost lost control of the mirror warship. Seeing that this round of mental attack did not seem to have much effect on the mirror warship, the next second, the wings of the primordial Emperor Worm suddenly fluttered. Boom! The entire void was instantly distorted, and the space around the warship shattered like glass, and countless space cracks were entangled like poisonous snakes. Song Qi activated the 3 Realms 5 Elements certificate component without hesitation, and the warship turned into a ball of nothingness and mist, forcibly escaping from the desperate situation of space collapse. In front of a mythical unit, Starlight Shine Stone Talisman, Angel Kingship Wings and other parts were discarded immediately, and only the 3 Realms 5 Elements certificate of the highest color level could ensure the final result. In fact, he was not disappointed. However, before he could catch his breath, the ferocious mouth of the original Emperor Worm had already opened. A dark torrent gushed out. It was not an ordinary energy attack, but the purest law of devouring. Wherever it passed, matter, energy, time, space, everything seemed to be constrained by the terrifying devouring force field, and then was involuntarily sucked into the open black mouth of the original Emperor worm. Warning! Energy shield value is damaged, currently remaining 67%, 43%, 19%. Song-Chi gritted his teeth and instantly activated the Pajuozin seal, trying to slow down the flow of time in the outside world, so as to gain more time for resistance. But the attack of the original Emperor insect is far from over. Its insect wings spread out again, and the chaotic energy condensed into countless black spikes in the void. Swoosh! 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 Each spike ignored the spatial distance and appeared directly around the battleship, piercing the shield fiercely. Warning! Energy shield overload. Hull armor is seriously damaged. Hull armor is overloaded. Hull. The battleship trembled violently, and the neutron star core armor was completely dark. In an emergency, he activated the resurrection metal once, allowing the mirror battleship to temporarily restore most of its status, but Song-Chi knew that it would not last long, and he had to try to break through in the remaining time. If he continued to passively defend like this, he would definitely lose. High-dimensional particle collapse cannon, high-dimensional judgment neutron star core armor gamma ray burst Wuji Xian quantum star destroyer cannon Wuji Xian quantum sword light. Swish. A large number of beams were fired one after another. At a certain moment, under the full force of the gamma ray burst, one of the compound eyes of the original Emperor insect exploded, and dark golden blood spurted out. Roar! It roared in pain for the first time, its wings vibrated wildly, and the whole void trembled under its anger. But the mirror battleship could only do this. Before it could be happy, the wound of the original Emperor insect healed at a speed visible to the naked eye under the terrifying recovery ability of the mythical body, and the splashed blood turned into countless micro-insect swarms in the void, swarming towards the battleship. Damn! Mythical regeneration ability. Song-Chi's heart sank, but he was not too panicked. He quickly adjusted his tactics, trying to activate Starlight Flash Escape to distance himself, and at the same time activated Purple Thunder Cannon and all secondary cannons, aiming at the insect swarm and launching indiscriminate firepower coverage. Boom! The blazing white light swept through the void, and a large number of insect swarms were instantly evaporated.